Good morning and welcome to July 1st meeting of the Phoenix City Council. Thank you for joining us. I will call the meeting to order and we will begin with a roll call.
Councilman DeCiccio. Councilmember Garcia.
Here.
Councilman Nowakowski.
Here.
Councilwoman Pastor.
Here.
Councilwoman Stark.
Here.
Councilman Waring.
Here.
Councilwoman Williams.
Here.
Vice Mayor Guardado.
Here.
Mayor Gallego.
Here. Mario Barajas is with us to provide Spanish interpretation today. Will the city clerk please read the 24-hour paragraph?
The titles of the following ordinance and resolution numbers on the agenda were available to the public at least 24 hours prior to this council meeting and therefore may be read by title or agenda item only. Ordinances numbered 6715 through 6721, S 46798, 46820 through 46851, and resolutions 21845 through 21849.
Thank you. Councilman Nowakowski, do you have a motion on the August 28, 2019 formal meeting minutes?
Yes, Mayor. I make a motion to approve the minutes.
Second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed? Passes unanimously. Councilmember Garcia, do you have a motion on the formal meeting minutes of September 4th, 2019?
Yes, so move.
Second.
A motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed, nay? Passes unanimously. Councilman Waring, do you have a motion on the formal meeting minutes of September 18, 2019?
The meeting minutes of September 18, 2019.
Second.
All those in favor signal aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed, nay? Passes unanimously. Vice Mayor, do you have a motion on mayor and city council board and commission nominations?
Motion to approve mayor and city council boards and commissions nominations.
Second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, say nay. Passes unanimously. We next move to the liquor license portion of our agenda. We had a request for comment on item 10, but that individual is not available to speak right now. So, Vice Mayor, do we have a motion on items 5 through 16?
Yes, motion to approve items 5 through 16, except item 10, and noting that the applicant has requested to continue item 17 to August 26, 2020.
Second.
And I believe, and a staff can correct me if I'm wrong, we can include 10 in the omnibus motion because the individual wishing to speak is not available to speak.
Yes, Mayor, that is correct.
So, Vice Mayor, would you be comfortable with your motion including item 10?
Yes.
And the second? Was that Councilwoman Williams who seconded?
Yeah, I second it, yes.
That Councilman Stark, okay. All right, so then all those in favor of items 5 through 16, please say aye.
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 Any opposed, please signal nay.
Mayor, this is the city clerk. Just to clarify, and that includes item 17 to be continued to August 26, 2020.
Correct. Thank you. All right. So passes unanimously. Do we need anything else from our city clerk's office?
No, thank you. Thanks, Mayor.
Wonderful. And city clerk, are we ready for ordinances, resolutions, new business, planning, and zoning?
Yes, Mayor.
Vice Mayor, do we have a motion?
Yes, motion to approve items 18 through 77, except the following: items 19, 20, 25, 26, 27, 29, 30, 31, 32, 34, 36, 44, 45, 49, 50, and 71.3, 73.2, 73.3, and item 34 is as revised. Item 72 is requested to be continued to August 26, 2020. Items 73.1, 73.2, 73.3 have also been withdrawn, and item 40 and 51 have been withdrawn, and excluding these items for public comment, 25, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 36, 43, 44, 45, 71, 73.1, 73.2, and 73.3, and 77.
Second.
Thank you.
Mayor, I would love to vote on the following items, which are 73.1, 73.2, and 73.3, so I can't support this motion.
Thank you. I will turn to our either our city manager or our city attorney. Can you explain a little bit about items 73.1, 2, and 3, how they were on the agenda and how they came to be withdrawn, and what does that mean going forward?
Yes, Mayor, members of the council, items 73.1, 73.2, and 73.3 were added by a memo from 3 council members as provided under the rules of council proceedings that allows 3 council members to place an item on the agenda. Because those members place that item on the agenda, the 3 of them can withdraw that item prior to this time. That item was withdrawn in writing to the city manager, so those items are not on the agenda just as other withdrawal items are.
And just to clarify to Councilmember Stark, the items are actually not part of the motion, Chris, is that correct? So you're not actually voting on whether they're withdrawn, they are in fact withdrawn. So Councilmember Stark, your vote on the omnibus would not be one way or the other on those 3 items. Mr. City Attorney?
Mayor, members of the council, city manager, yes, that's correct. The item was withdrawn, so it's not part of the withdrawal motion.
Yeah, and so I guess I haven't seen that letter. I'm opening up on my mail right now. I apologize. So that's why I think I'm confused. Who signed the letter, and did you send it to us? Withdrawal?
Mayor, Councilwoman Stark, the letter was submitted by the 3 council members that put it on.
Oh, okay, I see.
And Councilmember Stark, it was just submitted right at 10 o'clock, so it's understandable that you would not have seen it. It was just sent 2 minutes ago.
Okay, I apologize. I was confused. I just opened up my email and I see it was sent at 10:04. Thank you.
And so, city manager or city attorney, for an item to come back, there are no meetings called throughout the summer. I, as mayor, could call a meeting and on the hospitality ordinance, and I'm publicly committing I will not be doing so. How else could a meeting be called?
Mayor, members of the council rules provide that 3 council members can call a special meeting. So the meeting would have to be called by council members.
Okay, so for those of you who are online for the Phoenix Hospitality Ordinance, all of those items have been withdrawn and will not be heard today.
And Mayor,
any council member questions? Yes, go ahead.
I'm sorry, Mayor, this is the city manager. Just to also mention, so as the items are withdrawn, staff would go back to the original direction from the council, which was to have stakeholder meetings. Ms. Mackey has held 1, and she will schedule 2 more, as she had before, stakeholder meetings that will be communicated. We will then pull that information together and provide that to the council, and then we would await any further direction.
Any council member comments or questions?
So, Mayor, thank you.
Sorry, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Again, I'm sorry. I just read the memo, so I'm so sorry for all the confusion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. I also had not received it at the start of the meeting. Councilman DeCiccio.
Oh, Mayor, yeah, thank you. So just to Council Member Starks, I didn't see it either, but heard about it. But my question is this, is the, when you do the withdrawal, you're basically continuing the item, correct? You're basically continuing the item.
Mayor, members of the council, Councilman DeCiccio, no, a continuance and a withdrawal are different. A withdrawal is removing the item from the agenda. It doesn't
Right.
come back on its own. Something has to happen to put it back on. A continuance, the council is specifically moving it to another agenda date.
Agreed. But what I'm saying is that the previous direction was to go out there and do the stakeholder meetings with what? What are you going to do the stakeholder meetings with? What are you going to present in those meetings?
Mayor, Councilman DeCiccio, Ms. Mackey has scheduled the meeting. She already held one. That meeting was held with the ordinances that were actually posted in the agenda for people to comment on. And so we would go back and complete the other two meetings that Ms. Mackey had intended to hold. We would probably have to schedule them differently. And those meetings we will include the ordinances that were included in the packet as attachments to items 73, 1, 2, and 3.
Thank you for that, Ed. And then what happens next after those meetings are held?
Sure. Thank you, Councilman DeCiccio. What happens next is that staff would prepare a written report on the comments received, and then there is no direction from the council after that point, so we would await for the items to be placed on the agenda. That is done either by the mayor or by 3 council members.
Okay. So then that's what the next steps are after you go out and do the stakeholder meetings.
That's, yes. Yes, Councilman.
Yeah. All right, thank you. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilman. Are council members ready for roll call? All right, roll call.
DeCiccio,
Yes.
Garcia,
Yes.
Nowakowski,
Yes.
Pastor,
Yes.
Stark,
Yes.
Waring,
Yes.
Williams, Williams, Guardado,
Yes.
Gallego.
Yes.
Passes 8-0.
Thank you. So we will move on, and just to clarify again, the Phoenix City Council will not be hearing the hospitality ordinance at today's meeting. We next move to item 19, which is a settlement for a leak related to our water department. Vice Mayor, do we have a motion on item 19?
To approve item 19.
Second.
Any council member comments? Roll call.
DeCiccio,
Yes.
Garcia,
Yes.
Nowakowski,
Yes.
Pastor,
Yes.
Stark,
Yes.
Waring,
Yes.
Williams, Guardado, Guardado,
Yes.
Gallego.
Yes.
Passes 8-0.
We next move to item 20, which is related to golf for our Parks Department. Vice Mayor, do we have a motion?
Motion to approve item 20.
Second.
Any council member questions or comments? Roll call.
DeCiccio,
Yes.
Garcia,
Yes.
Nowakowski,
Yes.
Pastor,
Yes.
Stark, Waring,
No.
Williams.
Yes.
Thank you. Guardado,
Yes.
Gallego.
Yes.
Passes 8-1.
Thank you. Item 25 is a public hearing on the adoption of the property tax levy for 2020-2021. I will open the public hearing. We do have one individual wishing to address the council on this item, so we will go to Justin McKay. Justin, the floor is yours. Justin, are you with us?
You guys hear me?
And now we can.
Okay, good. So just a couple things from the city manager. Does this compare to a similar ordinance from last year? Is it within the city manager's job description to decide whether to make cuts to the budget, and if not, who? And then finally, if yes, then can the city manager or anyone explain what has been done to investigate other budget cuts, or is it always the first impulse just to raise taxes?
Thank you, Mr. McKay, for that comment. We will close the public hearing and move to item 26, which is the adoption of the property tax levy for 2020-2021. Vice Mayor, do we have a motion?
Motion to approve item 25?
26?
26, sorry.
Second.
Any comment? Roll call.
DeCiccio,
No.
Garcia,
Yes.
Nowakowski,
Yes.
Pastor,
Yes.
Stark,
Yes.
Waring, I apologize, Waring,
No. Sorry, you didn't hear me?
yes, thank you so much.
You didn't hear me?
Will-
Okay, thank you.
Williams,
Yes.
Guardado,
Yes.
Gallego.
Yes.
Passes 7-2.
Thank you. We next move to item 27, which is the summer payment ordinance. Vice Mayor, do we have a motion?
Motion to approve item 27.
Was that a second from Councilwoman Stark?
Yes. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you. We do have one member of the public wishing to address the council. Justin McKay again.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Sorry about that. I'll pass on number 27.
Wonderful, thank you. Roll call.
DeCiccio,
Yes.
Garcia, Nowakowski,
Yes.
Pastor,
Yes.
Stark,
Yes.
Waring,
Yes, did you hear me?
yes, thank you, Councilman.
Hello?
Williams,
Yes.
Guardado,
Yes.
Gallego.
Yes.
Passes 9-0.
Thank you. Item 28 is a contract with the Crisis Response Network for a web-based emergency shelter availability portal. This item was continued from our last council meeting. Do we have a motion?
Motion to approve item 28.
Second.
Do we have a second? We have a motion and a second. We'll begin with council member comments and then go to the phone to hear from the public. Councilmember Garcia.
Thank you, Mayor. We keep being told that this tool is supposed to. Can you hear me?
A little bit. It broke up a little on my end.
Okay. So we keep being told that this tool is to support those in our city to do outreach to our unsheltered community. And the primary outreach group has been the Phoenix Police. This is a larger issue I have with it. Police shouldn't be the primary group interacting with our unsheltered community. Not having a place to live is not a crime. The real harm is that we as a city have failed to build enough affordable housing, failed to provide enough shelter beds. Instead of investing further into the system that criminalizes people for a failure of our institutions, we as a city should invest in outreach systems that censors those better trained to care for, instead of criminalizing our folks without a shelter. Service providers, trained social workers, mental health professionals, etc. And this contract, as it currently stands, is failing to do that. I really would want to ask staff or figure out if there's some sort of commitment where Phoenix Police is not the primary use of this system, and if we could figure out a way where people aren't criminalized or targeted because of this system. And so I know we talked about these questions last week. I wonder if staff have any answers to those concerns.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, Ms. Franklin from the Human Services Department is coming forward, and she can address those questions.
So good morning, Mayor Gallego and Councilmember Garcia. In response to your question, the intent of this portal is to be able to have a way for those who are encountering individuals who experience homelessness to be able to lead with services, to be able to have readily available at their fingertips, if you will, when individuals express a desire to go into services. The intention with the portal is to allow us to do that. The intention with the portal is also to allow us to be able to track data that currently is not being tracked. For example, if an individual is wanting services and there's not a shelter bed that could be available because, as an example, they have a pet, we currently don't have a way in the city of Phoenix for us to be able to track that type of data, which helps us to be able to make informed decisions and recommendations back to you, and eventually, hopefully, at the direction that the mayor and city council have expressed about wanting a regional approach. At the end of the day, our Phoenix Police Department is very focused on leading with services when they are encountering individuals who experience homelessness. And yes, in fact, this would be designed for them to use this as well, because they, in addition to CBI, who we contract to provide outreach, also are encountering individuals who experience homeless. But again, the intent of the portal is to be able to ensure that as folks are seeking services and those who are encountering them have readily available at their fingertips information to be able to facilitate getting individuals into shelter, as well as providing data that we can use to make more informed decisions in the future.
Thank you for that. Is there a way we can get numbers both before and after, specifically ticketing around camping, so that we can make sure that this isn't being used for that?
So Mayor Gallego and Councilmember Garcia, the portal as it is designed is not set up to track that type of information. The portal is designed simply to be able to say if an individual is seeking shelter services, tracking if either, yes, we were able to provide that to them, or there was some impediment or barrier to that, or, for example, an individual is in one part of our city and the shelter service available is in a different part. It's more designed to track what are impediments to help make informed decisions. It's not designed, nor does it have the capacity, if you will, council member, to track if an individual is encountered by our Phoenix Police Department who are trying to lead with services in terms of what is the result of an outcome of that other than an offer of services. So the system is not designed to track that type of data.
But it can be used for that purpose, right? And I think this is a question, I don't know, to Chris or someone, or if it's you, Marshall, but can it be used to ticket and criminalize people if police is who has primary access to it?
So Mayor Gallego and Councilmember Garcia, it's very clear that it is not illegal to be homeless. So again, the intention, by nature of that, the portal is not designed to criminalize individuals who are experiencing homelessness. If in fact, and I'm not the law enforcement professional, but if in fact, as with anyone, whether they are experiencing homelessness or someone who may not be experiencing homelessness, if there is a behavior that results in some type of citation or arrest, that hypothetically could happen. But again, the intention and the intent of allowing our police department, who are on the front line, who are engaging and trying to lead with services when they encounter individuals experiencing homelessness, this is not designed to be a tool to say, here's an opportunity to create some type of enforcement on an individual who is experiencing homelessness. At the end of the day, again, I'm not the law enforcement professional. If someone has a behavior that is an illegal behavior, trespassing or a whole host of other things, I guess hypothetically, if it were deemed appropriate, there could be some type of enforcement around that. But again, the intent really is to ensure those who are on the front line have the ability to very quickly be able to ascertain what services are available and facilitate getting those individuals into services.
Thank you. And so then I guess the request would be for police, and I understand all those different scenarios. My concern is with the camping citation in particular. So maybe it's a request for police to make sure we track if citations for ticketing for camping it goes up. So thank you, Marshall.
Thank you, Councilmember Garcia. Councilman Nowakowski.
Well, thank you, Mayor. Mayor, I just want to once again thank you for your leadership on the homeless plan that started back in March, and that hopefully by September we'll approve it. And one of the key elements of that plan is really a team of navigators to help out our homeless population and individuals with services and trying to figure out how to help those homeless individuals out. Basically, all the calls that are involving police officers are led by phone calls to the police. The police aren't driving around looking for individuals camping illegally and stuff like that. That's what I've heard. That's what I was, as the chair of the public safety, I confirmed that with the police chief. I believe what we want to do is lead by services. We have I believe one of the best plans in the country that hopefully will approve this coming September. And basically it's about leading through services and providing help. And one of the suggestions is this porthole. This porthole is a tool that when a police officer is called for somebody trespassing or somebody's camping out in front of somebody's home or somebody's property or work business or on their porch, the police officers have a place to look up to find out where there's availability. One of the things that we heard was that a lot of the homeless individuals have pets, and a lot of these shelters don't carry pets. So we actually put that in there, looking in the porthole. Do you accept dogs and cats? If not, boom. The other thing is that they have a lot of belongings, making sure that they can store their belongings. So we're looking at different ways to store that. But once again, I'm going to be supporting this. It's really a way, it's a tool for police officers to find shelter for individuals that need help. And it's one of those services that the city believes in, that we lead by services and we help the most needy. So once again, thank you. And once again, Mayor, thank you, and thanks my colleagues. I know right now that when it's hitting over 100 degrees of temperature, we're even opening up our convention center where individuals during sun up to sundown have a place to cool down and also get some of those services that they need. So once again, Marshall, thank you. Thank your leadership in this, and hopefully we'll pass this plan in September and we can have some more examples and be that leader in the country. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilman Nowakowski. I am also really looking forward to passing that plan in September, and grateful to the staff that worked so hard to develop it and are working to make it even better. Any additional council member comments before we go to the public? All right, we will go to the public. We have a large number of individuals who are interested in commenting on this item, and we will begin with Wendy Johnson, followed by Sophia Alicia. I'm sorry, Wendy is no longer with us. We will begin with Sophia Alicia and go to Madison Stratford.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
The fact that this motion was brought forward is indicative of just how little you have listened to the public. All across the country, people are calling for social services rather than militarized response force. Sal and Chris blatantly said last week that police have an obligation to penalize people experiencing homelessness. Obligated. This makes criminalization inevitable. Marshall, the way you dance around this inevitable criminality is truly an art, and I want you to know that you are complicit in the harm that will result. Nowakowski, it's no secret that you're in bed with the mayor to displace the zone. Leading by services, leading by services, leading by services. How many times have we heard that statement, and how empty is it? What a joke. You literally just said police will respond to trespassing, aka sleeping. I want you to know that's what that means, sleeping. What happens when they refuse to be transported to another area of the city because they have no connection to anyone around there? No one wants to be displaced. This is exactly what you're calling for. You also, Nowakowski, referenced storing belongings. Where were you when the street cleanups have thrown away so many people's personal belongings? So many people's personal belongings, from medication to tents, which is their only shelter in 100-degree weather. It's also really curious that you're constantly talking about this convention. Language. It's also really curious that you're talking about this convention center constantly when all it's doing is seeking to reduce the amount of deaths that are happening in our city by record numbers. People are dying by the dozens of heat in our city. I don't know how y'all sleep at night, for real. The fact that y'all are using this political language in order to get around this situation, I'm ashamed of you, I'm embarrassed of you, and I'm fully intended to see this motion through. Honestly, that's what I'm gonna end with. Y'all.
Madison Stratford, followed by Sarai Richter.
So I just wanted to say that while I do think the homeless population could benefit from a database, I fully do not believe that the police should have primary involvement. I believe that this database should be in the care of trained social workers. The police are underqualified to provide these services. It creates way too many opportunities for criminalization and trauma in an already traumatized population. So I live off 19th Avenue in Northern, and behind our house last winter was a homeless encampment. Now, my heart goes out to these people, but obviously there are a lot of issues with trash, drug use, etc. The police would come by to sweep them out, and what would end up happening is these people I'd watch them be re-traumatized by the way the police would aggressively sweep them out of the area. I really just don't think that they should be involved with this at all. It totally solidified my thoughts that They should not be having contact with the unsheltered population. And this money could be better spent towards creating more beds and shelters. And yeah, just the lack of transparency with this motion to me is really appalling. And I really urge you to revisit this motion and put more money towards the social services for professionally trained social service responders who have a background in mental health, because the police certainly do not. They're just there to bully them. We also need an alternate phone line to call instead of having to call the police when there are issues with encampments. So I really urge you to look into that as well. I really don't think we should be criminalizing our unsheltered population. And I think that this system just leaves way too much open and too much opportunity for criminalization. Thank you. I yield my time.
Ms. Richter will be followed by Damon White.
Hello, this is Sarai Richter, pronouns they, them, their, and I live in District 8. I ask you to oppose agenda item 28. We should be defunding the police, not giving them more tools to further criminalize houselessness. We are well aware of the issues of housing inequality here in Phoenix, and we don't need another database to tell us that. We could be putting this money to affordable housing solutions. With $200,000, we could be building 70 plus tiny homes, and that could start to curve the gap. I urge you to vote no, and leading through services means making sure that social workers and mental health specialists are there on the front lines, not police officers. I yield.
Damon will be followed by Paris Moore.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. While Michelle Nowakowski have painted a very pretty picture of the portal and the city's plan to address homelessness, the discussion entirely continues to neglect the fact that a plan which does not include the input of the people actually providing services to people on the ground for those experiencing homelessness is doomed to both be incomprehensive and actually addressing the community's needs, and fail to be based on a perspective that has any solid fundamental understanding of what the situation is like on the ground. Further, it is absolutely insane to suggest that Phoenix PD should be the exclusive group with access to this portal, considering that Phoenix PD regularly harasses, robs, assaults, arrests, and displaces those in the weakest position in our society under the pretense of enforcing laws meant to protect us. Additionally, the nature in which the city plan, proposed, and voted on this ordinance with no community involvement is a joke and clearly indicative of a plan that is not intended to include any community involvement, which is pretty suspect considering the goal of the plan. I sincerely hope that this proposal is reconsidered, and I sincerely hope that an actually comprehensive plan, including the input of people who are already providing these services to people and providing access to this database to those people, and hopefully including them in a first response basis for addressing these calls when they come up is implemented, because otherwise this is a farce. I yield my time.
Paris will be followed by Elizabeth Venable. All right, we will go to Elizabeth Venable, followed by Alicia McKinley.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, so Alicia's riding the bus, so she's not here today, but I feel that, for one, not only should you include the voices of people who are service providers, but you also have to include the voices of people who are experiencing homelessness to actually find out whether or not these services are effective in actually changing anything. I I believe that it's inappropriate for the police to have the primary control of the navigation system, the portal, because I think it's an easy way of them to try to get out of Martin v. Boise or Lavon v. City of LA. I think it's very nice that you finally decided to store, as opposed to trash, the possessions of homeless people. I await seeing that. I haven't seen anything like that, and I've seen many people's personal documents and effects being thrown away. I've also seen recently two people being arrested for urban camping explicitly. And so essentially they were criminalized for having property. And so their property they were given a citation and nothing was done to help them. No portal, no navigation, nothing was done to help them. So maybe in the future, the police might be more helpful, but I don't want you to use it as an excuse to be punitive, because you will be still violating these rulings. Those rulings say specifically that you have to have appropriate shelter, and it has to be appropriate to the person. If it's in Mesa, that may not be appropriate. If it's a religious shelter, that may not be appropriate. Just because a bed is open doesn't necessarily mean that it's appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you. If Alicia is not with us, then we will next go to Leah Terry, followed by Biplov Burrell.
Hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. So like I said, my name is Leah Rambula-Terry. I'm a resident of Phoenix, and I oppose this contract. I volunteered at Andre House for several years, and this plan was written without the knowledge or consideration of providers like Andre House. Wouldn't you want to invite service providers to that conversation to ensure complete accuracy in the plan for the best interests of the city and people experiencing homelessness? Having the police be the primary users of the shelter bed database simply does not make sense. Shelter is supposed to bring a sense of safety and comfort for those without a home. Andre House has reported 30% of their dinner guests have been arrested by the police for loitering or sleeping outside. So wouldn't it be a contradiction that the police, who have made guests feel discomfort and agitation, be the primary holders of a shelter database that's supposed to give a sense of comfort and safety? The portal is based on the presumption that people experiencing homelessness will be interacting with the police the most. Why is it not based on the presumption, or hope at least, the unsheltered will have the most interaction with service providers? If you want to track data, why do you not trust service providers to collect that information and share it with you? And again, I think a couple people have addressed this. We have been calling as your constituents to give less responsibility to the police. You are welcome to change your mind. In fact, we are expecting you to change your mind on plans like these. Just in general, if I had a guest at Andre House that came up to me, approached me, and asked, I really need shelter tonight, it'd be kind of confusing if I told them, actually, the police will be the ones that can tell you where your shelter beds are. Being at Andre House, there are a lot of people who just have had so many bad interactions with the police, and how can you sit?
Biplov will be followed by Yael.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I would just like to say that I think the web-based emergency shelter portal, with Phoenix PD being the primary group to access this portal, is a terrible idea. I think it would be beneficial to everyone if service providers are the ones providing services, not the police department. Outreach done by individuals with backgrounds in social work or mental health is a far superior idea. You know, you guys are giving power to the opposite people that the majority of us want. And I hope you guys understand that. The police officers are not equipped to handle such issues with homelessness. And I just want to reiterate the fact that we need trauma-informed care workers to respond to calls for homelessness, instead of the police, who literally have an obligation to ticket, fine, and arrest people. I would just like to say, Councilman Nowakowski, you're living in the most idealistic world I've ever seen. I can't believe look around the world, or look around the U.S. There are protests going all around, including in the state of Arizona, of the police abusing their powers. And yet you still think that the police are going to do their job as they are told. I would like to yield my time.
Thank you. Yael will be followed by Joseph Manarelli.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Yeah, my name is Yael. I would urge you to vote no on this. I think police have a clear conflict of interest, and they should not have access to this database. It should instead social workers who are equipped to deal with unsheltered people and their unique needs and share information on options without sort of the implicit threat of force would be more appropriate. And especially because they're trained in harm reduction and mental health services, as well as housing. And that's something that we've seen over and over again, is that police across the country are not equipped to handle situations that they're not specifically trained in. As Councilmember Garcia mentioned, just because this tool isn't designed for enforcement doesn't mean in practice that it won't be. And that's something we've seen over and over and over again, that tools that are designed, that people say are designed not for enforcement, but to help people, end up causing a lot of harm in the hands of police. And yeah, I think the portal is a great idea, that it be fully funded, but it should be funded without police department access. And another way to help unsheltered people is to increase shelter beds.
Joseph will be followed by Maxina.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. Madam Mayor, members of the council, thank you for your time today. I first want you to imagine the scene from a few months ago. You know you're going to be receiving a $1,200 economic impact payment check, and you're patiently waiting every day to see if it arrives. Me personally, I was checking my bank account while others were checking the mail. Now imagine you're homeless, sleeping on gravel in an uncovered parking lot with no shade in the 110-degree summer heat, still waiting on that same payment. While some might be spending it on rent or utilities, what about our fellow unhoused residents of Phoenix? Well, Mr. Williams, a resident of District 7, represented by Councilman Nowakowski, said he planned to buy a big fan, a stockpile of batteries, and a gallon-sized bucket. He was going to fill the bucket with ice and put the fan on top of it to try to keep his sleeping quarters cool this summer. A tent in a gravel parking lot. Mr. Williams called this poor man's air conditioning. It was an upgrade from his 4-inch fan running off a cell phone charger. He's 59 years old. Last year, 67 individuals were unhoused at the time of their heat-associated deaths. In 2018, 61 individuals experiencing homelessness died from the heat. Both years were record-breaking for our fellow residents who passed away in the county. Last week, Assistant City Manager Janovich spoke about how having live tracking of bed availability is the best practice, and that the city currently maintains contracts with CPLC and UMOM for first responders' beds. While this may be able to help a few individuals or families, I would also like to remind the council of what Tyler Rosensteel, the director of HMIS at Crisis Response Network, said during that same meeting. When the annual point-in-time count was conducted in January 2020, nearly all of the beds in Maricopa County were full. Assistant City Manager Janovich and Councilmember Garcia also noted there simply are not enough beds. We've also heard that here today. Contrary to Assistant City Manager Janovich that this portal will demonstrate the need in the community, we already know there is not enough capacity, and a simple bed inventory report can tell us that. On that one night in January 2020, there were only 1,700 emergency beds available in Maricopa County. Phoenix had 2,400.
Maxina will be followed by Rebecca Young.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. While a web-based shelter availability portal sounds helpful, the fact that Phoenix Police Department is the primary group accessing the portal proves it will be weaponized to terrorize the unsheltered community in Phoenix. A vote for this contract would allow the police department to target, ticket, fine, and arrest unsheltered people. There's no reason for the coordination of available shelter beds to be under police oversight. The COVID-19 pandemic has highlighted the pre-existing structural inequalities in the Phoenix metropolitan area, inequalities the Phoenix police actively uphold. To expect the police to somehow remedy issues of houselessness and economic inequality is nonsensical. The Phoenix police have a brutal track record of criminalizing and abusing our city's most vulnerable populations. This contract is an attempt to work around the Boise Supreme Court decision to let people camp if there are no available beds. This contract would allow police to displace people under the guise of leading through service. People should only relocate under their own terms. The police do not and will never operate according to the best interest of unsheltered people. To honor the safety and dignity of our unsheltered neighbors, I demand an immediate vote to increase shelter beds, a provider portal without police access, and only certified trauma-informed care workers responding to calls for homelessness. Council members, consider doing something beneficial for your community before you take your 2-month taxpayer-funded break. Vote no. I yield my time.
Rebecca will be followed by Sarah Yoon.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. I'm in District 4, and I ask you to oppose this motion. The database portal is a great tool that is needed to help people access available beds and resources, but police cannot be a part of it. It's counterproductive and terrifying because they have motive to ticket, fine, and arrest our homeless neighbors. Police are not the best equipped to deal with homeless people and those with mental illness. We need to be sending informed care workers and mental health workers. Those should be the people to have access to this database. The Arizona Healthcare Cost Containment System contracts regional behavioral health authorities whose goal is to have housing services. Why don't they get access to this database? We know we need more shelter beds. This isn't a new issue. Let's please vote to get more shelter beds. And most importantly, please listen to us, the community. We do not want police involved in this. If this portal is not designed to criminalize people, then let's allow another agency to use it rather than those who can criminalize people. Once again, I beg you to oppose this motion. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you. Sarah is followed by Fadalea. Man.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, I'm really deeply concerned that the portal is allowing Phoenix police to be the primary accessors. There's an already overdue issue of not having enough shelter beds in the area, and allowing for police to be the first responders and the ones with a detailed map on where our unsheltered neighbors are. It just seems like a way for undertrained officers to harass, fine, and cite already vulnerable individuals. I also find it a little bit disturbing that the motion was stated in the report as a response to containing and tracking the spread of COVID. But throughout this call, there has been nothing said in regards to this, which concerns me because it feels like as if there have been multiple empty reasons to justify the usage of $200,000 to create a portal that could lead to criminalization of homelessness. It's unethical and ill-proposed, and we first and foremost need to increase the number of much-needed shelter beds and implement other proactive solutions toward preventing homelessness to occur in the first place, such as building affordable housing, increasing mental trauma and physical health services, and if such a portal is to be created, then service providers, social workers, health professionals, and trauma-informed care workers should be the primary responders in these situations of homelessness, and absolutely should not be armed and historically violent, ill-equipped officers who are incentivized to ticket, fine, and arrest vulnerable citizens. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. Fadalea is followed by Masal.
You guys hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can.
Okay, my name is actually pronounced Fadila. Thank you so much. I'm in District 6. Oh, no, you're fine. I'm in District 6. I think it's ridiculous that you think this is a great idea to be pushed through when we have not even had adequate beds to house for these people to sleep. Also, many people that are a part of the homeless community do not have a great relationship with the police. Phoenix, the city of Phoenix leads the United States in police-involved shootings. Until that is fixed, why would we assume that they are equipped to handle people that are homeless? They're not even equipped to handle the general public. And that's how we know that through our numbers. The Phoenix police doesn't even have enough police officers to have police at the police station. And yet you want to give them another tool that will not be providing or any community help. You can give this information. I do think it's a great idea. However, it should be going to train professionals. And unfortunately, the police is not that. I apologize if that offended anyone. However, we need to first work on problems inside of the Phoenix police before we can give them another database to criminalize people, because that's exactly what they're going to do. And I would love to see the numbers tracked at the end of the month when they're trying to fill their quotas. Thank you so much. I yield my time.
Thank you. Mysal will be followed by Karen Olson.
Hello?
Hello? We can hear you.
All right. All right, great. My name's actually Maysal. There seems to be a lot of emphasis on intent and design. The worry of the people is that this tool will be used in a way that is harmful to the population it claims to serve. We can help our homeless population by actually increasing the shelter beds and having shelters that accept pets. Why not invest the dollars in something that will make an actual impact to the community we say we want to serve? As written, I strongly oppose this measure. Please use your time to actually do something that will be helpful for the people. Listen to the community. We have awoken, we're all aware, and we're watching. I yield my time.
Karen will be followed by Ariane.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. I am talking in order to encourage the council members to vote no for this portal similarly to the many people that have spoken prior to me. What we need is to understand that we need to come together for our unsheltered and homeless population and not re-traumatize them by putting a portal access into the hands of the police. That we as a community speak to that they are not serving us in the way that perhaps we hope, but they are not actually doing. We need this portal definitely, and we definitely need more shelter beds for our again, unsheltered and homeless population. But we need it to not be in the hands of the police. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. Ariane will be followed by Justin McKay. All right, we will go to Justin, followed by Claire Nelson. We have about 12 more comments on this item.
I support it. I suspect it's a better use of funds than creating a whole new department of social workers to like this. I think it's important for the police to know where to bring homeless people, you know, if they need to be brought to a shelter, if they want to. Also, I'm not sure if this is the case now, but the portal should be shared with all other homeless shelters too. So if we're going to move forward on this homelessness project thing, then I would support it.
Thank you. Claire will be followed by Ash Us.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right. I live in District 7, just a couple miles away from the homeless services campus, so I'm fully aware of what's going on downtown, and it seems like my Councilman Nowakowski, is not. Police exist to respond to crime, and this is not a crime. To respond to calls about encampments and other similar reports. Criminalizing. You admit that poverty is a crime, so why are you giving police access to a database that will allow them to arrest more and re-traumatize people? Police are not service providers. It makes absolutely no sense why you would give them primary access to this database instead of giving it to actual service providers and care workers. If you must create a database, give it to them. And we don't need a database to see what's going on. There is a literal tent city blocks away from your offices. Can you not see that blocks away? If you agree that homelessness is a problem and you see this tent city blocks away from where you are, then you should just approve more shelter beds instead of creating a database that won't do anything to help people and will just further criminalize people by putting their data in the hands of police officers. It makes absolutely no sense at all, and you guys need to do better. I yield my time. Do better, Michael.
Ash will be followed by Mel Harmon.
Hello, can y'all hear me all right?
Yes, we can.
Awesome. I don't want to be repetitive on a lot of what was shared. I'm grateful for all of the folks who spoke today about this. You know, I really see the value and the need for better information about what's available in terms of shelter. I see there could be a huge benefit if providers have this. And so I'm just going to talk a little bit about some of my frontline experiences, because I have had some meetings with city staff and with city council members. And for those of y'all who come up with policies that genuinely are well-intentioned, I just really am asking that you hear these and think about some of the unintended consequences of those policies. I'm coming from in this. So, you know, we have people that, as many folks have said, sleep outside, and they're sleeping somewhere where there's an ATA, and they're ticketed for trespassing, and then they're in violation of their parole, and then they go back into the criminal justice system, and then they fall off the by name list for housing, and then they don't get their housing voucher, and they have to start the process all over again. I've gone to court as character witnesses for people who've gotten a public nuisance charge. I mean, the guy was yelling, he was intoxicated, but he was cited for a public nuisance in an empty place where there weren't other people around. If you are experiencing homelessness and you don't have a restroom and you urinate in public, that's something which becomes criminalized. So this idea around the criminalization of homelessness, it's not just a word used to evoke feeling. It's a very real world thing which happens when people don't have homes. Some of the behaviors which Marshall talked about, they do become illegal inherently because you don't have a home. So I'm asking you to think about that. Also, Councilmember Nowakowski, the amount of times that you said lead with services, you were not leading with services. You installed chains and poles displacing hundreds of people. Just want to put that out there.
Mel will be followed by Tyler Rosensteel.
Hello, Council. Thank you for letting Mel talk. She has a and is having a hard time speaking, so I'm here to relay the message for her. She just wanted it to be known that she is glad that this initiative is being taken and that the council is looking at ways to combat homelessness and does see that maybe the police need help with this. They do need to be a part of it to help, but social work should be there too. The hate towards police can be understandable from some police being bad, but she just wants it relayed that there needs to be more help with the police. And it's on the document, it says that they are not the primary accessors. So the hate towards them being the only access is not quite understandable to her because the primary group is not the only group. And she understands that you all will have other people there to help with the homeless people. Again, she just wants to thank you all for putting an initiative forward that will help the homeless as it's becoming rampant, and hopes the changes made will improve homelessness in Phoenix. She yields her time.
Thank you. I hope she feels better. Tyler will be followed by Camille Johnson.
Hello, my name is Ty Rosensteel. I'm the Director of the Homeless Management Information System and Crisis Response Network. I am supportive of this project for 3 reasons. First, I shared this plan with over a dozen community service agencies over the past 2 weeks. While they had concerns about police use of the portal, they all agreed that they would find the information useful because right now they need to call individual shelters one at a time. Shelters, street outreach workers, and service providers will use this. It's incorrect to say that only police would use this portal. The portal is designed to streamline the process and allow everyone to get access to the information in one consolidated place. It will also allow us to track the impediments to a person seeking shelter, either geography, religious preference, belongings, pets, disability, household type, etc. Second, the data we currently have for shelter availability is collected only once a year. This project would make shelter availability updated daily. The last available data we have on the subject is from January of 2020. COVID-19 has drastically changed shelter availability with both increases and decreases. Last, the infrastructure is essential to improve the homeless system and to inform a regional approach to homelessness. Once this has been used for a few months and we can ensure that it meets the needs of service providers, we'll have a better idea about the data to ensure that people can get the services they need in the location that they are at. The concerns that exist around police interaction with homeless persons exist with or without this portal, and those need to be addressed by a comprehensive plan around homelessness that data from this portal could help inform. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you. Camille will be followed by Joseph Fabian.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. Hello, City Council members and Mayor. My name is Camille Johnson, and I'm a resident in District 7 in Councilmember Nowakowski's district. City Council must vote no on this proposal as it stands, because although it doesn't give sole access to Phoenix PD, it does give them access at all. So having Phoenix PD handle unsheltered community members would mean further criminalization of a vulnerable population. Police are trained to ticket and arrest, not to be trauma-informed, culturally sensitive care workers. Phoenix PD has a long history of violent interactions with the unsheltered, including when they killed Mohammed Mohaimin Jr., who was using a community center bathroom when police were called. Phoenix PD showed up and arrested Mohammed, who was houseless and suffered from PTSD and schizophrenia. They knocked Mohammed's dog out of his hands after he said he didn't have anyone to care for the dog. Then police officers forced Mohammed to the ground, kneeled on his head as he cried out, "I can't breathe." Mohammed went into cardiac arrest and died. This is what happens when police interact with the unsheltered. People die. We need social workers and mental health counselors, not the police handling the task of interacting and finding beds for the unsheltered. Think of Mohammed Mohaimin Jr. and his dying words, "I can't breathe," when you vote on this measure. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you. Joseph will be followed by Anissa.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Many of the commenters coming before me laid out a far more compelling emotional and moral response to this proposal than I ever could. I do ask people to consider this from a practical angle, however. When a resident of Phoenix has a stroke or a heart attack, emergency medical services are sent. They're the first ones on the scene to evaluate it. If there's something that requires law enforcement, then law enforcement is never far away. When we bring up the idea of a registry for homeless beds and a way to track homelessness in Phoenix, but make the police the primary responders rather than the service providers, that would be akin to sending out the police to people having a heart attack or a stroke. To experience shelterlessness is to experience trauma. And a lot of the difficulties in serving these people's needs come up from our own inability to understand other people's trauma and respond to it appropriately. Therefore, much like we send emergency medical services out first to somebody experiencing a heart attack or stroke, the first and primary responders to any situation dealing with shelterless people need to be people trained specifically in trauma, trauma treatment, and de-escalation. I think that having people whose primary training is in responding to threats be the primary responders to situations dealing with the shelterless is a dangerous and inefficient way to solve a problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Anicia will be followed by Corey Calkins.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. My name is Anisha Groves, and I've worked as a mental health counselor in Phoenix in a community mental health setting. And so I have worked with clients who are unsheltered. And I will say, even though it's anecdotal, for all of these clients, without exception, fear of encounters with police is an ever-present stressor. So just thinking about the police and needing to constantly avoid contact with them in the interest of personal safety, this really interferes with the client's mental health, and it interferes with us working together to try to plan a way to establish financial and housing stability. And as a therapist, when my client says there's a reason to be afraid, I believe them. So if I'm to believe my clients, then I'm to believe that police are a threat to unsheltered people and must not be allowed near them. So only trauma-informed social workers, counselors, other behavioral health providers, and any other community supports that are requested by those most impacted should be responding to their needs. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you. Corey will be followed by Monique. We have 3 speakers remaining on this item.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Excellent. My name is Corey. I live in District 4, and I just wanted to echo some of the concerns stated by Councilman Garcia as well as some of my fellow public commenters that I think that the portal could be a potentially useful tool. I am extremely concerned about involving the Phoenix Police Department in it. I'm concerned that it would lead to more criminalization rather than actually helping folks to connect to resources. So I think if the council wants to move forward with a database or a portal or a tool of this kind, I think that they need to revisit the proposal and make sure that the only folks that have access to it are trained care workers and service providers themselves. I think that this is a really good opportunity for the council to demonstrate that they are listening to what the people are saying about concerns with the Phoenix Police Department and to demonstrate an alternative. Additionally, I'd like to see a vote for increasing shelter beds scheduled immediately. Thank you for your time. I yield.
Thank you, Monique, followed by Elena. Elena will be our final speaker. Monique?
Mayor, we appear to not have audio for Monique.
All right, we will go to Elena.
Hi there, are you able to hear me?
We are.
Great, thank you for your time, and I'd like to say thank you to all the amazing speakers that have, given me a new perspective, and I think informed everyone more than I could ever. So I appreciate this group effort. I'm here to say that the Phoenix Police Department should not have access to this database. By approving this, you are approving to create an environment of trauma for unsheltered individuals. I'm speaking out because I deeply care about the people who inhabit Arizona. I deeply care for my friends. I deeply care for this community. I hope that you will show that you care and you are dedicated to creating a positive change instead of a negative one. Do not allow Phoenix PD to have access to this database. I yield my time.
Thank you. That is our final member of the public to speak on this item. Are there any council member comments? Roll call.
DeCiccio.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I was
Councilwoman Pastor, please go ahead.
figure out everything. On item 28, what I wanted to know, or what I understand of item 28 is that all providers or the providers outreach teams have access to this portal.
Mayor Gallego and Councilwoman Pastor, that is correct.
Okay. And the intent is really to get information to those that are, those teams that are working with the homeless population or the displaced population in being able to find them services and beds. Is that my understanding?
Yes, that is correct, Councilwoman Pastor.
Okay. The other piece that I understand, and people can correct me, but I do believe that in some of the statements, or actually a lot of the statements I agreed with pros and cons, is that police aren't equipped aren't equipped in the sense of behavioral health, mental health, be able to interact in the sense of with the homeless population and be able to get the resources that are needed. I think those are our outreach teams and CBIs. However, police are called to places, businesses, residents that have no trespassing signs and are there at the very beginning or with a team to assess the situation and need options and tools to be able to get them the resources that is needed. Is that the purpose of this portal, Marshall?
Mayor Gallego and Councilwoman Pastor, yes, that is the intention of the portal.
Okay. What I would like to see is staff work with the community and to enhance or be able to bring more providers to the table in the sense of how the use of the portal and using the portal and enhancing services or options, and it be more of a community-based type of portal, and police also have access to know where beds are. Because my understanding is that the law states that police have to transport, that the police transport a homeless person or someone that they're in contact with to the center or the shelter. That is my understanding. Can they hear me?
Mayor Gallego, Councilwoman Pastor, can you restate your question, please?
Something's going on with my computer at this moment because everything's frozen. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes.
Okay. So my question is, or I want to understand, I would like for staff to work with the community and providers on really having ownership over the portal other than the police, and working with the police to be able then to assist in the behavioral health and the mental piece when in contact with a homeless person. Because I don't feel like they are equipped in that sense, or you know, you get a degree in that and you get have a lot of training in that area. And so I think the portal is important and it's an option, but I think we can enhance it and do better.
Mayor Gallego and Councilwoman Pastor, you are very correct. Our intention was always to create the portal, if you will, from a kind of a pilot perspective, be able to determine what works, what does not work in terms of the data that would go into it and how the data gets used, and then be able to allow other entities, whether it's our homeless service providers, other cities in the region, the county, to be able to access this. So that's always our intent, and it is our intent to make sure that we're working with our partners as we move forward.
Marshall, my screen is frozen. Marshall, how many CBIs or how many teams do we have on the ground?
Mayor Gallego, Councilwoman Pastor, we currently have 9 teams.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Do you have any additional questions? Any council member questions before we vote? I should note that we received 170 comments on this item, of which 165 opposed. Roll call.
DeCiccio.
Yes.
Garcia.
Mayor, may I explain my vote?
Please do.
Okay. I think process matters. What we witnessed last week of having the 34-page plan come forward to us without us being able to have community input, without us being able to establish values or an overall long-term strategy, is a result of this. We were told last Monday or last Tuesday that we were not going to move forward with plans until we had that process, and we didn't not only not have the process, but we had this come to us the day after, and now a week later there's still no clarity. You see where the community is at with the amount of comments and the people that came on. So I think process matters, and we need to figure this out. And it matters when people's lives are impacted in this way. I think to pretend that somehow police are gonna act like Uber drivers and give people rides to shelters, one, that's not realistic, and two, I'm sure if you ask police, that's not what they want to be doing. And so them having access to this does not seem logical, as most people who commented made the point. I want to thank everyone who came on and gave comments. I want to encourage them to stay engaged as we move forward into the fall with the overall homeless plan, to make sure that it is a housing first plan, that we are not criminalizing folks. So everyone, a lot of you, this is the first time I've seen you all engage in a council meeting. I really hope we can work together to make sure that we are not criminalizing people and that we're actually finding solutions, and that we're supporting the folks that are out there. We need to pay attention not only to this particular vote, but overall working class people and how they're being supported or supported by this council. I think because of COVID, because of the way corporations are acting, we are going to see a large influx in people being on the streets. And so I want both public and the council to understand that this issue is only going to grow. And if we handle it with enforcement, we're only going to grow those same troubles we've seen in the past. I'm glad someone brought up Mohammed, and that is obviously worst case scenario, but that's what we don't want happening. Yeah, so I'm going to vote no on this because I don't feel confident in police obtaining this information. I think it would be a great use for the nonprofits and the folks that are genuinely trying to help folks, but because I do not feel assured that police will use this in a way that's not going to harm people, I'm voting no. Thank you.
Nowakowski.
Mayor, I'm going to be supporting this. Thank you for letting us know that there's other people that are using the porthole, like the services providers and also the firefighters right now. So I think there's a lot of different individuals using and services using this porthole. So thank you for that. And also what's lacking in this conversation is the neighborhood and communities around these communities that are being affected. So I think we need to continue that conversation and look at a holistic approach to it and encourage our other cities to participate, and even the state. So we as a city of Phoenix are investing $26 million in our homeless, and we have one of the best plans, I think, in the whole nation, and that we need to continue to encourage other cities to actually participate and actually come up with a plan for their cities. So if there's any way we can continue working with MAG to make this happen, that'd be great. And I understand the fight that you all have at the Andres house, that you all want 1,000 beds, but I think it needs to be shared throughout the region. It needs to be more of a regional approach and not have all the beds in just downtown Phoenix. It needs to be in the West Valley, East Valley, North Valley, and spread out wherever the homeless community are living. They should have services and providers in that area. So with that, I'm a yes, Mayor, and thank you.
Pastor.
I actually never finished all the questions that I had, but that's okay. I appreciate Councilman Garcia and his points. I do appreciate the fact that we are trying to create an option and be able to put resources in the hands of those on the ground. I understand the dynamics with the police. I agree with Councilman Garcia. I don't believe that the police are wanting to be able to or have the ability, or actually it's a law, to be able to take transport to shelters and centers. I believe that is the responsibility of the teams on the ground. And if we need more teams, then I think that's where we need to look at and come back and identify how many more teams we need across our city. With that, I am voting yes.
Stark,
Yes.
Waring,
Yes.
Williams, Williams.
Yes.
Thank you. Guardado.
Okay.
Mayor, I'm going to explain my vote.
Please do.
I get the intent. I appreciate all the comments, everyone that called in to voice their concerns on this, but I don't think that we thought out the consequences for this, so I am going to be voting no.
Gallego.
Yes.
Passes 7-2.
Thank you. We next turn to Arts and Culture Coronavirus Relief Program, item number 29. This is an exciting one that includes support for so many arts and culture institutions that have sacrificed so much to help us fight the coronavirus. Groups like our Science Center, Musical Instrument Museum, ArtLink, our choruses for our young people. So very important groups. Really looking forward to supporting this one, and I want to thank our Arts and Culture Commission as well as our staff for getting us a great group of applicants. Vice Mayor, do we have a motion?
Motion to approve item 29.
Second.
Council member comments. We do have one individual wishing to address the council on this, Justin McKay.
Yep, hey again. So for this one, I'd support it. I do support it, but I would love it if one of the council members or Mayor Gallego or the city manager could clarify, is there a way for us to account for how these funds were used later, after they are released to these different organizations? If anyone can answer that, even before the vote, I would really appreciate that. Thanks.
Thank you. These are federal dollars and have significant ability for audit and accounting. Any council member comments? Roll call.
DeCiccio,
No.
Garcia,
Yes.
Nowakowski,
Yes.
Pastor, Pastor.
Yes, and I just wanted to, I just wanted to Justin McKay, there's accountability process, and we get audited, and we also audit to make sure that the money is going for the purpose.
Stark,
Yes.
Waring,
No.
Williams,
Yes.
Guardado,
Yes.
Gallego.
Yes.
Passes 7-2.
We next move to item 30, emergency declaration, outdoor dining and alcohol consumption measures. Do we have a motion?
Motion to approve, Mayor.
Motion to approve item 30.
We have a motion from Councilman
I'll
DeCiccio
second.
and the Vice Mayor.
I'll
And a
second it
second.
to the Vice Mayor.
Oh, perfect. So a motion from the Vice Mayor and a second from Councilman DeCiccio, and I'll turn to Councilman DeCiccio for comments on this important item.
Thank you, Mayor. Mostly, more than anything, I do want to thank Alan and Keeney they did an amazing job on this. And what it shows is that when the city of Phoenix and the public is suffering and they're having a very difficult time, staff is there to help them out. This is a type of deregulation, but it's not completely. But what it is finding a way to make it work within this horrible disease that we're dealing with. And I just want to give Alan and Keeney, I mean, they're just rock stars. Ed and I have talked about this before. These two individuals and others that you have here, Ed, the team that you put together is really off the charts. And just want to thank Ed for, for doing what he did, because I know that they did the work on this. They put it together, but at the end of the day, Ed Zerker was involved in hiring these two individuals who can put together something that's outstanding. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. I want to recognize another rock star, Councilwoman Stark, early on convened restaurant owners and stakeholders and had the ability to join them. And this was one of the ideas that they put forward. So we were very lucky to have a council member with her expertise. She really understood the details and worked with our amazing staff to put this forward. So a credit to Councilwoman Stark for the great idea and the great industry partnerships to move this forward.
Mayor, thank you, but I must admit that Sal pushed me a little bit, so thanks to Sal. Councilman DeCiccio.
No, and I want to thank Deborah Stark. I'm sorry, I just kept it focused on staff, but I really should have given Deborah a lot of credit on this. And I don't think there was much pushing at all. This was just something that I think Deborah and others really worked on. And just thanks for everything. It's just amazing how fast and how good we can work when we have a crisis. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Roll call.
DeCiccio,
Yes.
Garcia,
Yes.
Nowakowski,
Yes, and thank you, Deb.
Pastor,
Yes.
Stark,
Yes.
Waring,
You hear me? Hello?
I can hear you now, Councilman.
Yes? Okay, thank you, sorry.
I apologize. Can you confirm your vote?
Is that for me? Yes.
Thank you. Williams,
Yes.
Guardado,
Yes.
Gallego.
Yes.
Passes 9-0.
We next move to a similar item, emergency declaration, temporary revocable permit within the right-of-way. Do we have a motion?
Motion to approve item 31.
Second.
Any council member comments? Roll call.
DeCiccio,
Yes.
Garcia,
Yes.
Nowakowski,
Yes.
Pastor,
Yes.
Stark,
Yes.
Waring,
Yes.
Williams,
Yes.
Guardado,
Yes.
Gallego.
Yes.
Passes 9-0.
Wonderful. A great example of us working with our partners to make things a little bit easier during very difficult times. Item 32 is Phoenix Sky Harbor concessionaire financial relief. It's an item related to the airport. Zelda Williams chairs our aviation subcommittee, so I will turn to her for a motion.
Thank you, Mayor. As you know, the relief we gave expired today, and the increase in traffic is very, very slow to happen. People are still out of business. We're not even able to recall very many workers. I propose that we continue to follow the LA model and make sure that we extend the percentage rate to December 31st, 2020. Second.
We have a motion and a second. Council member comments. Councilman Garcia.
Mayor, I want to do a substitute motion that we maintain the 90 days I think we're going to get a presentation from folks, and particularly from HMS Host. We've seen that they've made a lot of improvements when it comes to taking care of workers. I think it's responsible for us to make sure that we continue to see this every 90 days. So I would want to do a substitute motion to keep our original plan, which was to only approve 90 days.
Second.
Councilwoman Williams.
I did not include in that, but I would expect Jim Bennett to report back by the end of October. If there's a significant improvement, we could bring it back to reconsideration. So I will not support the substitute motion.
Mayor?
Councilmember DeCiccio.
Thank you, Mayor. I mean, I'm not going to vote for either of these because I just won't be voting for a giveaway on this to these two multinational billion-dollar companies. But Councilmember Garcia is correct on that. That is how it's done in the private sector. You have to have evaluations occur on a regular basis. You cannot just assume that it's going to go on like that. I think it would be a financial error for the city not to follow through on Councilmember, especially if you're going to approve it, Councilmember Garcia's idea. I really do. I think it would not be fiscally prudent to not do that. But I do have a couple questions of staff, if I could, Mayor. And thank you, Mayor. How much is the value? What is the amount, the value of this right here? The last one was about $5 million. I assume it's roughly the same if it's 30 days.
Mayor, to Council and Councilman DeCiccio, a 90-day estimate is a waiver of about $7 million in minimum guarantees. And if it were to be extended through the end of the year, the estimate is about $13.8 million in terms of waivers of minimum guarantees.
Okay, and then how much was the last one? Was that $7 million?
Mayor, to members of the council and Councilman DeCiccio, it was more than $7 million because I think it was closer to about 7.5. But
okay.
as sales increase, then the value of the waiver decreases. So as traffic builds and sales increases, then the value of the waiver continues to decrease.
But we're looking at for both the one we just passed, or the one that was passed by the city, and this one here, about $20 million. If it goes through December.
Mayor, to Councilman DeCiccio and members of the council, that would be a good estimate, somewhere in that neighborhood, in terms of waivers of minimum guarantees. But once again,
Mayor, go ahead.
I was just going to say, once again, the accounting though would be predicated upon what the actual gross sales are and how that percentage maybe is catching up to what was the minimum guarantee. So that's just a very rough estimate.
Okay, and then Mayor, just a comment, and then I'll drop it at that. But I need to remind everybody, these are two multinational billion-dollar companies that are going to be looking at about a $20 million giveaway from taxpayers. I think it's fiscally irresponsible. I think, you know, if the city's going to be doing anything, it needs to be doing it supporting small business owners, not these big two companies. I know everyone talks that they're providing it for the small business people there. I don't agree. It's really to give these guys, these big companies, these big waivers. And no one's giving the guy on Central and Camelback a waiver. So why are we doing it to these two to these two large companies? Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Mayor, I have a quick question.
Mm-hmm.
So this is for Jim. So the airport gets CARE money, correct?
Mayor to Councilmember Stark, that is correct. The airport received approximately $148 million in CARES funding.
And how is that being spent? Does any get to the subprimes or the minority-owned businesses?
Mayor to Councilmember Stark, the CARES funding that the airport receives can only be spent on items that the airport is federally allowed to spend its revenues on. So that would be the operation and maintenance of the airport facilities, as well as our debt service and other obligations that we have. We are not authorized to give that money to any individual businesses.
Okay, thank you.
Any additional council member comments before we go to the phones? We have a significant number of individuals wishing to address the council on this item. And for our professional staff, it's my intention after we complete item 32 to take a 20-minute break, as we have some very lengthy items still in front of us and want everyone to be ready for those items. So after we complete the vote on 32, we would take a 20-minute break. Councilwoman Pastor, did you have a comment?
Yeah, I had a comment because last week or 2 weeks ago when we voted on this, this happened then where they wanted to extend this authority, and that Director Bennett was going to have the authority to do this, and we voted and said we agree that there should be relief, but it should come back every 90 days. And so it's disheartening to know that we're back at the same spot regarding the piece of the length, and everybody 2 weeks ago voted yes, except 2 members. Or wait, I know 2 for sure. I don't know what happened with these, but it passed. It passed 7-9, and so I just want to keep to what we stated and said, and I think every 90 days is a good process. I know it puts stress on the director, but I feel like as a council, we need to be responsible. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional members of the council wishing to speak before we go to the phones?
Mayor, this is Hilda. May I make a comment?
Please.
In the last week, I think it's interesting to note that the other large airports have reviewed this, and they have now extended it to June 30 of 21. So I think it's important that we recognize the flow is not going to be there, the traffic's not going to be there. And although I respect Councilman DeCicio's comments, I'm more worried about the 20-plus little small businesses that are hardly staying afloat. And I have great sympathy for them. I don't want to lose them. They made us named the best airport, and I want to continue that. So I think it's important that we look at it in 90 days. We can always re-vote on it then, but I think it's important that we get them some stabilization so that they can make plans. It's very costly to reopen and then have everything canceled in 90 days. So I think we need to be aware of the financial responsibility we have to small businesses. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Garcia.
Question, Jim, doesn't at the end of the year the MAG reset, and wouldn't it be a percentage of this year's rents, which have been basically nothing, and there's no need for us to start to get ahead of that? Is that correct?
Mayor and members of the council, to Councilmember Garcia, the minimum annual guarantees under the terms of these contracts is predicated upon 85% of the prior year's gross sales. But under the terms of the contract, in no event is the minimum guarantee supposed to go lower than what was established under the contract terms in the first year of the contract. So if you had a really bad year this year, it could the minimum guarantee would in no way go lower than what was established in the contract for the first year. So there is a safety net in there for the airport.
What year was that?
Mayor to Council Member Garcia, each of the contracts that we have here are different times. The food and beverage contracts in Terminal 4 were back in, I believe, about 2012 or 13. The concessions in Terminal 3 were obviously just within the past year or so. The retail concessions in Terminal 4 were done within the past 5 years. So each of these contracts has different terms as to when they started.
Thank you.
Any additional council member comments? All right, we will then go to the phones. We will begin with Nick Wood, followed by Kellen Wilson.
Mayor, members of the council, Nick Wood, Snell and Wilmer, 1 Arizona Center, and I represent HMS Host. When we asked for this additional 90-day extension, we went back and reflected on what was asked of us when we came for the first time. And Vice Mayor Guardado and the council shared with us some legitimate concerns, and that is the health, safety, and welfare of not only our employees, but also the health, safety, and welfare of the passengers. I mean, it is a sort of an incubator at the airport, and everyone interfaces, throughout the day as passengers come and go from all over the country and all over the world. We, of course, resisted any kind of a change to our collective bargaining agreement with the union if it was going to be by fiat through some kind of an ordinance or some kind of a control or renegotiation of our lease. Same thing with respect to renegotiating our CBA directly. However, that's not to say that we didn't go back and take a look at the concerns, embrace those concerns, and actually put together a voluntary program that we believe is actually an improvement over what was asked of us just a few weeks ago. So I shared with each of you a 39-page program that describes a number of things, but mostly the health, safety, and welfare program for operations, training, and bringing our employees back. And once we do that, there are several things that we're incorporating. For example, it was asked of us that we consider a 15-minute paid break every 4 hours. The problem with that is every employee's job is different. A cook, for example, a cook is not going to wear a mask for 4 hours without needing a break. Same thing with all of the other different types of jobs. So my client came up with the idea is, look, we're going to trust our employees that when they need a break during the daytime from their mask and their gloves, they can take it, and they won't be penalized for that, and they'll be paid. Same thing with what happens if they contract COVID. We are going to give them sick pay for 80 hours. They're required to actually stay away from the job site for at least 14 days while they recover, but we'll be covering that.
Thank you, Mr. Wood.
Thank you.
We will have, Kellen will be followed by Liren Jacobs.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Kellen, I'm a resident of District 4. I'm asking you to oppose this item, number 32, for the rent relief of airport concessionaires. And I want to just make a comment mostly about the way that this process has gone and being a participant on these meetings. And if I could just make sure that I have the same time as Nick Wood did, as he had gone over his allotted time. So since March, we have been calling into every meeting to describe the situation at the airport through the eyes of employees. A perspective it really feels like you don't find value in hearing from, as we are not considered stakeholders in decisions that directly impact passengers, the cashiers, the cooks, the servers, and bartenders that Mr. Wood mentioned. I'd like to share my experience as being a participant in these meetings, and the best psychological term that I feel is most aligned with it would be gaslighting. To gaslight is defined as a tactic in which a person or an entity makes the recipient question their own reality. A gaslighter acts in the following ways. They tell lies. In individual meetings with certain council members, we have been told we will be heard and understood. That so far has not been the case. They deny they said something even though you have proof. Since March, we have seen hundreds of airport employees and their families come to our food banks. We've helped over 600 people or more apply for unemployment benefits and watched roughly 200 people and their family at HMS Host get kicked off health insurance in June. Many who have called in and begged for your help as they deal with life-threatening conditions. I remind you of one woman, Maria Rios, who is skipping chemo treatments because the cost of main benefits would be 5 times her normal cost of coverage. A gaslighter uses what is near and dear to you as ammunition. You know our desperation, the loss of health care, the loss of unemployment benefits, unsafe work conditions, and you look the other way. You down over time. After meeting, we wait for hours to speak. And when we finally get the chance to speak, you vote to give employers the relief you will not extend to employees at the airport. Each meeting, we are met with these tactics, and other groups who have come here to speak are met with the same response. Luckily, I just have one more sentence. Luckily, we understand our inherent value and that the city and the employers need us, and from that space, we will continue to fight for what we deserve. We look forward to the time where you will stand up alongside us instead of building walls and distractions to try and ignore our experience and reality. Intention is not enough.
Liren Jacobs will be followed by Lucia Salinas.
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Mayor Council, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to speak today. My name is Liren Jacobs, and I'm a regional human resource business partner for SSP America. I've had the pleasure of meeting several of you in your roles as councilmen and women throughout my position at SSP, as well as my position as president of board of directors for St. Joseph's the Worker. And thank you for your continued diligence at representing the interest of your community. We at SSP America are at the point that we have all been longing for, and we have started making calls to reinstate some of our employees. I have personally called over 230 associates in the past week to fill schedules. Many of our employees are ready and eager to return to work, and we are really excited to have them back. Still, some associates are hesitant, and others at first were ready to return, but due to government orders, they changed their minds. But that's okay. Overall, the experience of making these calls was great. There were times I didn't even have to introduce myself when I called. They simply answered with, yes, Leanne, I've been waiting for your call, and I'll take it. I can't wait. Some people also had asked if they could come in early and just to help clean or set up. They're very eager. The SSP America team and I started conducting training sessions with managers and employees yesterday and into today. We're dedicated to health and safety in those trainings, and I'm happy to go into details of that training if you have any questions, but I know I only have 2 minutes right now. I can say that all of us at SSP, including all of the associates active or furloughed, are passionate about reopening again. Rent relief plays a very important role in how everyone moves forward from here. In this ever-changing environment, we at SSP America would appreciate your consideration to grant us additional MAG relief through September 30th. I'm here to make myself available to answer any questions about the process of reinstating employees, training, or any other items you may have questions about. But please also note that Scott Welding, Vice President of Business Development, has also signed up to speak today.
May I ask a question?
Councilwoman Williams.
Is she still on the line?
Yes, she is.
Okay. The HM host talked about breaks. Could you tell me how you handle breaks during the regular hours of work?
Mayor, Councilwoman Williams, SSP has a standard operating procedure here in Phoenix. Can you hear me?
Sorry?
What do you mean?
I
That's what they said. Because it's been built at the 90s, but they're banking on Michael and Kate.
hear Laura.
Huh?
I hear the response of questioning what their regulations are for breaks for employees.
Mayor, Councilwoman Williams, can you hear me?
I can hear you now.
Great. This is Leanne again. The SSP America standard procedure in Phoenix is to offer the 15-minute paid breaks every 4 hours. If an employee needs to take a break, much like said earlier, to wash their hands or take a break with their masks, we're going to let them do that and take them at the value of they're going to need that time. We're going to be very open and comfortable with that. We realized that through the recent debate on this issue that we need to do a better job monitoring these 15-minute paid breaks. So effective immediately, we'll also be utilizing our time and attendance tool to better document the in and out times of these 15-minute breaks so that we can monitor it more effectively.
Thank you.
Mayor. Councilwoman Williams, did you have any additional questions?
No, that she satisfied my question.
Perfect. Councilwoman Pastor.
Yes, this is the first time I've heard anything from SSP. Nobody's reached out to my office from that area. Nobody's contacted me, so I'm just putting that on the record.
Any additional questions for SSP?
So Mayor, this is Councilman Nowakowski.
Yes, go ahead.
So I had the opportunity to talk to some of the airport workers, and some of their fear is basically termination, right? If they refuse to come back to work. Are employees being terminated because they don't want to come back to work because they fear the COVID-19 viruses out there at the airport, or that they might catch it and bring it to a loved one? I'm not sure if that SSP person's still on the phone or not. Could you answer that?
Yes, Mayor, Councilman Nowakowski. Our process for the beginning of the reinstatement is to follow all legal requirements as well as our collective bargaining agreement with Unite Here. We have been very flexible, especially in this first round, to accept and honor the wishes of our associates if they were not interested in returning at this time. And there have been no adverse actions taken against anyone who was not comfortable to return. As I said earlier, I've made over 230 calls to get to the staff, and we're going to continue to be as flexible as we can for as long as we can.
And another concern, Mayor, may I ask another question?
Please do.
Another concern that I'm hearing is that, is there going to be some type of training, or with the whole COVID virus, it's a new thing. People are afraid because there's not a health ordinance or guidelines or safety guidelines. What is that process? How can workers feel safe working in their workplaces? And how can we make sure that if passengers are coming in, eating at any of these facilities, that they're protected too, because there's safety precautions being taken? And is there some type of classes? Because I know that that's something that we've been looking into, is having an outside or a third party come in and to train people on health and safety.
Mayor, City Councilman Nowakowski. SSP America has been putting together their training strategy for safety and health for some time, and we began yesterday facilitating a train the trainer meeting. All managers and supervisors were educated on how we were going to roll that training to the team members as they returned to the workplace. The training will include a presentation on better explaining what COVID-19 is and the symptoms associated, as well as what we'll be doing for self-check questionnaires, as well as temp checks before employees are reporting for duty. We're reviewing proper hand washing. While our industry should be very good at this, it's always good to reiterate the different steps, make sure we're doing a great job. We're implementing the cleaning and sanitation procedures as outlined in CDC guidelines, and teaching our staff not only how to, but walking them through it interactively, having them make their own sanitizer buckets and spray bottles, testing those materials with chemical testing strips. Again, we believe that if they do it themselves, they'll be able to take that education further once it's applied. We're walking them through the unit almost like a tour as a guest, so they can see the experience through the guest's eyes. And then again, as an employee from all the different positions, because we believe that sanitation is everybody's job, and everybody's job is everybody's job. So they'll start from the host stand, where they'll see new signage. They'll see the social distancing at the tables and at the bar top. They'll be able to see different sanitizing processes for all of our different equipment. And again, we want this to be very interactive because we want them to feel comfortable and confident that SSP will not cut any corners, and that we're here to hear them and to maintain a safe environment for them as well as the guests at the airport.
Mayor, I have one more question, the last question.
Great.
Is I actually had an opportunity to meet with some of the Unite workers that work for you. And another big concern of theirs is that coming back, health insurance, right? So do they have to wait 30 days or a period to get that health insurance? Or right when they start working, does that kick in immediately? Or how does that work?
Mayor, Councilman Nowakowski, for the associates returning now, they're going to remain active on their plans. I can't speak to Unite Here Health, as we have not received as of today an updated information about how it will be handled after July 31st, but I can speak to SSP America plans that there will not be a waiting period.
That's all the questions, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Lucia Salinas is not online, so I will go to Michelle Hornstein, followed by Scott Welding.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Awesome. So my name is Michelle Hornstein, and I've worked for SSP America for over 5.5 years. The fact that these companies are coming to you for rent relief, all while refusing to show you their profits from the last 5 years, is an affront to those of us who actually need relief. They were already given millions in rent relief. But for someone like me who has been denied rental assistance through our state program, I find it highly insulting that they think they deserve anything when they won't even help out their own employees. They came to you before and said that they had paid for our health insurance, which was a gross exaggeration, as they only paid for employees who were still working and meeting hours requirements. So that did not apply to anybody in Sky Harbor Airport. These companies are not hurting as badly as they would like you to think. Meanwhile, the workers, those of us who turn the wheels of these greedy corporate machines, are actually having to decide between paying our bills and feeding our families. Our employee handbook states that they value our contribution to the business. This is merely lip service, as they do nothing to actually back up what they preach. If they truly valued me, I would not expect to lose my health care benefits at the end of July, but that is my reality. And the timing could not be worse because that's also when our PUA is set to expire. The supposed suffering these companies would like you to believe they are experiencing are rolling right off their backs as soon as you gave the rent relief last time. The tourism industry in Arizona will return. Once we get this virus under control, travel will inevitably resume. But what about those of us who cannot recover from financial hardship so easily? My landlord is refusing to work with me, and now I have no other option but to hemorrhage funds from my savings. SSP only respects their core values when it is convenient for them, and they are able to do this because the council continues to refuse to take a strong stance against their practices and instead funds their empty cries for help when you ignore people like myself and my coworkers who are actually in financial ruin. I am happy to answer any questions for my question and answer as
Mayor? Oh.
Councilman Patricio, followed by the Vice Mayor.
So she brings up a good point, and it's something that I asked for, and it was kind of shocking. We've never had a company say no before. Could I have the SSP representative on the phone again, please?
Councilman, the next speaker is Scott Welding, with who I believe is with SSP. So if you would mind directing your questions to Michelle, and then after Scott has spoken, we could direct them.
No, well, I can talk to Scott if he's on the phone. I can ask him.
Okay. But my preference would be if we could finish questions for Michelle while her line is open.
Well, then I'll wait for Scott. I'll wait.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor, did you have questions?
I do. Michelle, I guess my question is, if you were to go back to work tomorrow or when SSP opens up again, do you have vacation time or time off that the company is going to give you if you were to catch the virus?
Currently, the only paid time off we have is what we were front loaded with in the beginning of the year, which they have refused to allow us to use any of it during this entire time. And we don't have any guarantee of extra time to use if we do get sick. So I would assume that I would have to use my already earned PTO in order to take more time off.
My second question is, before this pandemic, how many breaks were you allowed to take? Like, how many times a day were you able to wash your hands?
Well, I mean, according to their, standard procedures, we get, one unpaid 30-minute break and 2 15 paid. But the amount of work that we have to do in that airport is astronomical, and they always have new procedures to add on top. We used to be able to take guest credit cards and use the computers, and then they brought in this new thing where we had to use credit card machines at the table, and they are difficult to use. They often are broken and they do not connect to the internet. So we're constantly running back and forth to try and find things that work. We're always out of silverware, so we're constantly having to find things like that. There's not enough time with all of these extra steps that we have to take to really feel comfortable going in and knowing that I have enough time to go wash my hands as much as I need to. And that's really concerning.
And given the new regulations and saying that you can take a 15-minute break whenever you think that you need it, and given the staffing situation at SSP, how likely is it for you to take a break once you go back to work? And if you can take a break, why not? And what do you think would be the consequences to you if you break any of these new rules that they want to implement?
So SSP as a whole is understaffed always. So I can try and run and wash my hands as much as I need to, but then my money will suffer because then nobody's able to help cover my section. Nobody's most of the time we have managers that are stuck working in the kitchen all day because we don't have enough cooks. And so it's hard to get a manager to help out. We don't have hosts, so we're taking care of multiple parts of the restaurant that are technically not my position. And so I don't know. I mean, I don't know how they would. I don't feel confident that they would be very forgiving if I were to leave the floor multiple times to wash my hands, because then it's like, well, who's watching your section? Why aren't they watching your section? Why aren't you running food? Why isn't your running side work done? Why are all these things not happening? And so I'm going to be forced to choose between keeping things, kosher out on the floor or keeping myself safe. I mean, I experienced this when I was a breastfeeding mother. I had a manager in the kitchen and he knew that I had to go pump. And because I didn't check in with him first, my section was covered, everything was fine. I was actually given a write-up for leaving the floor. And I was also told that I needed to make it quick when I had to do things like this. So their track record with health and safety is not good.
Well, thank you. Thank you so much for that clarification. And I'm sorry that we have to put you through this and you to get this humble and tell your story, and still not many people listening to you. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Thank you. We will go to Scott next, and then council member questions, and we'll begin with Councilman DeCiccio. After that, we will go to Nora Felix. So Scott, the floor is yours. Scott, can you hear us? I cannot hear you. Okay, why don't we go to Nora next, and then we can either come back to Mrs. Jacobs or Scott. I am not able to hear Scott. So we'll go to Nora. I do see Scott is online, so we will go to Nora, and then we can try either Mr. Welding or Mrs. Jacobs. So Nora, floor is now yours.
Hello, Mayor Gallego and city members of the council. Good afternoon. My name is Nora Felix, and I work for HMS Host at Phoenix Sky Harbor Airport. I oppose rent relief for airport companies. My husband and I are struggling to pay rent at this time too. He is a pastor and recently leased out a space for our congregation. We are not using the space because of social distancing, but we're still paying rent, just like some of the HMS restaurants. But unlikely them, we have to pay the full amount. There's no break or deferment for us. We are trying to pay our bills month to month, and we think that the companies in the airport should do the same. They are saving so much money cutting off health insurance and giving reduced hours already. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Shall we try Scott again? Scott, can you hear us?
Mayor, it appears that Scott does not have audio.
Okay, then can we, I'm sorry for my pronunciation, but can we go back to Liren? Mrs.
Mayor,
Jacobs?
Council, Liren's here.
Hello. Okay, thank you. Would you mind, Councilman DeCiccio has a question or two.
Yes.
Hi, Laren. Thank you so much, Mayor, for letting me. Oh, thank you, Mayor. And thanks to SFC for being on the line. Just to echo what I think one of the other council members said was that you guys never contacted us until today. Why is that?
Mayor, Councilman DeCiccio, unfortunately, I'm not really able to answer as far as an operational and business. I was here to answer questions related to the employees. I'm happy to try to get Scott to answer these questions for you.
Is he there?
He's online.
Okay.
He's trying.
So, Liren, what's that?
I know he's been trying. I'm not sure why he's unable to get through.
So let me ask you then, I mean, you probably have some operational control. It shouldn't be that difficult. One of the ladies, and then I put in a request as well to show your profits that you've had in the last 5 years at the airport. Are you okay with submitting that?
Mayor, Councilman DeCiccio, again, I'm not authorized to answer these kinds of business and operational questions today. I'm happy to continue to try to get Scott on the line for you.
Sure, but you don't see that as a problem, do you? I mean, that was a good question she brought up. I think she is the safety
expert, so I apologize. We should have not gone to the safety expert for the business questions. Why don't we have a significant number of individuals.
Mayor, I have it's kind of an important question. I would like to just get her response on that without anyone interfering.
I believe her response was she's not authorized to answer, but we can ask
Mayor,
again.
Mayor, I'd like to ask the questions on my end without anyone interrupting me, please.
Ask away.
Thank you, Mayor. Liren, these are normal questions that you ask. So, you know, that's unusual that he's not on the line. They can hear it. Why would there be a reason that you would not be able to provide those profit and loss statements to the public?
Mayor, Councilman DeCiccio, again, I just don't have access to this information myself in the Human Resource Department. I'm here to answer questions related to employee returns and safety. I'm sure that we can get this information from the Business Development Vice President, Scott Welding.
Okay, and then you'll put in the official request, and could I have it by tomorrow? I'm just asking you to put in the request since he's not on the line. Can you do
Mayor,
that?
Councilman DeCiccio, again, I will provide this information to Mr. Welding.
Right. So it's not providing information. I'm saying just, it's not a complicated thing. It's weird that you're acting like this, but can you just put in the request that we're asking for the P&Ls for the last 5 years for Sky Harbor? That's a yes or no.
Mayor, Councilman DeCiccio, again, my answer is not going to be able to change. I'm not authorized to give this kind of response.
Okay, so
I hate to give any information that is not accurate to what our business development team is doing.
No. I'm just asking a very simple question. Are you willing to put in the request to your company for this information? It's not a big request. So that'll tell me a lot about how you run your HR as well. So the answer is no, you're not willing to do that, correct?
Mayor and Councilman DeCiccio, Scott is on the phone talking to someone with the city now to be able to provide this answer for you.
Perfect. That's what I'm looking for. It's a yes or a no. So if he's on the phone right now, are you with him or are you just getting text messages from him?
Mayor, Councilman DeCiccio, I am not with him as I am working remotely.
Okay. So, but I'm asking then, you know, because he sent you a text, correct?
Councilman, it sounds like we are highly likely to be able to get
I have a right to
Scott
ask these questions.
on the phone.
These are like big, that's a $20 million question, Mayor. You know, you have to
I
ask
believe
these,
you're
and you
asking
have to.
the safety
I'm asking
person. Her
a
expertise
question.
is in safety.
No,
Her not
she said
expertise,
that
she's not a financial
Scott
person.
is on the phone. She said Scott is on the phone with city staff. I'd like to know how she knew that. That's a simple question. Okay.
Mayor,
So this
Councilman
is the type of
DeCiccio.
evasiveness we're getting for these large companies. Yes, thank you.
To answer your question, I am not getting a text message from him. I see him trying to attempt to log in.
Okay. So you don't know if he's trying to reach staff. All right,
Okay,
either way.
the Vice Mayor has
the type
some
of
questions.
evasiveness, the type of evasiveness we're seeing right here is problematic. And you can see why people don't trust what you're doing if you're not willing to answer a simple question, whether it's to provide your profit and loss, or to even ask simple questions like, can you send a message to your city staff, that, I mean, not to your city staff, but to your company staff, is a problem. If you're not even willing to do that, what makes you think you're willing to take care of your employees? Thank you, Mayor.
Vice Mayor.
I just find it, just echoing a little bit what Councilmember DeCiccio is saying. I don't think that we've had like a full transparent process. I think it'd be great to see the P&Ls, to see how much profit is coming in with this company. Again, I myself have never heard from SSP in terms of why it is that they need the rent relief. We talk about a process. We talk about that we need to follow procedures, and I just don't think that most of these companies have not come in and been transparent with us on why is it that they need all this rent relief. And I get it that in the past, that's the way it's been done. It's something that just automatically happens. But given the situation today, I just think it's really awkward when we have other folks that tend to no longer be on the line. We never try to get them back on the line to speak. So I just don't understand exactly what's happening, and I just don't see why we would give them any rent relief if they just have not been fully transparent with us with the information that we're asking from them. I know that Jim in the past was asking for numbers. When we saw this pandemic start, I asked for those numbers. And I know that Jim was denied those numbers for a very long time. So I just think that there's something missing here, something that just does not feel right with the fact that they're just not being transparent with us. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. I would just remind everyone at just last council meeting, we had several people who were on the line who came back and spoke to answer council member questions again. I am trying to be responsive to council member DeCicio's wish to answer questions, but we will continue with members of the public here to testify. We will go next to Bruce Mosby, followed by Jason Silberschlag.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. I appreciate having another opportunity to speak with you. Since the last time we spoke, just wanted to provide an update since that point in time. For myself, I have reopened my second of my 2 Peach Coffees in Terminal 4, and I've been able to bring back 10 employees. Specifically, one of my stores, due to the request of Southwest Airlines, an airline that is slowly but intermittently, they have begun to add flights back to our airport, and they said they'd appreciate having our coffee shop open. So we have brought back employees to get that store up and running. And as such, we are moving forward carefully, given the changing conditions of COVID in mind, and given the fact that the travel and sales at our airport are still more than 65% down from pre-COVID, we are continuing to operate at a loss. As more concessions decide to open over the next ensuing weeks, we will all be splitting a much smaller amount of business. But we're attempting to stay open so we don't have to go the route of furloughing our current employees. In fact, we hope to increase our employee count as passenger loads gradually continue to increase. So for myself and other small businesses, we would appreciate if you would continue with the percent of sales rent structure by voting yes on item 32. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Jason will be next, followed by Gonzalo.
Hello, my name is Jason Silberschlag. I'm the owner, co-owner of Cartel Coffee Lab with my wife. We have locations in and outside of the airport in the city of Phoenix and in other parts of Arizona. Just want to remind everybody that what we're asking for today as a small business is not a free ride. We're not asking for free rent. We're asking for our minimum to be reduced so that we can actually operate our businesses with such small amounts of traffic. We've only been able to start the reopening process at our Sky Harbor location. We hope to be open by the end of the month. But with our business seeing only 35% of its original traffic throughout the entire state, it has been very hard to even keep our company's doors open. We've asked other landlords for rent relief, and we have been given that from them for a couple months to help us get through this time. We are happy to pay the minimum percent guarantee of 13%, but the problem is if we have to pay such high mags, we will not survive. I just want to let everybody know again that this type of business for us is a very small margin business. I'm happy to share these numbers with the council members on a legitimate P&L, but we see 3 to 4% of profitability as a company in really good years. In fact, last year was a great year for us, and we didn't even hit 4% in profitability. So just to help everybody see what happens when you lose 65% to 70% of your sales in the manner of we wouldn't be here today without the relief of the MAG from the City of Phoenix. So thank you for approving that. And I ask that you would give us an additional 90 days at a minimum to help us get through these trying times. Thank you.
Thank you. Gonzalo will be followed by Joya Kaiser-Clark.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hello, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor and Council, for your ongoing support for all of the airport concession businesses. My name is Gonzalo Della Molina. I'm a small business owner and joint venture partner at Sky Harbor Airport. And I want to just remind everybody that we have greater than 35% small, local, women and minority-owned businesses out at Sky Harbor. And that was a direct result of many of yours input in 2012 when we started to transform the airport. Here we are just a couple of weeks later from the last time we discussed this topic, and basically we're at the same position, if not worse off. The recent uptick in COVID cases in our region further puts a damper on the recovery and threatens our status as a tourist destination and really the livelihood of everyone who makes their living at Sky Harbor. It's clear now that we are going to be in an COVID operating environment for an extended period of time. The travel industry experts are now expecting a recovery in air travel to take at least an extra year to 2023 to get back to 2019 levels. That's a full 3 years of recovery time. And that's why, as Councilwoman Felda mentioned, the majority of airports across the U.S. have extended longer-term MAG relief to concessionaires. Denver, Dallas, Houston, Salt Lake City, Atlanta, and many more have extended rent through 2020 and beyond. Remember, we're a hub airport for American Airlines. 40% of our traffic is connected through Sky Harbor. Savvy travelers have a choice. And if we don't have viable concession programs, travelers will choose not to connect through Phoenix and will lose flights to other surrounding hub cities. A point I wanted to clarify, Jason mentioned, us as concessionaires, we are not getting a free ride, nor are we asking for a free ride. We're simply asking for continued payment of percent rent from 13 to 16% of gross sales. This is the fair market value of the real estate, and that is still 2 to 3 times greater rent rates that are paid on the street. Additionally, I wanted to share that concessionaires are working diligently to bring employees back safe and healthy workplace despite the significant losses. In closing, we'd love to continue to pay our fair rent and continue to provide support and robust food, beverage, and retail offerings as passengers return to Sky Harbor. Thank you very much.
Joya will be followed by Nava.
Mayor, could I ask a question of Gonzalo?
Councilmember Garcia, please.
Thank you. Gonzalo, you talked, so we're hearing from HMS, I'm not sure which one you're under. So I have 2 questions. One, how does your relationship work in the sense of when you pay rent? And then 2, do you have your own policies as a small business with your workers, or is the overall policy then implemented at each business, at each small business with the employees?
Could you hear me now?
Yes.
Great. Councilman Garcia and members of the council, we pay rent on the same structure that everybody in the entire 100 plus shops pay rent monthly. As it relates to policies, we have our own handbook, but we regularly share best practices from many of the primes. They act as, in many cases, a mentor to us as the proteges. As I guess the best analogy would be, the county fair has hundreds of small businesses that participate, but there's a large organizer. In our airport, where there's 120 businesses, the HMS hosts, the SSPs, and others, the Hudsons, etc., act as our organizer to help coordinate all the small businesses and help show us the best practices in order to succeed. Thank you.
So when they're telling us that they have a new policy that, basically any employee can ask for a break at any time, does that make you have to do it? Was that in consultation with you all? How does that relationship work? And then does their policy then supersede your local policy as a small business?
I would call it in consultation as best practices emerge. For example, just last week, we've got the full how-to guide on safety protocols that are guided by the CDC to ensure health and safety of our employees and our customers. Things like PPE, cleaning supplies, sanitization, safety screening, and training. those best practices are shared with us, and we implement them.
I mean, I think having talked to you before, I understand the connection and the love you have with the employees. I just wondering how that transfers over. And I understand you've even shared that you're like a small family in your small business, but then there's still this prime that kind of holds power over them or makes a lot more decisions. And so, thank you. I think you answered the questions. I just want folks to understand a little bit of how you're in between or in the middle of all this.
Thank you both. We will go to...
Mayor, while we have Gonzalo there, I have a question.
Okay, go ahead, Councilman Nowakowski.
So Gonzalo, it's kind of confusing for lay people that are listening because you all have to pay like two different types of rent. You have a MAG, and then there's a portion that you have to pay to the city also, right? Is that, or is there just one big rent that you pay to host, and that's it?
Councilman Nowakowski and council, it's one and the same. The MAG is a pass-through with no markup, no margin. We pay it through host. Host pays the big check at the beginning of every month.
And then one other question.
Yeah,
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
And I was just going to make that distinction on the MAG versus the percent rent. MAG is set at 85% of the previous year's volume. Well, when you lose 80% plus of your traffic, obviously last year's MAG was super high. And so what we're asking for is a continual payment of our percent rent, 13 to 16% of gross sales. This is what I would call a fair market value of the real estate. And again, it's still 2 to 3 times what people pay on the street.
Okay. And then the other question would be, we as a city asked you all to remodel your restaurants and your bars and all your facilities. Was that something that Host or SSP picked up, or was that you all as individual minority owners had to pick up or end up getting a loan for that?
Councilman Nowakowski and members of the council, that was something that each of us as an individual owner had to pay for. Remember, price per square feet of development inside of an airport is somewhere between $500 and $1,000 a square foot to develop. Again, 3 to 4 times greater than what it is on the street. At the half-year mark, just last year, we had to put in another $100 a square foot. And so we're all sitting on top of recent refresh and remodels that we just completed at the end of last year. And yes, we had to take out a second loan in order to do that. And so we're all sitting on the debt. And for the most part, the lenders have been working with us. As you know, under your leadership and others, PCDIC played a critical role in a very innovative financing program to finance many of the small businesses at Sky Harbor. PCDIC and the other lending bank are deferring our loans, helping defer our loans until we can get back up in business.
So basically, I just wanted that clarification because I believe that people believe that Host and SSP is basically responsible for those remodels, but it's really the small mom and pop businesses that have taken out these loans, and now you all have to pay back those loans. It's not forgiven, it's actually secondary loans that you've taken out, right? All right, thank you.
Mayor, I have one more question if I can.
Councilmember Garcia.
Yes, so Gonzalo, is that 13% of your sales, or does does the prime hold everybody's sales and then you get a percentage of that? Or is it actually, when we go to percentage sales, or we're talking about percentage sales, is that you're only going to pay the prime the sales that you made?
Councilman Garcia and members of the council, each location pays its pro rata percentage of the sales. So 14 to 16% of sales, 13 to 16. And the reason there's a range is there's a lower number on food and the higher number, the 16%, is on alcoholic beverages. And so each location pays its percent rent up through the prime to the city. based on its own sales in its own space.
Your own sales, not the cumulative sales of everyone that's under that prime.
My own sales in my own taco shop.
Thank you.
We will next go to Joya, followed by Nava.
Hello.
Hello.
I appreciate you allowing me to continue discussing rent relief for concessionaires at Sky Harbor Airport. My name is Joya Kaiser-Clark, and I'm the president and CEO of Casa Unlimited Enterprises. I am one of up to 24 brown, Black, Asian, women, small, local businesses that makes up the complex business sector that is our airport. Minimum annual guaranteed rent is one of our largest expenses, which is why we are asking today for you to allow us to continue to pay percentage rent, which is where we both share in whatever revenue is available. My stores are not yet open. We are not yet open because passenger levels do not currently support a successful reopening. We are of almost 80 units still closed, which means zero income for the 4th month in a row. And with new restrictions to Arizona travelers by other states, this environment is still very unstable. This pandemic will need a long-term recovery plan, as fellow airports and industry airport experts do not expect tourism and travel to recover before the end of the year. The decision you make today directly impacts the small minority-owned businesses. This next year, we have a very hard road to travel to keep our companies afloat. But this vote either gives us a fighting chance or immediately seals our doom. This vote is positioned to single-handedly wipe out the entire small business community at Sky Harbor. We are most at risk. This vote is not a bailout. It's not a grant. We don't receive funds from this. We are only asking to remove a rent system that was designed to protect the airport against poor performing operators. It was never designed to destroy small local businesses that were recruited into this industry so that the airport can receive federal funds. Please vote yes for rent relief for Sky Harbor concessionaires, and I am happy to answer any questions about our training and PPE equipment and my profit and loss statements. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Singham, followed by, we will try Scott Welding again in that.
Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. First off, thank you for your leadership in these tough and challenging times. I want to share my utmost gratitude to all of you for your hard work in getting the high fixed rent, also known as the MAG rent, abated, and to charge all of us at the airport the 13% percentage rent for our current sales at each location. This is the best win-win situation and will definitely support all of us to remain in business and be ready to reactivate our furloughed employees with the appropriate social distancing requirements and PPE when traffic returns. I want to share a brief story about how I became in the airport business. I've been in the restaurant business for over 30 years. I started my career as a dishwasher, and I worked in every position to get to this point. I'm extremely thankful to the City of Phoenix Equal Opportunity Department for the ACDBE program, and mostly I'm actually thankful to HMS hosts for what they've done to allow me to be in the airport, in America's friendliest airport, since 2005. You see, that ACDBE opportunity that I received in 2005 with HMS hosts provided me a platform to own restaurants in 3 other airports today and several other restaurants in Phoenix metropolitan area. My restaurants at Sky Harbor has always been the highest contributor to my overall income. So with the traffic being reduced at today's unprecedented levels of 75% or more, the impact on my overall business is devastating. I pay percentage rent at the 3 other airports through amended agreements with the airport. I hope that my hometown airport will provide me and all concessionaires a percentage rent. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Vice Mayor.
Yeah, so I just had a question for him. So my question, are you still there?
Yes, Mr. Nava is on the line.
Okay, Mr. Nava, my question for you is, you know, we had the lobbyists for HMSOs come to us and talk to us about adding 80 hours of sick leave or PTO, however you want to call it, for workers if they were to get sick with COVID. And they also talked about workers being able to take a 15-minute break whenever they want to, or whenever they start feeling uncomfortable with the mask or feel that they need to wash their hands. Have they talked to you about these new policies?
I believe that the 15-minute break, Councilwoman Guardado, the 15-minute break is already in our policy today. We allow them to take time to ensure that they are providing safe food to our customers as they travel through the airport. So yes, we do have the portion of it where we have, in fact, as Gonzalo had previously explained, each entity has their own handbook. We have a relationship with the Prime that provides us the mentorship to make sure we are providing the best opportunities to our employees to succeed in whatever they do. So what we do at Kind Hospitality is that we provide our employees a break. If they are required to clock out to go on their break, but if they return within 19 minutes of their clock out time, then we pay them for that. Now, if they exceed it, because you do have some employees that might take additional time, and if they do, then we have conversations with them to make sure they're within those timelines. I hope that answered your question.
No, my question was, are you also going to allow workers to take a paid, because I understand what the 30-minute unpaid is. I want to understand if you're going to implement the new handbook that says that workers will be able to take a 15-minute break whenever they need it. That was my question.
They already do get a paid break on our handbook. So yes, we would continue that process.
No, I understand that's one break. I'm talking about that HMS is saying that workers can take breaks whenever they need them. I'm asking if you're going to put that. I understand that you already have the 30 minutes unpaid, but I just want to understand if you're also going to give workers breaks whenever they need them.
So in this environment that we're dealing with, yes, we will, because, you know, we definitely want our employees to stay healthy, and we definitely want them to serve our customers in a healthy and safe manner. So yes, we will.
And then how about the 80 hours? Like if a worker were to catch COVID, I know that right now a lot of them don't have more PTO hours to use because they've used them in the last few months. Are you also going to implement that?
If I hear you correctly, Councilwoman, if they are diagnosed with COVID, and if we have a letter that informs us that they are diagnosed with COVID, then we actually do everything we can to make sure the employee takes their time and feels safe to come back. So putting a limitation on 80 hours for us is not the right feature, because every employee is different and they might need 120 hours or additional time. So we tend to do everything we can to ensure that our employees are safe when they come back.
And then these are paid hours, correct? These are not
Yes.
hours, and they're not borrowing from next year either?
No, we don't have a policy on our handbook that allows them to borrow from next year, unless they request for a loan and and we assist them in that form as well.
And then just one last question. Is this the first time you hear about these new regulations, or did they talk to you about this before this meeting?
I'm confused with that question because we've always had discussions about it. So I couldn't answer that directly because in the back of my mind, it seems like we've had discussions.
Okay, thank you.
All right, fingers crossed, we are going to try Scott Welding.
Good afternoon, this is Scott. Can you hear me now?
We can hear you.
Hey, my apologies. Mayor and City Council members, my name is Scott Welding. I'm the Vice President of Business Development for SSP America. This afternoon, I wanted to provide a brief update on the impact COVID-19 continues to have on our business at Sky Harbor, almost 4 months after the start of the pandemic. While recent TSA checkpoint numbers show an increase in passengers as much as 20% from last year, our business is not trending in the same manner. In our most recent period close, our monthly sales were 6.5% of the previous year's totals. Consumer spending habits have changed dramatically in airports across the U.S. Passengers are opting for prepackaged food and bottled beverages for safety reasons, and those that are buying food from our restaurants are spending far less, and we are unable to generate any substantial revenues due to capacity restrictions from government mandates around travel restrictions, social distancing, and gathering of large groups. Between the SSP owned and operated locations and our local small business subtenant partners, we unfortunately only have a fraction of our total restaurant locations open to serve the public. And even more unfortunate, very few jobs available to a workforce that was 700 plus just 5 short months ago. Our primary goal is to reopen our businesses at Sky Harbor Airport, but we need your help to do that. Relief from minimum annual guarantee allows us to reopen several of our restaurants and reinstate a substantial portion of our valued team members as early as this week. On behalf of all Sky Harbor tenant companies, I thank you for considering and voting for providing relief of MAG for this extended period of time. Thank you.
Councilman DeCiccio, did you want to go first?
Yeah, I don't mind. So, Scott, thank you for being here today. I know it was difficult with the phone system there. Would you be willing, we put in a request, you've heard the public ask for it, and it's not an unusual request when people are asking for a waiver of funds or basically a complete, dissolution without any payment at all of their required payments. Will you send over your P&Ls for the last 5 years, including the ones that you've got now that show the drop?
Mayor to Councilman DeCiccio, thank you for that question. I think initially when the request was made of us for 5 years, it was for the last 5 years of profitability, not necessarily the full P&L. And that is one of the reasons why I declined. But what I would like to say is that we are a publicly traded company, and our full fiscal year financial performance is available online to the general public. In Phoenix in particular, I think also when we speak about profitability, it discounts our investment in the business and the other variables that you've heard before from some of the other folks that are speaking. But I can speak for SSP that we've invested $44 million in the Phoenix Sky Harbor Food and Beverage Program. And to Gonzalo's earlier point, we just invested a healthy amount into the midterm refurbishment, as well as the build out of Phoenix Terminal 3. I will have to get further approval, Councilman DeCiccio, to disclose a full P&L, as that becomes public knowledge outside of what is disclosed by our parent company. But I can check on that and return that answer as soon as possible.
I would appreciate that. So the P&L, you can include your $44 million investment as well. You can look at the assets that you put into the company since then. And I don't have a problem at all. Even a to-date P&L. And we can keep it confidential. It can be done in executive sessions if you want to do that. If that's what staff determines to be a negotiation issue. So that can be done, and I can understand why you may not want everybody to see that. But at the end of the day, when you're asking for a rent relief, and this is done in the private sector every single day, you have to show your P&Ls. You have to show what you've done and then show where you're at today. So the answer I'm hearing from you, Scott, is you're going to ask to see if not, and then you're going to provide a reasoning why, correct?
Councilman DeCiccio, that is correct. I would also like to comment.
And how much, I mean, oh, so go ahead. I interrupted.
The investment is listed on the balance sheet as opposed to the P&L. So really all you would see on a P&L is the monthly depreciation as opposed to the overall investment. And I think that's a big part of the picture that we would want to paint there, but I just wanted to state that.
Sure, you can provide your financials that way if you want to be able to show a story. I don't have a problem with that at all. What I do have a problem with is that we've asked repeatedly, we've had the public ask, I mean, it's the public's money, regardless of whether it comes from the federal government or where it comes from the city of Phoenix. It's still the public's money. They have a right to get this information. So when you're doing business with government, you have to expect a level of disclosure that you normally wouldn't do. So the P&Ls would be specific to Sky Harbor. Doesn't have to go anywhere else. Of course, we can get your P&Ls. We can get your profit statement even from other sources that are just company-wide, but this is specific to Sky Harbor.
Councilman DeCiccio, I understand your request.
Question.
Yep. And
Who
I
in the
will look
company
into
then, Scott? Who in the company has the authority to do that then, Scott?
Councilman DeCiccio, I would have to ask permission from our CEO and or CFO.
CEO United States or CEO International?
CEO of the United States.
So it would have to go up that high. Why would it have to go that high for a simple P&L?
Councilman DeCiccio, I can only say that we're a publicly traded company, and like I said, I think that it's in our best interest not to disclose specific information located to a market or a branch like Phoenix Sky Harbor when we disclose publicly our full records for the company, whether it's North America or globally. So I think that there just has to be a conference and an agreement between our chief executive officer and ensuring that our global parent is also okay with that.
Okay, so just from, at least from my end of it, we can do a non-disclosure agreement. It can be provided in an executive session, which is completely protected by if this is deemed that way, but it's completely protected information at that point. So if there's a concern there, I don't totally get it, but we'll look into that later. But if that is a concern of yours, this is something that we should be able to look at. We can look at your last 5 years, and including these downtimes. That way it gives us a better perspective of, one, from your end of it, you want us to be able to see the downturn, but at the same time, we want to be able to see how this has worked out for everybody. So I appreciate that. And then what do you think, maybe a week's time?
Councilman DeCiccio, I think that's fair. I think we have the 4th of July holiday in front of us, but certainly by the end of next week, I can come back to you.
Thank you, Mayor. And that's all.
Councilwoman Pastor.
So Scott, this is actually the first time, I just want to put it on the record that SSP has not reached out to me regarding this whole process from the very beginning. And my question is to Jim Bennett. In the past, or in our e-sessions in the past, there were statements given to us, financial statements given to us So I wanted to know, actually, Scott, I want to know why we are unable to receive those financials, because it has been given to us in the past.
Mayor, to Councilwoman Pastor, I do not recall us revealing any financial statements concerning individual concessions in previous meetings. We have shared what our gross sales have been in various business lines, but not financial statements.
Yes, thank you for the corrections. Yes, you're absolutely right. We did receive those. So, and my question is, can we see those for the last, I believe it was the last 5 years.
Mayor, to Councilwoman Pastor, in terms of gross sales of our concessions, we can certainly provide the council with a representation of what the gross sales in our terminal concession programs have been for the past 5 years.
Okay, and you could probably provide that sooner than later, Jim?
Mayor, to Councilwoman Pastor, yes, I mean, that's just a question of extracting it from the financial system. We can get that to the council next week easily.
And this is for both SSP and host. I just want to clarify that.
Mayor, to Councilwoman Pastor, yes, I mean, we would get it, we can get it for all of the terminal concessions, Host, SSP, Hudson, Stellar, Parodies, all of the businesses. We have that available, readily available in the city's financial system.
And Jim, I'm very well, I know the small businesses that fall under host. I'm unfamiliar with the SSP. Could you please let me know what are the small businesses under the SSP? I know there's Prime, I know there's subcontractors, and then there's, so could you please provide that to me?
Mayor, to Councilwoman Pastor, we can certainly get you that. In fact, I'm here today with Charlene Reynolds, our Assistant Director that oversees the concession program. She might be able to answer that as we sit here today.
That'll be perfect.
Mayor, to Councilwoman Pastor, you are correct. Both Host, SSP, and our other retailers all enter into what we call joint venture partnerships with several of our local airport concession disadvantaged business enterprises. And so therefore for SSP, some of those joint venture partners would be Bruce Mosby and others, and I would be happy to provide you a list when they propose on each package within our terminals. They specify who their joint business partners are. And so I will get that information to you as soon as possible on each location.
Okay, so you're unable to at least mention who they are at this moment.
Basically, I would like to give you the documented information, Councilwoman Pastor, because some of those local business partners may be partners of Host. Sometimes they're business partners of Hudson and/or Parody. So it is a complex joint venture relationship. And so I want to provide you with totally 100% accurate information, and I can do that by pulling their respective joint venture agreement and getting that information versus trying right now to sort out within my head the best that I can, but I just really want to provide you 100% accurate information.
I appreciate that, Charlene, only because I don't have that document in front of me to sit and analyze it. It's at home in a file. So since we're working home, remote home and office, so I appreciate that. The reason why I was asking that, and you gave me clarity, because there are some small businesses or joint ventures that are with SSP and host. And I have, host has been the partner or the people that have been reaching out to me in the small business area and talking to me and working with me on really to an agreement of what we're talking about today. And so one of the items was that we agreed upon with hosts that we would go for 90 days and then reevaluate some of the implementation so that then we could go longer in the future. So that's why I'm asking the questions that I'm asking. And so I have never heard from SSP or Scott. So again, putting it on the record, and I'll be curious to see who these joint ventures are intertwined. Thank you.
So, Mayor, to Councilwoman Pastor, I've just been provided with a document that outlines their specific joint venture partnerships. And so I'll be happy to read off that documentation for you. And so what I have listed here in the Terminal 4 food and beverage program, some of their ACDBE partnerships, Matt's Big Breakfast, so Matt Pool, you have Payway, I'm sorry, this is probably like 0.4 font, you have Wendy's, Rayanne, and several others. You have Pete's Coffee, Bruce Mosby, you have Four Peaks Brewery, you have Joe's Barbecue, you have Deluxe Burger, Lenny Rosenstein, Chevron's, Ken Chevron, you have Tammy Co. Cakes, you have Nokowich by Sarah Levy, you have Nokowich Express, Sarah Levy, you have Humble Pie, Cornwell Development, and Los Taquitos, again, Sarah Levy, as a joint venture partner.
And this is with SSP, correct?
Councilwoman Pastor, that is correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Any additional council member comments? Vice Mayor.
Is Scott still on the line?
Yes, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Scott is on the line.
So my question was for you. Last week, or at least the last couple of months or last couple of weeks, we've been talking to HMS Host, what is their representative that has come by and met with us, and they have a new handbook that they're be implementing throughout HMS Host. Are you planning on doing the same thing? Have they talked to you about this handbook, this new handbook and the new rules?
Vice Mayor, I'm not sure who you're referring to is, but we're rolling out a new safety policy, which includes a lot of materials that are handouts for the associates. But Lee Aaron, who spoke earlier in the call, probably is the subject matter expert there, and far more information than I'm aware of what's happening at the local branch level. My apologies.
and then my second question is like, why is it that SSP has kept us in the dark in terms of what they are doing? I think the small businesses have come to us and talked to us about what they're planning to do, and HMS Host has done the same thing. But you guys have kept us in the dark in terms of what you guys are doing with your workers, and I just want to understand why is it that no one ever reached out to us.
Vice Mayor, I think I was available on the last call that we had in terms of the last vote for rent relief. I was there, and I do know that we've been very active in speaking to various council members around various subject matter concerns regarding rent relief. In terms of coming to you directly, I did not personally come to you directly, but I felt like we were keeping those parties abreast of what was happening.
Would be interesting to know, because at least majority of the council or people that I spoke to on the council, and I think you heard it here today, had never heard from you guys. So I just thought, that you guys are coming in, asking for rent relief, and the fact that we're not able to get any of these numbers, it just makes it really hard to make that decision on what we should do moving forward, and hoping that in the future we can have more of a more honest conversation, or just more transparency on what is it that you guys are needing from us. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. I'm going to ask our city clerk to tell us, or some member of the city staff, the motions that are on the table and the order. So what would we vote on first? And then if it fails, what would we vote on?
Mayor, this is the city clerk. Currently, we have a substitute motion made by Councilmember Garcia to approve item number 32, maintaining the 90-day time frame, with a second from Councilwoman Pastor. If that item fails, we would go back to the original motion on item 32 made by Councilwoman Williams to approve item number 32 and extend the percentage rate to December 31st, 2020, which was seconded by Councilwoman Stark.
Thank you. Any council member comments or questions before we vote on Councilmember Garcia's motion? Okay, we will begin with Councilmember Garcia's motion. Roll call.
DeCiccio.
No.
Garcia.
Yes.
Nowakowski.
No.
Pastor.
Yes.
Stark.
No.
Waring.
No.
Williams.
No.
Guardado.
No.
Gallego.
No.
The item fails 2-7. We are now on item 32.
We will now. So we will now be voting on Councilwoman Williams' motion. Roll call.
DeCiccio.
No.
Garcia.
No.
Nowakowski.
Yes.
Pastor. Pastor. Stark.
Yes.
Waring. Waring.
Hear me? Yes.
Thank you. Yes. Williams.
Yes.
Guardado.
No.
Gallego.
Yes.
Denise.
Yes.
I'm a no. No.
I'm sorry, Councilwoman Pastor. Could you repeat that?
No.
Item passes 5-4.
Thank you all. As I mentioned before the item began, we are going to take a 20-minute break and we will reconvene at 1:35. Thank you.
Michelle, I'm in a big jam.
Welcome back to our formal meeting of the Phoenix City Council. We are going to continue with our agenda and begin with item 33, which is an award of community development block grants to nonprofits who are helping us fight COVID. It's really quite a who's who of nonprofits in our communities who have stepped up in a big way. And would open it up. Vice Mayor, do you have a motion?
Yes, motion to approve item 33.
Yes. Any council member discussion? Roll call.
DeCiccio,
Yes.
Garcia,
Yes.
Nowakowski,
Yes.
Pastor,
Yes.
Stark,
Yes.
Waring,
Yes.
Williams,
Yes.
Guardado,
Yes.
Gallego.
Yes. Passes 9-0. Wonderful. Congratulations to nonprofits ranging from Native American Connections to Trellis, and thank you for partnering with us to make life a little bit better for our community. We next move to item 34, which is Refugee and Asylee Coronavirus Relief Grant Program Award. I will turn to Councilwoman Pastor for a motion.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. With the refugee piece, I want to move to approve item 34 as corrected to award a $946,802 to the designated nonprofits and direct staff to open the process back up for the agencies who submitted proposals and did not receive funding, and to provide technical assistance for the remaining of the $53,108. And further, authorize staff to award those funds and enter into contracts with one or more of the agencies deemed responsive. I understand the reason why this motion is because I understand, I guess I need a second first. Second. Thank you. I understand that there were organizations who submitted proposals that did not receive the funding, and given that these agencies had limited time to submit proposals and may have other barriers like language barriers to accessing our grants funds and technical assistance, that's why I made the motion.
Thank you, Councilwoman Pastor. I appreciate that, and we'll be supporting the motion. Council member comments on this important partnership, these important partnerships. Roll call. Oh, I'm sorry, Councilmember Garcia.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councilwoman Pastor and the Vice Mayor for the support in this work. I think it's really important that we're doing this. It's a community that we've sometimes missed when we're doing this type of work, so I'm glad we're doing it. And just a reminder that we do need to look at equitable ways of doing our work and doing these disbursements. So I'm really happy this is moving forward, and I'll be supporting this.
Thank you. Roll call.
DeCiccio,
No.
Garcia,
Yes.
Nowakowski,
Yes.
Pastor,
Yes.
Stark,
Yes.
Waring,
No.
Williams,
Yes.
Guardado,
Yes.
Gallego.
Yes.
Passes 7-2.
Wonderful. We next move to item 36, which is a request to initiate street renaming process. This one is an exciting one for me, and then it gives us a chance to show our real values as a city. In 2017, the City Council adopted a policy that allowed us to change street names that were considered derogatory or controversial. Street names may seem small and go unnoticed, but they're really, they give character to a neighborhood. They can be historical markers or remind us of how we became the city we are. So today we will be voting on whether to initiate a 90-day community outreach process that will engage neighbors and individuals impacted in our community to consider changing 2 street names. We will listen and hear from those, including those most impacted by it. It's an opportunity to address longstanding problems and to talk about the harm that these names inflict on many of our community members. The community outreach is very important to this council, and when we established the process, we did prioritize us. I'm going to propose that we take these in 2 motions because I understand there are some council members who feel differently about one street name versus the other. So with permission of my colleagues, I'll begin by going to the public who have waited, and some people did try to wait for up to 3 hours to provide comments and could not. So, but I'm grateful to those who did wait for quite a while. And so we'll begin with public comment with Patty Hibbler, followed by Dee Dee Devine.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can, thank you.
Perfect. Thank you, Mayor Gallego and council members. I'm honored to be able to talk on this issue today. My name is Patty Hibbler. I am CEO at the Phoenix Indian Center. I am also enrolled citizen of the Confederated Salish and Kootenai tribes, a tribe that is from Montana. I have lived here in the Phoenix area since 1991, so I've been here almost 29 years now, and am honored to be part of the live within the city of Phoenix, and then also a member of our American Indian Urban Living American Indians. The S word on the street certainly has been in contention for a number of years. I did provide comment on this process a couple of years ago and expressed the same sentiment today. It is time to change the S word on the street to match the name of Payesta-Wapik. The S word continues to be one that is highly derogatory and of a sexual nature towards American Indian women, and one that continues to be used as a negative tool, as a weapon to make us feel less than human. As we look at our young people that are growing up and driving by and seeing the name on that street, it brings back very negative memories and history to us that are American Indians, and continues to perpetuate the lack of understanding by non-natives around what that word means. I highly support changing the name to Payesta-Wapik tribe. I think it's time to get it done and discontinue the marginalization of American Indian women in our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Dee Dee will be followed by Juliana Krupa.
Hello, Mayor and Council. I want to thank you very much for taking up this issue at this time. This is Dee Dee Yazi Divine with Native American Connections. We're actually co-located with the Phoenix Indian Center on Central, across from Central High School. Native American Connections strongly supports the city's action to change offensive street names. Several years ago, NAC supported the change to Payesta-Wapik, and also when the city of Phoenix changed the park signs. Let's support our strong Native women in our community and change the street name now. It's time to get it done. Thank you.
Thank you. Juliana will be followed by Michian Gorman.
Hello. Hello, can
Hello.
you hear me?
We can.
Members of the council, thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Jolana Bigay Kropa. I would like to introduce myself in my heritage Navajo Dene language. Tachini nishle, sitnajini bashishchin, ashche dashitshe do ye dene tachini dashanale. Jolana Bigay Kropa Yanishia. I live in Phoenix, Arizona, and I am a member of this community. I also want to acknowledge that this land that we all occupy are the traditional homelands of the Akimel Atam and the Pipash people. I support this request to initiate the street renaming, particularly the Squaw Peak Drive. This term is offensive and degrading to Indigenous American Indian women. I am an American Indian woman. I do not support street names that are demeaning. Renaming to Payestawa Peak Drive would align with the peak that was named in her honor. But secondly, removing the degrading street name and replacing it with Payestawa Peak Drive can serve as a reminder of the strength and courage of American Indian women have and the impacts that we continue to make in our society, in our communities. As a community member of this beautiful Phoenix area, as a proud Indigenous woman, this renaming initiative will demonstrate respect for American Indian Indigenous women and will empower even me. Thank you. Ahiha.
Thank you. Michion will be followed by Ginger Sykes-Torres.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hello, my name is Ms. Sean Gorman. I am Dene, an Indigenous woman of the Navajo, and I'm grateful to speak today in support of street name changes for Robert E. Lee Street and Squaw Peak Drive. I speak today not just as a concerned citizen, but as a person. I'll read these words to you right now, not just because I'm sitting in the form of a remote location, but because these words are difficult to say out loud. In my community and in the history of this nation, the name Lee and the word squaw are harmful, violent, and incite recent memories of trauma and pain. These words cut to the core of slavery, genocide, rape, and many, many more atrocities than I can count or state in a 2-minute window. For my family and friends, the term squaw is worse than a 4-letter word. I shudder at the idea of having to teach my children the meaning of it and why it stands proudly on a street sign that sits near a landmark that is named in honor of an Indigenous woman. The same landmark that sits in the original territory of an Indigenous tribe who still exist and have their own names for it. This term, squaw, regardless of where you find its definition, has been used historically to denigrate Indigenous women, to make them seem inhuman in order to justify terrible actions against them, like rape and kidnap. The same actions Indigenous women are experiencing today. Thousands of women and children are missing or found murdered today, and words like these only perpetuate those numbers. When I hear the name Robert E. Lee, I immediately connect it to the slavery and genocide of Black communities. His name glorifies horrendous acts against those communities and re-traumatizes someone every time it is spoken. To read it on a street sign is not passive. I support the name change of these streets and request this council to initiate this process. I yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Ginger will be followed by Jeremy Helfgott.
Hello, my name is Ginger Sykes-Torres, and I am a resident of District 6. I am also an enrolled member of the Navajo Nation. I would like to thank Mayor Gallego and Councilwoman Felda Williams for their leadership in proposing to initiate the process to rename both streets, and I support this proposal. On June 27th, the council approved the process, or June 27th, 2017, the council approved the process for changing street names that are derogatory or offensive. These street names are the very reason why this code was enacted. Changing the name of the street leading to Payestawa Peak is particularly important to my family. My husband and I and our 3 young kids live within 2 miles of the street. We hike in the Phoenix Mountains Preserve, which is accessed by this street. My curious children attend school within a 1/4 mile of the street. Though they are small, they will surely notice the name and not only wonder why it does not match the name of the park's most well-known peak, but also why the street was given that particular name. What is the significance? I worry that they will feel shameful when they find out the street is actually a derogatory word that portrays a caricature of a Native American woman. The name has no significance to our city, local tribes, or even tribes within the state of Arizona. Furthermore, as it is the only access road in the heart of one of Phoenix's most heavily used recreation areas and tourist attraction, the street name should reflect a point of pride rather than the opposite. I encourage the council members to approve the initiation of the name change process and start the staff analysis and the public input process, and also include local tribes in that input process. I appreciate the opportunity to provide this comment. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We will next go to Jeremy, followed by Michael Williams.
Good afternoon, Mayor. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you, Mayor Gallego, members of the council. Jeremy Helfgott on behalf of the city's Human Relations Commission. Appreciate the opportunity to be heard this afternoon. As has been referenced a couple of times, it was 3 years ago, almost to the day, that I was here before you as the process allowing for street name changes in the city was modified to allow this council, as it should be, to initiate the process of street name changes that we're talking about today. At that time, the Human Relations Commission had spent nearly a year from the time we received a letter of concern about the names of the two streets in question, talking about the matter, talking with the streets department, working with council staff and with community members right down to street level to try and determine the best course of action. And the conclusion we came to unanimously has not changed in that time. The 9 of you on this council are the elected representatives of the 1.6 million people who reside in this city. And the 9 of you are responsible for this city's image. Right now, these two street names are a significant concern to members of several of our minority populations, and they do need to be addressed. But this is more than just a matter of symbolic change. Even though the symbols are important, this is a substantive matter that impacts our economy, it impacts tourism, it impacts decisions by businesses to relocate here or to open up here and to expand their operations here. We know from the past, from moments like SB 1070 and the near passage of SB 1062, that when the state exclusive, that the response is enormous, damaging. The time to preserve the image of the city, we need to change the names of these streets to reflect the inclusive city that we are. And it falls to the 9 of you to make that decision. On behalf of the commission, I would urge each of you to support this measure today with a yes vote. And I'm happy to answer any questions if there are any.
Thank you. We will go to Michael, followed by Amanda Blackhorse.
Mayor Gallego and council members, I'd like to start off by saying that changing the street names is the right thing to do. I recognize that change is difficult and that the truth hurts, but America and Arizona is going through an awakening, as with most of America. My name is Michael Williams, the first of 10 children born in a hospital here in Phoenix. My father is of African-American descent, and my mother is 3/4 Native American from the Cherokee and Creek Nations of Oklahoma. I'm an associate faculty member of the Ashford University, and I'm also a retiree from U.S. West Communications and serve as the chair of Phoenix Human Relations Commission. But today I come before you as a citizen of the great city of Phoenix. I mentioned my U.S. West experience because we started valuing diversity in 1989. Growing up in Phoenix, I was able to attend integrated schools since Arizona was the first state to desegregate schools a year before the Brown versus the Board of Education decision. I had Black friends, white, Hispanic, and Asian friends. I didn't know much about prejudice, though my Hispanic friend's mother did not want us in the house. This could have been because we were all pretty rowdy boys, and it's perfectly explainable. My first really detailed experience and education of slavery and the treatment of Africans and Native Americans did not come into college. The treatment of the people did not resonate resonate much because what we saw on television was pretty much the same as what was learned in school. When you combine history and fiction, it becomes fiction. Parents did not say much about it because it was a time they just assume forget. But it's a new day. America's awakening. This is Arizona. We are learning what is taught in school and was shown on TV was not the complete truth. As a multicultural person, it hurts to know the real stories of what has happened to my people. Every time you come across streets and statues representing the past comes up, brings these memories and it hurts you again.
Thank you. Amanda will be followed by Maria Byer.
Hello, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay. My name is Amanda Blackhorse. I am Dene, originally from the Big Mountain, Arizona. I currently am a City of Phoenix resident here on Acamil, Otham, and Pipash ancestral land. I would like to express my support for the renaming of the derogatory Squaw Peak Drive and the Robert E. Lee Street. That's the only time I will say the S word, as hearing it and saying it makes me cringe and it makes me feel disgusted. These changes are long overdue and must happen immediately. Many times people say the S word is an honor and that they're paying homage to Native people, but I find no honor in being called or referred to as the S word. Similarly, the name Robert E. Lee rings of oppression as slavery of Black Americans. I support Black Lives Matter. There's no reason the Confederate general should be honored in today's society unless you believe in preserving racist ideals. As for the S-word street, I find it quite ironic that the people who live on the street, 23 or so residents, have been given more of a voice in whether or not to change the name of the street compared to Native people, an entire ethnic group and race, especially Native women who have called for its removal for many, many years. Why were we not asked what we think? We, after all, are the ones who eventually suffer the consequences of the term. And I'm glad that we are having this discussion now. It's known that Indigenous women are 2.5 times more likely to be victims of abuse and sexual assault in our lifetime. And as we currently try to advocate for missing and murdered Indigenous women, the assault on our identity and the hypersexualization of our women continue and go undisputed within our own non-Native community. Change is long overdue, and now is the time. I support changing it to Lori Paestawa Street with the approval of her family and her estate, of course. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Maria will be followed by Justin McKay.
Good afternoon, Mayor and council members, and thank you for your service to the city. On behalf of the Phoenix Suns and Phoenix Mercury, we ask that you vote to initiate this street renaming process. Both street names included in the meeting materials are offensive and must be changed. A vote to do so would align with the thoughtful and inclusive reputation this city enjoys. One of the great privileges our organization has is playing in front of audiences that include a lot of kids and young adults. This has been particularly gratifying at Mercury Games, where we see these amazing female athletes perform at a level that is everything we want girls to know they're also capable of in their pursuits. The Mercury have won 4 conference titles and 3 championships. They've played their games in front of a fan base that is not only legendary in the WNBA world, but in all of professional basketball. This tells us that Phoenix honors its women. And if there's any doubt, all you have to do is look up the makeup of the city council. Clearly, the names that are the focus of this item are derogatory. They have no place in the official records of our city, and we hope that you'll change them. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Justin will be followed by Rick Clowder.
Yes, a couple things. So I wanted to make everyone aware, you guys are doing this at a time where statues are coming down all over the country for the same reasons. that have been described here today, including people like Roosevelt, Columbus, Jackson, Lincoln, and according to the New York Times today, Mount Rushmore. So at what point do you draw the line? I would challenge, Councilwoman Williams, Mayor Gallego, and anyone else who wants to weigh in on the definition of racial equity. Equality is an established principle in U.S. law, but equity is not. I fully support equality under the law and everyone being treated equally under the law. But from my research, and correct me if I'm wrong, equity means equal outcomes. So how would you achieve equity? Is it relative to the population of a group? Do we want gender equity in the amount of male and female garbage truck drivers? I think it's an absurd concept that is just outside the scope of what the government is allowed to do. It's impossible to achieve without extremely drastic action. And for that reason, I think it should be opposed on every level, including this one, before it snowballs out of control. Thank you.
Rick will be followed by Mackenzie Saunders.
Good afternoon. My name is Rick Clowitter, and I'm a resident of Squaw Peak Drive. I'm not here to explain the burden a street name change would cause me. I'm here to remind you of the jobs you chose when you were elected. I doubt you ran for office expecting to be required to resolve problems of the magnitude we have in front of us, but here we are. Let's review. A Black man is murdered in police custody in Minneapolis. People in Phoenix are stirred to demonstrate against racism and police brutality. The mayor and chief of police, the two people with the most responsibility for addressing the problem, choose to march. Then on Juneteenth, the mayor says we need to change street names that you find deeply offensive. I ask you to reflect on that. Is that leadership? Because that is who you were elected to be, leaders. Jamar Williams, organizer for Black Lives Matter, is quoted on azcentral.com saying, "Changing the names of some streets is great, but what's the plan for addressing systemic racism in our city? I would like them to actually have the ingenuity they promised us, the forward thinking they promised us, and to help us start thinking of the future." End quote. How does changing the name of a street that you deem offensive begin to move the needle on the problems of racism and police brutality? It doesn't. Let's not waste 90 days debating alternative street names and debating what is and isn't offensive. Let's spend the next 90 days discussing and identifying initiatives which will make meaningful change on these two issues. And let me be the first to offer to help.
Our final speaker on this agenda item will be Mackenzie.
Hi, can everyone hear me?
We can.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to speak on this today. So my name is Mackenzie. I'm a Phoenix native and a District 7 resident who's lived here my entire life. As a Phoenix native, I'm really committed to making sure that our city is a place that works for everyone. Because of this, I'm urging all of our Phoenix City Council members to vote yes on the request to initiate the street renaming process for both streets in question. It's entirely unnecessary to have street names that reflect our ugly history of oppression against Indigenous and Black communities. And for my fellow non-Indigenous and non-Black people here, just because the street names may not seem harmful to us who are not people of color, it doesn't mean that they aren't harmful to other communities. Our Indigenous and communities and our Black communities are telling us that these street names are incredibly harmful, and it's our job to listen and take the necessary steps to remove these memorializations of oppression. And to my fellow white people here, it's not our job as white people to determine what is and what is not racist. It's our job to listen and to make necessary reforms. It may seem small to you, but it's not small to a lot of people. Also, may I just say that having a street in Arizona named after a Confederate leader makes literally zero geographical or historical sense. Just wanted to throw that out there. So yeah, ultimately to improve Phoenix, to make Phoenix more inclusive, and to help transform our city into a place that really does work for everyone, we must approve this request to initiate the street renaming process. Thank you so much for your leadership, everyone. I really look forward to seeing this request approved and this process move forward.
Thank you so much. Angela Huey of One Community was on the line for at least 3 hours to speak in favor of the renaming process. We also received a letter from the Intertribal Association of Arizona, which represents 21 tribal nations, including neighboring communities, in support of this process. And I want to thank them for weighing in. I will, I think, turn to Councilmember DeCiccio for a motion.
Thank you, Mayor, and I got to tell you, I really appreciate the fact that you brought this forward, and to Councilmember Zelda Williams for doing that. I was supportive of changing the street name before, and I'm going to be extremely supportive today. I think there are a couple things here. One, and to look at standards, and the standards at least that I apply to this, is the name historic, and is the name derogatory? And I'll cover each of those quickly. Historic, there is no historical reason to have the S word, and I won't even say that word. I think it's that offensive, and I just think it's horrible, and I'm so happy we're changing it for that reason. But for on the derogatory side of it, Mayor, is this a name that I want or would want to have applied to my children, my girls, in front of their names? And it's just, the answer is just clearly no. This word in its own is extremely offensive. It's not just offensive to Native Americans, it's offensive to everybody. And I am extremely happy to be able to make the motion today to get rid of that name. And if we can find another name like that anywhere else in the city, I'd be happy to move that as well. So what I'd also like to have in my motion here, Mayor, and I don't think it's anyone's fault in that neighborhood or on that street that this has happened to them. And I don't think it's fair for the city to be asking them to pay for any changes or anything else like that. So in my motion, I'd also like to have the City of Phoenix provide the assistance necessary for them to change the names. That means if there's any costs associated, like a lot of people do work out of their homes, and they, you know, they have letterhead and things like that, that we be involved in it. My guess is not going to be that much, but a lot of people are going to need help changing their passports or their driver's license and things like that. So I'd like to at least provide the City of Phoenix's assistance to do that, Mayor, in the motion. Again, I do thank you, Mayor, for bringing this forward. I still can't believe it's taken this many years to do this. This should have happened a long time ago. And I want to thank Councilwoman Williams again for bringing this forward. And my motion is to change the name of the S word.
Second. Thank you so much, Councilman. Thank you for your support. And I believe that you and Councilman Williams have been working since we started this process in 2017 to say we want to do this without burdening the people on the street. So that's something I certainly support. Councilmember Garcia.
Thank you, Mayor. So we're doing one first, right? We're doing, okay. Yeah, I find it a little sad and troubling that we weren't able to get this done before, but I'm glad we're able to get it done now. I want to thank the Black Lives Matter movement. I think without the work and the actions across the country, this wouldn't be happening. And so I'm really excited that we're responding to it. But like I heard from some of the callers, I hope our work doesn't stop here in both acknowledging racist street names or things that are in our society, but also to make sure that we're fighting for things that make the quality of life of Indigenous and Indigenous women better. Knowing that missing and murdered Indigenous women is something that's happening across the country. Indian countries being hit hard right now by COVID. And so I would want us, yes, absolutely supportive and wish this would have happened a long time ago and that it would have never even been named that way. But now that we're making this action, I hope that we also start looking at policies that actually change the daily lives of Indigenous people and particularly Indigenous women. One thing, I spoke to someone on our Parks Board, Masabi Perea, who has for a while been looking into land acknowledgements in our public parks or public areas. I think that's something that we must do as a settler colonial state that we are. I think it's important for us to at least acknowledge the lands that we have taken and that we're in. And so I would want us to look into that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to Councilwoman Williams, who's been my partner on moving this forward. I will turn to her next.
Mayor, did he also move a public hearing of the Robert E. Lee, or is it just strictly the S word? I'm not sure what his motion was.
It was just on this one here, Mayor. I want to hear what the public has to say about the other one, and in particular, if there's any historical reference to that.
Because I think you have a second. If you don't, I want to make sure that we have included the people who live on that street. And following up what Councilman Cecilio, I think it's extremely important that the city not only finance the changes, but really go out door to door, drop off so we have a public hearing. And I would like to attend that public hearing. I don't know. I'm sure it will be virtual, but I think it's important that we get the people directly involved in understanding and knowing what we can do to help them make all the changes. Because I know the list is long when you change every legal document you have, but I think it's worth hearing and moving forward on it. So I guess that's my comments. If you want a motion on the Robert E. Lee, I will gladly put that forth for public review.
Wonderful. I think we'll do first a vote on the first street name, and then I will turn to you for a motion on the second.
Thank you.
Okay, so then let's move forward with a roll call on initiating the 90-day process on the first street name, which starts with an F. Roll call.
DeCiccio,
Yes.
Garcia,
Mayor, can I say something?
Please do.
I don't know if I was clear or this is a question to Ingrid or staff, but I really want us to look into the land acknowledgements piece of it. I vote yes on this, but want to make sure that is that something staff can look at.
Mayor, Councilmember Garcia, we will have the Parks Department, Inger, and the Parks Department work on that and return back to you and the council with what that might look like in cooperation with the Parks Board.
Thank you.
Nowakowski,
Yes.
Pastor, Pastor, Stark,
Yes.
Waring,
Yes.
Williams,
Yes.
Guardado,
Yes.
Gallego.
Mayor, can you hear me?
Councilwoman Pastor, I can hear you now.
Okay. Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm having technical difficulties today. It's a yes.
Thank you very much. Gallego?
Yes.
Thank you. Passes unanimously.
A wonderful vote. Thank you to our public, our Native American leaders and the council on this one. It feels good to see this as a unanimous vote, and we look forward to important dialogue with our community and residents, as well as tribal nations, to move this forward. Councilwoman, and I should also note, we had 20 members of the public write in support of this and 2 in opposition. I will next turn to Councilwoman Williams for a motion on the second street name.
move approval to request the initiation of street renaming for Robert E. Lee and for the process to begin with the same caveat that staff work very closely with the residents and businesses along that street to identify how the city can help them.
Second.
Mayor, may I say something?
Yes, Councilman Waring.
Thank you. So questions for, I think, probably Ed. So when we not initiated this process, when the issue came up in 2017, I voted no, not because didn't want to change the street names, but because there was already a street name change process that had much citizen participation. I think you had to get, Ed, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think you had to get 75% of the residents to agree. I thought that was certainly possible. But we had a street name change in my district. There's no reason to drag them into it. So it's a large corporation. They had changed the name of their street to fit the corporation. Then the corporation got bought by somebody else, and that name changed, and they wanted to change it again. And when I was asked to go to the neighbors and talk to them about it, the answer was it was a nightmare the first time. It was just awful, and we don't want to do it again. There's no amount of money that the corporation can offer us. We're not doing it. And they didn't. And that name it's the old corporation name on the current corporation's driveway, basically, to this day, because there was a lot involved, and people who had gone through it the first time did not want to go through it the second. So knowing that, and knowing it was going to definitely impact the people on both these streets, but one of them is in my district, I asked that we, have the public meetings, and that the city would do what it could to help the neighbors and everything. Now 3 years have gone by. Ed, you and I have talked about this at length. I obviously expected this maybe to come up before now, but it didn't. So can you walk through, Ed, you've come up with a process to try to make this, Sal alluded to it, the least injurious process possible for the people who live on the street, because it's not really fair for them to bear the whole burden of this alone. They should get support from their government. And so can you talk about that, Ed, please?
Yes, Mayor, Councilman Waring. So in anticipation of this, we have a team led by Mario Paniagua as the Deputy City Manager, along with Alan Stevenson and Keeney Knudsen, our Street Transportation Department. And we've also enlisted the help of a couple of our library staff as researchers and customer service folks. And so we will have a team set up who will, I use the word concierge, be available as concierge to residents of those streets. They are doing research right now, Alan and his team, on all the different things that people need to think about in terms of deed recording. It was mentioned passports and driver's licenses, but we're trying to do all the research on that, and then have folks available to help residents if and when the council makes a change, help residents walk through that process. And then, as I understand the motion from just now, we will also identify financial resources in the city to offset those costs for the residents. Alan, was there anything else?
Thank you for that, Mayor, because, I'm sorry, was there something else, Ed, or?
No, I think I got it, basically. Okay.
I want to make sure the street names are clearly going to be different in 4 months or less. So 4 months from today, or 3 months from today, whatever it works out to be exactly, the names are going to be different. It has struck me. So normally, and what I did in 2017 was I'd go out and knock on the doors of the street. Of course, that wouldn't be very wise in the middle of coronavirus, so that option was off the table. It has struck me that I don't believe, now I've called, I hit some phone numbers, so I tried to call who I could on that street, but realistically, you're not going to get, you get a couple people, that's it, phone numbers change, etc. So we had a lot of bad numbers too. Anybody who's ever been in politics tried to make cold calls, you know how that goes. So I certainly, it has struck me that I don't think anybody who actually lives on the street in my district actually has reached out. I don't know, from looking at the addresses and stuff on the comments. Now, I don't see the people who actually spoke. I don't believe that goes straight to the mayor, so I haven't seen those. But I didn't hear anybody say that they live on the street in my district. So I am concerned that maybe we're having this hearing And with everything else that's going on, there was a big article in the paper, but it was kind of buried in the central section that they have on the Wednesdays. I almost didn't see it myself. I know other elected officials who didn't see it. I want to make sure, Ed, that immediately at the end of this meeting, I know it's almost July 4th weekend, but please get out there and let the neighbors know, because now the clock is ticking and they need to understand, if you, like Sal said, if you got a business or something, but just all the stuff that you got to do. I mean, are they going to have to change the deeds to their house, car registrations, all that, and all of it, which is harder right now because you can't go to offices, for the most part, or if you can, it's limited. And obviously you've got the financial pressures of the virus and everything that are weighing on people. So I would just implore you, please make sure that those meetings, the virtual meetings, are content heavy, and that the people know exactly where they can go to help. I did appreciate we worked together to get that set up so that there is a plan so that they can immediately start this process, because it's going to happen quickly. I don't know how it works with MapQuest and Google Maps and all that, but the faster this gets done, hopefully it's a painless process for those people. The mayor and I are the only two who represent, this particular street, but I think all of us, I would hope, would not want the burden to be borne solely on these folks. When they didn't pick their house because of the street name. I'm sure they picked their house because it's it was the best house they could afford, closest to their job or loved ones or what have you. Same reason all of us picked our houses. So I would just really ask, Ed, I'm really trusting you to kind of guide this. Please make sure that those folks are taken care of. Thank you.
Mayor, Councilman Waring, this is Alan Stevenson. I would just like to clarify that the council policy adopted in 2017 requires that a certified letter be sent to all those property owners, residents, or businesses that abut the street that with the proposed name change within 21 days. So within that notification, we will be directing them to a website for a lot more information on the discussion and what they would need to do if they're whatever the name change is chosen, and then also inviting them to participate in the WebEx public meetings so that we be able to solicit that feedback and input from those folks.
And again, Mayor, Alan, I have the utmost respect for you and your work and everything, and we've talked about this as well. I will say to that 21 days, it's been named this for 59 years. The council took action 3 years ago. I kept asking staff, but is anybody, asking for this change? And then a year went by, and Felda said it in the paper. Eventually, nothing happened. I was pretty surprised, but knew this day was coming. So I don't think there should be 21 days of prep to get one letter sent out. I would certainly hope, in anticipation of this, maybe some prep work's already been done, particularly since it kind of had at least 3 years advance notice. So please, and in 21 days, now you only got 69 days left before the actual change happens, because it's clearly going to. So I would certainly hope we can get that letter out, immediately. So I would appreciate that. Thank you.
Mayor, Councilman Waring, we will make that happen much sooner than the 21 days.
Thank you, Alan, and thank you to the city manager for putting real staffing behind this so we can try to have a strong engagement process. Yes, Councilman DeCiccio.
Thank you, Mayor. I could support the motion. I'd like to see if Felda would like to, and this is a basic one, put it in a friendly motion, that you also include that in the letter that goes out that the city can provide direct assistance. So what's going to end up happening, you're going to have a lot of people that are going to be able to do a lot of this stuff on their own. But in both cases, not just on this one, but on the S word in my district, if you could put in there too that says that in the letter, we can provide direct assistance for those individuals that just can't do it. For example, you'll have the WebEx, and I'd probably say 60, 70% of the population in both areas are going to be able to do it on their own, and they're going to like doing it on their own. Not like, they know how to do it. But you're going to have a lot of individuals, like the elderly, that are not going to be able to do that. So in those cases where we start narrowing it down to just a few people, that we provide that assistance and help them fill out those forms and get those forms done. If we could add something like that, Zelda, I'll be on board with this one as well. Zelda?
Councilwoman Williams, did you want to respond? So I think it was a request that the letter include that we could provide financial support for those for whom this is a financial burden. Is that accurate, Councilman DeCiccio?
Partially, but it's also that we can help them directly, especially the seniors that are out there. So they may not know how to change a passport. They may not know how to change a driver's license. That we have somebody there that's able to guide them through that.
So, yesterday I had a birthday, and I am one of those people that would love guidance if I had to do this. So I absolutely agree to incorporate.
Especially those of us that are technically challenged, right, Zelda?
Yeah.
So, you know,
exactly.
I'm one of those.
Just because I couldn't. I mean,
So if we could, so if we could put in something like we could provide direct assistance to those individuals, and if they turn out, they say, hey, look, and I've seen this before, especially those that are elderly, and I keep saying that, but they just are not aware of how to change some of these things. And it could be someone who's young too, but they could come in and we can walk them through those things. It's not going to be a lot of people, because by the time you're done with this, you're going to be able to approach most of them, but not only help them financially, but to, and in the letter we talk about helping them financially if there's anything that they need to do, like the cost of a passport change, you know, those types of things, changing their letterhead. So that's all fair to ask, you know, us to do that for them, but also to help them directly.
I also think, Sal, it'd be important if we could give them a list that talked about what they might need to change.
Ah, very good. You're right.
Yeah.
That would be good.
You know,
some of the basics.
It might take me months to think of it all. So, yeah, absolutely.
Well,
I don't know.
I'm sorry.
No, I just
This is one of those times, too, that
include that.
more information is better than less. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Zelda. I interrupted.
No, I just said, can staff add that to my motion?
Mayor, Councilmember Williams, Councilman DeCiccio, yes. That's understood to be part of the motion as long as the second accepts it. Councilwoman Stark?
I accept. Yes, I accept. Great ideas. Thank you.
And just to clarify, as we were talking with Councilman Waring, so the team that Alan and Mario have put together, that's exactly what they're working towards, is to get a checklist, a list of resources, and actually to provide resources through our library department staff to help individuals and to be like a concierge for individuals. As you mentioned, Councilman, if there are people who are just confused by the process, we want to have people who can assist them. I think it's really important, though, to remember nobody should do anything until after the council has acted on this officially 90 days from now. So it's not that people need to go and be doing things right now, because the council has to determine if they're going to do the change and then what the change will be. And from that point forward, our staff will then engage with that part of it. But our staff will be available in this 90-day period, too, to just answer all those questions. So just a reminder, the name isn't going to change until the council acts, and then the council will actually put an effective date on it as well at that point. And 90 days from today is October 1st, so sometime in that September-October time frame, the council will take an action.
Thank you.
If I may, Jim.
Councilman Waring.
Thank you. Yeah, and just to that point, I just think sooner, I mean to harp on it with Alan, but just sooner rather than later. We've had a lot of time as a council or as a city to think about this. And so if it was me, I would want to know, what do I need to do as soon as I possibly can get started? That's what I'm going to do. But the first thing is the list. You know, I thought about kind of going over a long list of stuff that I thought of, but like, you know, it's stupid stuff like, hey, where's my Sports Illustrated this month? Well, they tried to send it the old address. It got sent back. I mean, there's a lot of things that people might not immediately think about. So Felton is right. A concrete list of, hey, sort of a checklist would be would be well advised to get that out there to people as quickly as possible. And those meetings are the best opportunity to do that, particularly the first one, because people don't always go to a second meeting. But that's all I can say is just please have like that ready, and the quicker people can if that gets started thinking about what they need to do, the better.
Mayor, Councilman Waring, I'm holding in my hand here 7 pages of information that the library department has researched and put together with a list of websites to go to change information, and some bullet points, handout of things that how you need to do those things. So we're already putting all that stuff together, to your point, Councilman Waring, and that'll all be put together and on a website so that we can reference it in that letter that goes out, so people are able to get the important information of what the proposal is, what the hearing dates are. For more information, go to the website, and then that website will have that information for them to download. We'll continue to communicate with them for items like the effective date of the ordinance. All of that can be communicated through that website information, and then we can also send that out as part of the WebEx. When you log on to participate in those meetings, we will go through that information, but then we'll also have that sent to them electronically, so the folks are there can get it as well. So we'll make sure to cover it in a couple different places to get it all out.
And Mayor, Ed, I appreciate that quick turnaround, because I think that the library idea sort of, at least as far as I know, came out of us kind of spitballing ideas and kind of hit on this. And I know you said you had enthusiastic participants, and I just think that's really commendable that you already got 7 pages worth of stuff, because that wasn't all that long ago. So I appreciate that, and please just keep me posted if there's some way my office can help. I wish we could go knock on doors, but obviously that's off the table really for the foreseeable future. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Waring. Councilmember Garcia.
Mayor, I'm obviously supporting this. I know it sounds really hard not to be racist, and it sounds like people have to do a lot of work, but I think, yes, we should help them, but we should also think about paying that close of attention to detail about the demands that the Black Lives Matter movement is putting forward. To me, this is low-hanging fruit and something obvious that we should have done a long time ago, and I'm glad we're doing it now. What we should be talking about is how Robert E. Lee was a slave owner, and how these street names and what we've seen come out is actually part of a whole revisionist strategy to use Robert E. Lee as a hero in the 1920s as the KKK emerged, and against the civil rights movement in the 60s. And so that's the conversation I wish we were having now about the reasons why it is so disrespectful and hurtful, and like we've heard from folks on the call, traumatic to have these names on the streets. And I acknowledge it's going to be tough for the neighbors, and I hope we can support them, but I hope we show the same grace as we continue to push policy for Black lives as a city council. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional council member questions or comments? Roll call.
DeCiccio.
Yes.
Garcia.
Yes.
Nowakowski. Nowakowski. Pastor.
Yes.
Thank you. Stark.
Yes.
Waring.
Mayor, I'd like to explain my vote.
Please do.
So you guys wouldn't know this, but I used to live just south of this street. I lived there for 10, 11 years. And I always wondered how it got that name. I'd go on a walk in the neighborhood, and I'd walk on that street. And it has nothing to do with any of the other street names in the area. I certainly noticed that. It was surprising to see it. I lived on Campobello, which for those who are familiar, there's actually a movie named after it. Campobello was the island where Franklin Roosevelt contracted polio. Those are the only two anywhere even close to historic street names up there. The other names around us were Hartford and Annette and Anderson, and then this one. I found out in 2017 that it was named that in 1961, but I only found out that actually it was renamed in 1961 at the height of the Civil Rights Movement. And with that timing and the name it has, it's just hard to believe somebody wasn't trying to send a message, and clearly not a positive message. And that offends me greatly. This isn't some historic thing. This is a surface street in Phoenix, almost 100 years after the war, and we're naming it after one of the participants. So I'm a terrible public speaker, and so I'd rather let somebody else who is much more eloquent than me speak for me on the subject, because I do feel strongly about it. I read this quote many years ago. I never in a million years thought I'd have occasion to use it in a work setting like this. It's Ulysses Grant commenting on Robert E. Lee. I believe it was from the end of his excellent memoirs, which are always rated as about the highest and the best of former presidents, even though it doesn't talk about his presidency. But the quote is, I felt like anything rather than rejoicing at the downfall of a foe who had fought so long and valiantly and had suffered so much for a cause, though that cause was, I believe, one of the worst for which a people ever fought, and one for which there was the least excuse. And I would agree with that. So I vote aye. Thank you.
Williams,
Yes.
Guardado,
Yes.
Gallego,
Yes.
passes 8-0.
Wonderful, thank you. And thank you, Councilman Waring. I think a very appropriate quotation, and all of our speakers who are willing to share passionate words and difficult situations. You are contributing to a better Phoenix, so thank you. We will now initiate a process that involves significant community outreach. Our next agendized item is 43 language and cultural diversity classes. This was pulled from the consent agenda because there were members of the public who wished to speak on it. They are no longer with us, so we'll turn to our Vice Mayor for a motion, or anyone.
Motion to approve item 43.
Second.
Any comments or questions? Roll call.
DeCiccio,
Yes.
Garcia,
Yes.
Nowakowski, Pastor.
Yes.
Thank you, Councilman Nowakowski. Pastor,
Yes.
Stark,
Yes.
Waring,
Yes.
Williams,
Yes.
Guardado,
Yes.
Gallego.
Yes.
Passes 9-0.
Thank you. Item 44 is a request for reconsideration of item 3 from the June 23rd, 2020 City Council policy session from Councilwoman Pastor. So I will turn to Councilwoman Pastor to introduce the item and for a motion.
Can you guys hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now.
I feel it's like these phones. I move to reconsider item 3 from the June 23rd, 2020 City Council policy session, 8-hour rule request for consideration to research a prevailing wage ordinance. This item would simply allow staff to spend time in excess of 8 hours to research a policy related to a prevailing wage ordinance. The pandemic has amplified the importance of addressing affordable housing and homelessness in our city. It has also required millions in investment to address those issues, as well as to provide utility and rent assistance to prevent the need for more long-term assistance if more individuals were to lose their home. A prevailing wage ordinance is one tool that should at least be considered. As leaders, we owe it to the workers that literally help build this great city to at least allow staff to research the issue, have stakeholder meetings, and present their findings to council so that we can take an educated decision on this matter instead of dismissing the idea completely with without all of the information. That's my
Second.
Thank you. And Councilwoman Pastor, you did say move approval?
Yeah, move to reconsider the item, move approval, yes.
And then Vice Mayor has seconded it. We have 4 members of the public to speak on this item. So we'll begin with them. We'll go to Mike Huckins, followed by Nick Carrillo.
Thank you, Mayor and Council members. Mike Huckins with the Greater Phoenix Chamber, here again in opposition to the proposed 8-hour rule and the reconsideration before you today. I'll keep my comments brief since I spoke to you last week on the issue, but did want to reiterate a few key points. We believe that prevailing wage ordinance have a chilling effect and would create undue burdens on businesses, especially smaller businesses, when trying to bid on these types of projects. These types of ordinances generally result in less businesses bidding on those projects. Speaking from a broader business community perspective, this type of ordinance sends the wrong message to struggling job creators who are still reeling from the economic catastrophe of the COVID-19 pandemic. This is simply the worst possible time to propose an ordinance like this. We again have serious concerns that the effect of the ordinance on affordable housing, and this will likely put the city in legal conflict with state statute. We urge you to continue opposing this from sending this concept any further. Thank you, Mayor and Council, for your time.
Thank you. Nick will be followed by Josh Umar. Nick, the floor is yours.
Hello, I'm muted.
Hello.
Can you hear me now?
Hear you.
All
we
right.
Can. Yes.
Thank you very much. My name is Nick Carrillo. I'm the region manager for the WWCCA, a multi-state signatory specialty subcontractor association located here in the Valley. I'm here today to echo the voice of our contractor members in support of the 8-hour rule request for consideration to research a prevailing wage ordinance. Phoenix, being a large metropolitan area with a fast-growing population, would benefit from a prevailing wage and benefit earning structure. A fair, transparent, and equitable construction environment is paramount to the continued success and growth of the city. The City of Phoenix is due the right to have an oversight on how taxpayer dollars are spent on city-funded projects. Further, they are due the assurance that the tax dollars are regenerated to maintain the benefit of public funding money to developers, housing, schools, and more. It is understood that the city welcomes both public and private development. Each opportunity holds its own value to the city. We are supportive of prevailing wage for publicly funded or influenced projects. Studies show that prevailing wage opens the bidding pool to more contractors and grows and retains the local workforce. In an environment where manipulation of law, misclassification of employees and independent contractors, wage theft, and other criminality is allowed dark shadows to move, prevailing wage shines a bright light on the good, hardworking citizens of Phoenix. Prevailing wages support trade education, safe work environments, encourages more efficient and industry-leading practices, and provides economic revenue to sustain positive population growth momentum. Further, it allows Phoenix residents to work and stay where they belong, at home in Phoenix, and can be used in attracting skilled labor from other areas. This type of ordinance would be a first step to ensure taxpayer dollars invested in permanent infrastructure are dispersed legally and responsibly to the working members of the contracted construction companies. Thank you.
Thank you. Josh will be followed by Matt Capalbi.
Hi, my thanks to the council members and you, Mayor Gallego, for the opportunity to speak again today in opposition to this prevailing wage ordinance and spending the city's time on it. My name is Josh Umar. I'm the executive director of the American Subcontractors Association of Arizona, or ASA. Also speaking today for the Associated Minority Contractors of Arizona. Ricardo Carlo had tech issues that prevented him from jumping on. But with respect to the council, we're united that there could not be a worse time to impose new and costly compliance burdens on contractors who do work building critical infrastructure in the city of Phoenix. I'd ask that you note the comments left by our members who encourage you to focus the city's time on more pressing matters than this overly broad prevailing wage policy. But the concerns are not limited to timing. As I mentioned last week, there are clear legal issues with requiring contractors to pay prevailing wages and participate in apprenticeship programs. In addition, we believe this policy would raise construction costs significantly and directly, but also indirectly in ways that would cost the city money and cost qualified contractors, especially emerging minority contractors, opportunity. In the weeks since the policy session, ASA and AMCA have both continued to hear from their members that this ordinance would stifle even relatively sophisticated small and medium-sized contractors from engaging with city projects. Davis-Bacon Act provisions are complex and serve as a barrier to market entry for those who are not familiar with them, who would be then strongly discouraged to bid on contracts whether that they would otherwise be perfectly suited to perform. This decreases competition for taxpayer-funded projects, resulting in fewer options and higher prices for the city at a time when none of us can afford them. Again, we ask that the council focus its efforts on making it easier to build Phoenix rather than harder, and engage the whole construction community, especially subcontractors, minority and women-owned businesses, in finding alternative solutions to the problems this ordinance would fail to solve. Thank you again for the opportunity. I'll yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. Our final speaker on this item will be Matt. Did a council member have something to say? Okay, our final speaker on this item will be Matt. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. We certainly appreciate you revisiting this issue today. And thanks to Councilwoman Pastor for putting this on the agenda for reconsideration. Unfortunately, you just heard a great deal of misinformation from two of the previous presenters regarding this issue. And the reason why we support, as the Carpenters Union, support our contractors and our business people because they operate legitimately and above board, and they do pay their prevailing wages and their insurance and their taxes, as we feel all contractors should, which unfortunately in the Phoenix market right now is not the case. If the federal government sees fit to have these requirements, we think the city of Phoenix should also, just to be a good player across the board. And also, we always talk about workforce development and its importance. We have a huge number of skilled professionals that have Department of Labor certifications that cannot adequately get a livable wage here in the Phoenix area. And they have to go to other areas such as Las Vegas, Los Angeles and such, where they can utilize their skills with just a livable wage so they can take care of their families. So we need to look out for the skilled workers that are here in the Valley and we can do all that we can to develop that workforce and retain it here, which unfortunately we don't have that ability now, but prevailing wage would help address those concerns and issues. And I am available for any comments or questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Council member comments or questions?
So, Mayor, this is Councilwoman Pastor.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Go ahead.
This is just to reconsider the item. So, item 44 is just to reconsider it. Item 45 is to approve that staff would spend excess of 8 hours of staff time. The reason why I asked for the reconsiderations, as I stated earlier, but because as you can hear from the four callers, there are different point of views and different opinions. And so I would like to have the research and discussion with stakeholders to see and understand all the dynamics that go along with the prevailing wage. And what it would do was have staff participate in this process, and then we can consider we can consider the prevailing wage in the future. All I'm asking for is to study it.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Vice Mayor.
I just want to thank Matt for getting on the phone and also reaching out to our office. to talk to us about the prevailing wage. When we talk about prevailing wage, we're talking about healthy jobs and we're talking about a healthy community. I think in the last few years, I think one of the council's proudest moments is what we're doing to address homelessness. I think there is a lot of plans to address that, but I think prevailing wage is part of that. If we have good jobs, if we have quality jobs in the city of Phoenix, then we are going to be preventing homelessness. When I was running for office, that was one of my commitments to the city of Phoenix, is how to work on that. And I think that if we're able to make sure that workers have good jobs, then we have healthy communities. If we have healthy communities, then we have people involved, and we also deal with crime at the same time. I think that this deserves the opportunity for us to be able to look at this more profoundly, being able to do the meetings with different stakeholders and really figure out what are our next steps. We are in the middle of a pandemic. We have workers that need to make sure that they have good jobs, that they're able to sustain their families. We see majority of people in the city of Phoenix are one paycheck away from being homeless. And with this pandemic, it's only going to grow worse. I think as a city, we can do better to support working class families. I think, and this is just one step for us to be able to show what is it that we can do for them. If we're really, really serious about combating homelessness, prevailing wage is one way to do so. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Any additional comments?
Mayor?
Councilman DeCiccio.
Mayor? Oh, thank you, Mayor. Since we're going kind of through a kumbaya moment and we're really not hearing too much from the industry individuals themselves that are speaking, that I'm kind of shocked by that. But from my end of it, when it deals with, and I'm not going to support the motion, I'm just not for the reconsideration. And I'll at least give you just a, we are going through a kumbaya moment here. So I kind of like that. And you haven't had that feeling in a long time. So let's take affordable housing on its own. We just finished a project at Aeroterra, I believe it is. Those units came in, and this is the government doing it, at about $322,000 a unit. Now you add in the prevailing wage, you add that into it, you add everything else into it, you're going to see those affordable units skyrocket. Anybody doing business with the city of Phoenix, this is going to be a nightmare for them. It's going to be a nightmare for those individuals that are looking for housing. And just to give things into perspective, just on that one, we called it affordable housing unit at $322,000 a door for apartments, not a home, for apartments. That would represent, if it was a single family home, about a principal and interest payment of about $1,600. I just did the math myself. Then taxes, insurance, probably about $250 to $300. So $1,900 a month for projects that the city of Phoenix does. And they call it affordable housing at $1,900 a unit for apartments. I mean, you can essentially build a home for those individuals for that cost easily. Not hard to find a $300,000 home in the city of Phoenix, just isn't. So you add in the prevailing wage, and every little bit matters. So I will be opposing this, Mayor. I'll be opposing the 8-hour rule. I think it would be a disaster for our economy today to move this thing forward. I think it would be a problem. It would not be sending the right message when we're struggling the way that we are right now, Mayor. So I'll just leave it at that. I'm not going to go into a lot more detail on it. Don't need to do that. But appreciate the opportunity to speak, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilman DeCiccio. Any additional council member comments? Councilmember Garcia.
Well, Mayor, I just hope we get an opportunity to reconsider this and actually do the research and vote on this. I know it may seem difficult to stand up for the little people, but we just gave some have called this out, called it a bailout, so I'm going to go with that term. To companies at the airport, we've been able to support, and the CARES funds we've been able to move. I think it's an opportunity for us to start standing up for workers, making sure that they have a living wage, and that they're taken care of, and that we are also making sure that what's built in Phoenix is built with quality and with labor that is being fruitful, and that folks are going to be able to reinvest in their community and be able to afford those houses that we're talking about. Again, I think a way forward is to make sure that workers are taken care of. A lot of the opponents of this, and similar to the ordinance we were going to have on the agenda, are the same talking points we heard around minimum wage, and we've seen how they've been proven wrong, and it's actually better our economy. If we actually take care of working families, of the people on the ground doing the everyday work, we're taking care of everybody. And I hope we at least have the opportunity to explore this and make sure we take care of those pipe fitters, those carpenters, and all those great trades that make Phoenix a great place to live and have allowed us to be the largest growing city in the country. So again, thanks to all the workers. I really hope we have the opportunity to take care of y'all and make sure that you're paid what you deserve.
Councilwoman Pastor.
I was just listening to the discussion, and we were just talking about cost. There is some additional cost in the sense of accountability when you're dealing with the federal government and also with their monies. But I also want to say that because you're seeing two arguments going, this is the whole purpose of why I want to reconsider this item, because prevailing wages and the research I've done, laws do not adversely affect construction costs because of the replacement of unskilled labor with skilled labor. And it is important to know that skilled laborers complete construction projects at a faster rate than an unskilled worker and have less injury incident rates and are more effective at building a critical infrastructure our city relies upon, and versus finding that one of our buildings is not in compliance and then hiring skilled labor to come in and fix it or redo it. So prevailing wage does attract better skilled workers, and it keeps better skilled workers in our community. And what that means is, as anything, as an economy goes, when there's a healthy economy, we spend more. When we have money in our pocket, we give back to our community by spending. And so that's why I think it's very important to have this dialogue and see if we want to vote on it or not in the future. But I think we need to do all the research.
Mayor?
Councilman DeCiccio.
And I'll be quick too. Some of the individuals that lined up on 45, I just got a text from some of the affordable housing individuals that do it. They want to speak on 44. So I think there was some confusion on that. So I guess the request was to go through the cards on 45 as well and allow them to speak on 44.
We have completed all of the cards who registered on 45. We had only two speakers on 45, which were Matt and Nick.
Oh, I didn't know that, Mayor. They told me that they were lined up to speak. I just got a note from the Phoenix Chamber saying that they are lined up to speak. So
we did hear from the Phoenix Chamber. And
right,
Councilman DeCiccio, you were not able.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
You were not able to be with us when we first heard this item, but we did hear from several folks in those areas at our previous meeting.
No, I just got a note saying that they were lined up to speak, and I guess that wasn't true. All right, thank you.
All right, so we will now go to roll call on the request for reconsideration. Roll call.
DeCiccio. DeCiccio.
No.
Thank you. Garcia.
Yes.
Nowakowski.
No.
Oh, sorry, Councilman Nowakowski.
Me?
That was a no. Sorry about that. No.
Thank you. Pastor.
Yes.
Stark.
No.
Waring.
No.
Williams.
No.
Guardado.
Yes.
Gallego.
Yes.
Fails 4-5.
So because this item failed, we will not hear the actual item, which was the reconsideration request. So there is no item 45 today. We will next move to item 49, photo speed enforcement RFP. Vice Mayor, do we have a motion on 49?
Motion to approve item 49.
Second.
Question of staff.
Councilmember Waring.
Sure. So this, I don't know if it's for Ed or I don't see anybody in the room.
I can answer it, Councilman, yes.
Okay. So this is like reappropriated funds budget. This is money we owe back when we had the speed cameras. This isn't new speed cameras or anything else, correct? It's just a bill that we owe.
Councilman, that is correct. The council canceled the contract on the speed cameras. The arrangement in the contract was that we pay the tickets at the time at which they're adjudicated. And so this represents payment for tickets which were issued when the program was in operation, but have only now made their way through the adjudication process. So according to the terms of the contract, we do rightfully owe this to the company, but it does not represent anything new since the council canceled the contract in March. I'm sorry, the council canceled the contract earlier than that.
I think it was around Christmas time or something.
Yes,
Thank you, Ed.
in December. So therefore, this is paying what's owed to the company before the council ended the contract.
Any additional questions or comments? Roll call.
DeCiccio.
Yes.
Garcia.
Yes.
Nowakowski.
No.
Nowakowski. Pastor.
Yes.
Stark.
Yes.
Waring.
Yes.
Williams.
Yes.
Guardado.
Yes.
Gallego.
And Denise, I'm a yes. It's Councilman Nowakowski.
Thank you, Councilman Gallego.
I am also a yes.
Passes unanimous.
Thank you. We could see Councilman Nowakowski, but not our best day for sound quality today. We move to another important item today, item 50, remote protective order project. Do we have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Second.
This is an important item to help fight domestic violence. Councilman DeCiccio, do you have comments?
Mayor, I just think it's fantastic that we're doing this. I like the ability to be able to do this. I think it's going to be able to serve more women in particular, but there are some men in there and children for sure. So I am very supportive of this. I think it falls in line with what this council and you've been pushing, Mayor. And I'm excited to move this thing forward. Just one more creative way of helping those individuals that are victims in our community. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Any additional comments? Roll call.
DeCiccio,
Yes.
Garcia,
Yes.
Nowakowski,
Yes.
Pastor,
Yes.
Stark,
Yes.
Waring,
Yes.
Williams,
Yes.
Guardado,
Yes.
Gallego.
Yes.
Passes unanimous.
Thank you. We next move to item 71, amend city code rezoning application for the northeast corner of 6th Avenue and Broadway Road in Councilman Nowakowski's district. I will turn to Councilman Nowakowski to introduce the item and for a potential motion.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to approve staff's recommendation for the rezoning for this corner.
Second.
That's with the adopted ordinance.
That's exactly what I meant to say. Thank you,
Okay.
Councilman.
Mayor, Councilman Nowakowski, this is Alan. I would just say it's per the Planning Commission recommendation and adopt the related ordinance.
Correct.
Wonderful. Thank you. Councilman, should we do a staff report or go to public comments?
You know, I'd like to have public comment at this time.
All right. We are going to begin with a representative for the applicant. And we have 20 individuals wishing to address the council on this particular item. We will begin with Ashley Zimmerman Marsh.
Council, can you hear?
We can hear you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor and members of the council. This is Ashley Zimmerman Marsh of Tiffany and Bosco, 2525 East Camelback Road for your records. With me today are several representatives and leaders from the Chicanos for La Causa team that I'd like to briefly introduce. President and CEO David Adame, Executive Vice President of Real Estate Operations Herman Reyes, Vice President of Real Estate Development Nick Smith, and Director of NSP Tom Wilson, and our architect from Merge Architecture Group, Clarissa del Castillo. We all thought it was very important to be here today and to spend some time on our project and appreciate how hard staff has worked, and especially working with Councilman Nowakowski's office for working with us throughout this project. As I mentioned, I'm extremely proud to be a part of this team and to bring this proposal today at the project at Broadway and Central. It goes without saying that CPLC is a world-class nonprofit organization and one of the largest nonprofits in Arizona. They and their teams have been here for more than 50 years and have empowered hundreds of thousands of lives over the years annually. I'm a little embarrassed to admit this, but I am an Arizona native, and I've always known CPLC through its name recognition, but I didn't really realize the wide range of programs and services it offers to really give whole person care. In working with this group and on this particular development, I've learned that CPLC has more than 50 different programs in areas of education, economic development, health and human services, which it offers to communities and residents throughout the Southwest. And another pillar, which we're here to talk about today, is housing. And this project really could not come at a better time in the city of Phoenix. I don't need to remind this council, and it's been brought up a couple of times today, that this council unanimously approved the Housing Phoenix Plan, which has identified a housing shortage of more than 163,000 units. Of that, nearly 100,000 of those need to be subsidized. Mayor, I have a couple more comments that I'd like to make if I could just spend a couple minutes walking you through this project.
We'll turn to, let's see. We do have Well, why don't we hear from the public and then see if we can come back to, or additional members of the public, and then we'll see if we can come back.
Mayor, I did have some questions of CPLC. Do you want to just do that later?
No, I guess.
I'd like to hear the concerns of the individuals on the phone, and then maybe we can come back to CPLC to answer our questions and the people online.
Perfect. I think that makes sense. So we'll hear community concerns and then can come back to Ashley or whoever it would be the appropriate CPLC expert. So then it would be Lauren Kennedy followed by Paris Moore.
Hi, can you hear me clearly?
We can.
Okay, thank you. I want to say good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I know it's been a long day for everyone, and it's sometimes hard to focus this late in the afternoon, so thank you for listening. I wanted to outline, I did send to you all a letter, and it's pretty lengthy, but I hope that you will take time to read it if you haven't yet. I apologize for sending it yesterday, but I've been doing a lot of research to try to find the facts on this project, and to be quite frank, it's been pretty challenging as a community member. I'm an art teacher in the Broadway community in District 7, and in the community that's going to be directly affected by this project. I've worked in this community for about 5 years, and I work closely with families, and over the course of this summer, I've been dropping supplies off to about 50-some kids, and I'm still in the process of doing that as safely as possible. So this is near and dear to my heart, and I'm very concerned that CPLC has not made the appropriate efforts for community engagement to get the feedback necessary for this project. They've labeled this project as 100% affordable, which by definition, according to Arizona's Department of Housing, is equal to or less than 60% AMI. To be clear, AMI is the Metropolitan Statistical Area, which is Maricopa County, not Broadway community, and not the 85040 zip code where the project is located. So it's essential that we start breaking this down to in a more granular way to really look at the community. The poverty line is about 26,000, and that's according to Nick Smith of CPLC. And every single family at Chavez, where I teach in this community, is eligible for free and reduced lunch. So that means 100% of families in this area are below the poverty line of 26,000. So this development is committing to 100%, so-called 100% affordable housing at 60% AMI, which does not meet the needs of this community. So what I'm asking, and I will be quick, I'm just asking that we do appropriate community engagement. Nick from CPLC himself said that there's been a mixed response and that COVID has delayed their engagement. So I'm asking that they delay and do the appropriate community engagement with the organizations and the people who are already doing engagement in the community. Again, I encourage you to read the letter that I sent. Thank you.
Paris will be followed by Samuel Gomez.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, well, I oppose this motion for the same reasons echoed by the last speaker. I just want to say that this CPLC development sounds like it's a good thing because they're packaging it as affordable, but it's not because of the AMI thing. They've doubled it so that it looks affordable only if you make like 72,000, and it's just not right for our communities, especially for the South Mounted community there. We can't let this historically Black neighborhood become victimized by criminalization, gentrification, displacement, and resegregation, which would all happen because of this project. So I'm just asking you all to please oppose this motion, and I'm done.
Thank you. Sam will be followed by Robert Boyd.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
We can.
Okay, thank you, Council. Thank you, Mayor. Real quick, my name is Samuel Gomez. I'm a born and raised native Phoenician. I am the Executive Director to the Sagrado Galleria out in South Phoenix. I've been doing a lot of work and extensive work with our community members and partnerships to create South Phoenix, you know, a go-to place and a better place for our community members. I oppose this project for many reasons. One that you're going to be hearing consistently is that the correct engagement has not been done. Also, the difficulty of figuring out about the numbers that they're using as far as AMI. It's like a puzzle. It's not approachable. It's not digestible. It's very deceiving. And I just feel like, once again, that CPLC, you know, with the many things that it's been doing, that's been great in the last 30, 40 years, but sometimes those things get they use that as a camouflage for some of the things that they've been doing recently in the last 10 years. I don't think it's fair for this community. They've been struggling enough as far as the immigration policies and the immigration attacks that's been done on this community. On top of that, the fear of light rail, if this is going to be something that's going to displace them. And then on top of that, you got COVID. So while that's happening and this community is going through the struggle and this fear, you know, in the shadows, you have CPLC, you know, moving forward strongly on this project. And I just think it's unfair. And once again, this is just, I hate to use the words, but a lot of words are being said out there, and this is just another way of what we call poverty pimping. And we're not gonna, it doesn't sit well. They need to talk to the community, and this project needs to serve the community. If not, then they need to go elsewhere with this. And I just want them to sit down at the table with those community members that requested to speak with them. They've been very cooperative to speak with us, and they've actually been ignoring some of the conversations with the greater community of South Phoenix. So I oppose this, and I wish you guys would take you guys' leadership and do what you guys need to do to put this to a halt. If the community needs to be a halt of COVID, then that needs to be also done for CPLC. Thank you.
Thank you. After Mr. Boyd, Victor Vidalis.
Honorable Mayor and members of the City of Phoenix City Council. My name is Robert L. Boyd. I'm a veteran who is fortunate enough to own a home that is in the South Mountain area. I'm a member of the Travis L. Williams Post 65 American Legion. I'm commander of the ambulance of Post 66. I'm also a member of the VFW. I and many of my fellow veterans are in favor of this project that CPLC is proposing to build at Broadway and Central Avenue. The proposal of multiple family rental projects is particularly interesting to us because it is responsible to us affordable housing needs of tens of thousands of low-income households in the city, which include many veterans. I want to bring forward the pillar of veterans who have vanished vouchers and are at risk of losing their vouchers because they cannot find affordable housing within the frames of set by the federal government, or they deny housing because of the landlord's bias. There's too many veterans who are not homeless, but are paying in the excess of 50% of their income for rent. The average rent in the Phoenix is $1,148 per month in Central City and $1,302 in downtown area. The rent is $1,758. We have too many homeless veterans and families with non-veteran status. The number will continue to grow if we do not support projects that directly offset the low-income household nationwide. There has been a decline in homeless, but this still left approximately 37,085 veterans experiencing homeless. Of those veterans, 22,740 were found in shelters, setting while volunteers count 14,345 veterans living in areas not intended for human.
Thank you so much for report and service and this testimony. We will go next to Mr. Vidalis, followed by Lena.
Good afternoon, Mayor Gallego and members of council. The residents of South Central Phoenix are at a critical juncture as the South Central Light Rail begins construction and new higher density developments are being planned. Today, you are faced with the precedent-setting project by Chicanos por la Causa. I'm speaking today as a member of the SOFO convening to reinforce the letter we sent you and a call to action to implement many years of planning and policy recommendations that have resulted in suggested solutions by this council and your constituents. The SOFO convening is a registered neighborhood organization, ID number 3118 in District 7 and 8. We are committed to protecting, preserving, and unifying the culture, commerce, and community of South Phoenix. As currently planned, we are opposed to this project, but we request that you offer the applicant a continuance to allow them to work with all stakeholders involved in the corridor to address our primary concerns. We need your help to send a clear message to all developers, nonprofit and for-profit, that the people of the South Central Corridor are a priority and will come first in the policies and practices of our current mayor and council. We have to make sure that the first thought in new development addressing long-term concerns of the community. Our South Mountain Village planning members stand in these long-term concerns and voted this case down by a 9-2 mandate. After offering the applicant a continuance to work with the community to develop a signature ETLD mixed income project that reflects the corridor's needs. In the past year, the SOFO convening and its members have had 7 public and private meetings with CPLC and their staff, and we now have a better understanding of their challenges to serve the most vulnerable of displacement in our community. If you do decide to approve the case, we ask that you stipulate the following. Require a minimum of 30% or 48 units of the 161 units as restricted to those that are in the 0 to 59% of the area median income. Commit the Phoenix Housing Department Director to assign all the HUD project-based vouchers needed by CPLC in combination with any other funding and applicants that will pursue to achieve 48 units of this deeper level of affordability. Commit your Community and Economic Development Director to work with the applicants and other community leaders and stakeholders to identify, create, and obtain financial instruments, resources needed to reach even deeper levels of affordability of current possible using dollars. I have 2 more points, and I waited for 5 hours and 26 minutes, so I hope you'll just let me finish these last 2 points. Require the applicant to work with all stakeholders in the community on a design that reflects the character, culture, and design of the existing neighborhood and result in a safe, walkable, and inclusive community. This includes meeting with Black-led organizations in the South Central Corridor to discuss the concerns of disparate treatment of our Black residents would face in this development. Commit your Streets Transportation Director to find solutions to support affordable housing developers that are committed to building for those in the 0 to 59% of AMI with public dollars required for infrastructure and offsite improvements. Please note that the current applicant, CPLC, is being required to invest in more than $1.25 million in offsite improvements, creating an additional barrier for them to reach the deeper levels of affordability. We believe that you as a City Council elected representatives will allow, through the work alongside the community, to implement these plans and policies and ensure that you are not just empty rhetoric or words and documents sitting on shelves. The city has over a decade of plans and policies that point to affordable housing, shade, pedestrian safety.
Lena will be followed by Jordan.
Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor and members of the Phoenix City Council. The Sportsman Family Tree Incorporated is a new nonprofit organization that is a reorganization of the Sportsman Social Club. Our members are longtime residents of the City of Phoenix and the South Mountain area. My family has resided in the South Mountain area for over 68 years, and I personally have been a resident of the City of Phoenix for 54 years. After having seen a lot of comments, pros and cons, coming back and forth, our organization, the Sportsman Family Tree, Inc., decided to undertake intensive research and questioning to determine whether we would support or not support the project that CPLC is requesting rezoning approval for. Our membership is in the majority African American and have varied backgrounds, including HUD-funded housing programs. We found that Chicano por la Casa is seeking to obtain low-income housing tax credit funding as a financing mechanism for multifamily portions of the project. The congressionally imposed mandate is that 100% of the rental apartments be restricted to households that are at a very low or below 60% of the area median income. The proposed project is thus classified as a low-income housing complex. The Federal Housing Act of 1988 determined that there are protected classes, including race, religion, national origin, age, and family status, that CPLC must comply with. We've examined PCLC's policies and found that they are in compliance. We also looked at PCLC's license and businesses and saw that they provide supportive housing opportunities for substance abusers and are in the midst of constructing a 5-bedroom facility for House Pass clients who are referred back by the court in repeated recidivism. We had a member.
Jordan will be followed by Matthew Aguilar.
Hey, good afternoon, and thank you, Mayor and council members. My name is Jordan Jacks, owner of South Mountain Services, as well as a member of the South Phoenix Convening and the South Central Collaborative. I wanted to let you know that I definitely oppose this motion. You heard a lot about CPLC and the lack of affordability, particularly in a Black neighborhoods of colors that have been redlined through public policy for quite some time, and now just only recently have a street named as your Martin Luther King Boulevard. This is absolutely an area of town worthy to protect, as it houses the most vulnerable of our community, especially given this large transportation infrastructure on new housing typologies in between the sevens. We're looking to be affordable for the existing community so that we as a community can benefit from not only, as I mentioned, the light rail coming down Central, but being able to have both housing and transportation options readily available to help economically benefit individuals who spend 70% of their income on two things, housing and transportation. So we're expecting this project to be much more affordable for Black people, members of color in our community who've historically been disenfranchised and not able to economically participate in things like ownership and affordable housing. So I oppose this project and expect you as the city council members to represent the community. And so thank you.
Thank you. Matthew will be followed by Jennifer.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can.
Hi, I am Matthew Aguilar. I am a Southside kid and also a member of the South Mountain Village Planning Committee, and also part of the People Over Property Initiative. When we were first presented this project by CPLC, just information only, they presented kind of what they did today, their highlight reel of all the great things that they've done over the last few decades. But we have to acknowledge the omnipresence of CPLC and still hold them accountable to any new projects that they do. The VPC denied this application overwhelmingly. That was due to their poor outreach, their refusal to accept community feedback from the stakeholders groups, neighborhood associations, and our own village planning committee, and their refusal to meet with Black-led organizations that do so much work down here in South Phoenix and work with other developers that come across the VPC. So I also want to address the misinformation and confusing nature of how they've put out the information for this project. This is not affordable to the folks that live at 6th Ave and Broadway. The way that this was presented to us is a confusing smattering of numbers that it seems that nobody has correct, and CPLC refused to clarify. Unfortunately, I know that there was support from Post 66, I believe, and there was a gentleman that spoke about vouchers. If CPLC mentioned vouchers to them, this project doesn't accept those type of vouchers. So I want to know, who did CPLC lie to? Was it the committee? or was it the veterans at Post 66? Also, the way that it was presented by CPLC, they mentioned that it was for folks that are going to be driving through South Phoenix, and they might look at it and say, hey, that's nice, maybe I can live here. We need to meet the needs of affordability, of outreach and engagement, and true service. So we need to hold them accountable and deny this project.
Thank you. Jennifer will be followed by Joe Larios.
Can you hear me?
We can.
Hi, Council. My name is Jennifer Tenning, and I'm the Vice Chair of the South Mountain Village Planning Committee, where every person of color voted to deny this project. I'm a resident of 85040 and know the need to address affordable housing, resegregation, and anti-Blackness. I'm a proud member of the People Over Property Initiative. The People Over Property Initiative is a collective of local organizations, community organizers, developers, BPC members, residents, and lovers of South Phoenix. We recognize the generational impact of a land use and development process by a city built on racial segregation and exploitation. As we continue to face systemic racism in development, we are guided by the values of centering those most directly impacted by health disparities, Black liberation, and making visible the way racism operates in the development process, and healing and transformation when we make recommendations, requests, and considerations. We are in opposition to the current project proposed by CPLC located off Broadway and 6th, less than a half mile away from the future South Central Light Rail. Gentrification and displacement have been regular concerns for South Central given the transit development impact to neighboring communities. We believe only in a deeply understanding the mechanisms of structural racism can we begin to address issues like displacement. In a study done by LISC and ASU, bringing the light rail through the East Lake neighborhood more than doubled the cost of housing in the area and severely impacted the demographics as the percentage of Latinos in East Lake went from 56 to 25%, decreasing by more than half. Resegregation tells a complete story by addressing race and answering where the displaced go, the suburbs, the prisons, and premature death. When 59% of Black households earn less than 85040's area median income and the developer refuses to budge on 60% AMI to rent and 80% AMI to own, leaving more than 50% of Black folks unable to own and more than 40% unable to rent, that project is unaffordable and anti-Black and should be denied. Black men represent 14% of the Arizona prison population, yet only 4% of the state population.
Thank you. Joe will be followed by Yael.
Okay.
Yep, we can hear you.
Hi, my name is Barrios. I am a member of the committee and proud member of People Over Property. Our South Central community has named the threat of displacement as a priority issue. It's why we have demanded higher standards across the board of engagement for every developer in South Central. We keep encouraging engagement with displacement vulnerable communities like those formerly incarcerated and the connections to being the formerly segregated part of town. In Arizona, Black people constitute only 4% of the state population, 7% in the city of Phoenix, but in the project code of 85040, Black people are nearly a quarter of the population. As of 2016, 1 in 19 Black men in Arizona has been in prison, up 14% of the prison population. We can see the weight of structural racism in our community when this zip code has one of the highest recidivism rates in the state. We have a responsibility to make sure folks have a place to come back to. Chicanos por la Causa refuse to meaningfully engage on these issues. They have complete disregard for the local, and this has resulted in a project that is ultimately going to be harmful. When incarcerated people are 10 times more likely to be homeless, and the developer refuses to engage with directly impacted Black leadership around housing access, they are practicing anti-Black racism. When developers use a median income designation that is nearly twice the amount than the local median income and refuses to match affordability to the local need, it is an act of violence through displacement. Where the displaced are banished to are the outer city limits, to prisons, or to homelessness, which results in premature death. We must hold every developer and cultural institution accountable to a higher standard of engagement and to the work of anti-racism. It is clear CPLC has not done that work, and with your vote, you will make clear how many of you have done that work as well. Thank you.
Yael will be followed by Rebecca Young.
Hi, yeah, my name's Yael. I know that Phoenix has a history of redlining, which has led to generational effects of racism and power imbalance, and I believe that this would be a continuation of that. I think it's really important to prioritize affordable housing for residents in the area, particularly Black residents in the community, and using the family income numbers in that actual zip code instead of median family income. So I would urge you to consider it, all the people that are asking me to take a look at that. And I yield my time.
Rebecca will be followed by Sarah Yoon.
Hi, thank you. So I oppose this because I think the biggest concern of this project is the fact that the CPLC is using the federally designated median family income, which is stating over $72,000 a year, when in reality, the best practice to determine affordability is to use the area median income of the project's local zip code, which brings that number to about $38,000 a year. So I think it's cruel and unfair to pass this project knowing it will undoubtedly lead to displacement of Black and Brown communities who already experience racial disparity in education and income. This pattern of increasing rent is a huge problem across our nation, and we need to be fighting to protect the people in our community who cannot afford it. And honestly, like, who makes $72,000 a year? No one I know. I personally have a bachelor's degree and can barely make over 40 grand a year. So we need to be realistic when we consider the income of citizens in this area. I think it would be ridiculous to approve this project, knowing very well that people living in the 85040 zip code don't make anywhere near $72,000 a year. So let's stop displacing communities. Let's have some more compassion. So please do the right thing. Do not allow the CPLC's program to pass based off this inaccurate analysis of area-based income. Thank you.
Sarah will be followed by, and I apologize on pronunciation because I messed it up earlier, Maiso? Sarah, the floor is yours.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, a lot of this is just reiterating, so I'll try to go quickly. I'm opposing this proposal and would like the council to deny this project to be built until the developers are engaged with the local leadership in the affected areas who have adamantly said that they oppose it too. Contrary to what is said by CPLC, the project fails to provide accessible and affordable housing to those directly affected by the building. It gentrifies the area and displaces the residents due to the unethical practice of the CPLC using a federally designated median family income for Maricopa County and parts of Pinal County, rather than the standard practice of using the median income of the project's area code of 85040. The CPLC's project would allow for individuals with an income of almost $73,000 to live in the residential buildings, and the median income of those who actually live in the area is almost half of that at about $38,500. 25% of the area's residents are Black, and 76% of that population would not be able to afford owning. 54% would not be able to rent property in CPLC's project. Thus, it fails to center those most directly affected by the proposed building and would further catalyze already existing issues of health and wealth inequities in the South Mountain Village. This project would contribute to gentrification, displacement, and resegregation if it is allowed to occur, and it is not truly affordable to those who are in the area. So I ask the council to oppose it until necessary changes are made. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. Maiso, followed by Ash.
All right, Maysal here. I echo most of the sentiments of the people opposing this proposition. I've recently learned about the specifics of this project, and quite frankly, I am appalled. CPLC themselves have admitted that they have not done the proper community engagement. Vote no and delay this proposition. This looks to be an attempt at further gentrification and displacement. We really need to stop putting profits over people. It looks like CPLC is not listening to the community, and that is a shame. We want affordable housing, that's clear, but this isn't it. Unless CPLC can go back and speak with the community members and come back with a comprehensive and well thought out solution, I strongly oppose this measure, and I would urge the council to do the same. I yield my time.
Ash will be followed by Mel Harmon. Do we have Ash?
Mayor, it appears we do not have Ash on the line.
All right, we will go to Mel, followed by Camille Johnson.
As her throat's still bothering her very badly. But Mel Harmon wants to express that her and her neighbors are interested in keeping their neighborhood affordable and well loved for the families. She is a resident of the area, particularly right down the street, and affordable housing is needed desperately. That much is agreed with. However, as some community members have said before, information available to the public has been hard to find, especially regarding the pricing. Her community and her neighbors would request more transparency in the plans to make local housing affordable, and affordable housing is desperately needed, to reiterate, and that is needed. Her people are saying $72,000, and she hopes that is not true, as her family of 3 survives off of $40,000 per year. So thank you to CPLC for taking the initiative in improving our neighborhood, but you need to slow down the process and take time to answer the community's questions. So I hope the City Council, and particularly the District Council person, Michael Nowakowski, where Mel is, makes the best decision to ensure the housing is affordable for the community. She yields her time.
Camille will be followed by Anesia.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hello, Mayor and Council members. My name is Camille Johnson, and I'm a resident in District 7, where this project is proposed to be located. We've heard a lot of concern today about street names and the impact of the simple address change on residents and businesses. So where is the concern for the Black community members affected by this housing project? 25% of the South Mountain Village neighborhood residents are Black. South Phoenix is a historically Black neighborhood and was one of the only places that allowed Black families to buy homes due to discriminatory redlining policies. 50% of Black folks would be unable to own and 40% unable to rent homes in this supposedly affordable housing project. If this project is approved, community members will be displaced, causing gentrification and further segregation. Where is the concern for historical significance for this? How can you talk about historical significance for a racist Confederate general in a city thousands of miles away from the South when you don't have the same historical concern for this neighborhood here in Phoenix? City Council and Mayor, apply all your energy about symbolic street name changes towards gathering community input and make this a truly affordable housing project. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you. Anesia will be followed by Monique.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. My name is Anisha Groves, and I'm a member and part of the Black Lives Matter Phoenix Metro community. And in short, we need the transit-oriented development strategy isn't finished, and we need an anti-racist strategy for this kind of development in South Central. So that's the crux of the statement. And I also would like to continue the people over property statement that was started earlier by an earlier commenter. So when 59% of Black households earn less than 85040's area median income, and the developer refuses to budge on 60% AMI to rent and 80% AMI to own, leaving 50% of Black folks unable to own and 40% unable to rent, that project is unaffordable and anti-Black and should be denied. Black men represent 14% of the Arizona prison population, yet only 4% of the state population. When a developer is proposing a project in a neighborhood with a 25% Black population in the middle of $1 million block, a city block where the state is spending in excess of $1 million a year to incarcerate the residents, with an 81% recidivism rate, but refuses to engage local Black leadership on issues of housing accessibility for people formerly incarcerated, that developer is anti-Black and should be denied. When 20% of the surrounding community's households are in mobile home parks and have been identified by the city as high risk for displacement, even noting the increased exposure to undocumented renters in the community. But the new affordable housing project isn't interested in addressing this local need. That project is disconnected and anti-immigrant and should be denied. When every person of color on the local village planning committee cites multiple issues to housing affordability and accessibility, and the village overwhelmingly votes to deny only to be circumvented by a disinterested and nearly all-white planning commission, that development process is structurally racist and violent. Every people-centered developer should be committed to engaging in the deep racial history and trauma formerly segregated South Phoenix hold, especially while under the pressure of resegregation. There is wisdom in the experience of those directly impacted by racial trauma, which is why it has become a clear expectation by the South Mountain Village Planning Committee that every developer engages on the issue of the formerly incarcerated experience. The housing development.
Monique is no longer online, so we will go to Ben, followed by Petra.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Ben Lopton stepped away. My name is Paris Wallace, and I am with the Black Phoenix Organizing Collective, an organization that works exclusively with the Black community. We center Black liberation and make visible the way racism operates within the development process. I'm a member of the People Over Property Initiative and also a member of the Australia Village Planning Committee. I'm in opposition to CPLC's currently proposed property development project in South Phoenix and actually demand a continuance. This project is in a neighborhood with a 25% Black population. It is being built on $1 million block. CPLC has refused to make a commitment that ensures formerly incarcerated people will not be displaced by this project. I'm actually left wondering where CPLC is getting their guidance from. It's definitely not from the people that actually live in this community or the people that will be most directly impacted by this project. We have been able to gather signatures from over 541 community members and 17 different organizations, including Mass Liberation Arizona, Tiger Mountain Foundation, Black Lives Matter Phoenix Metro, among others, in opposition of this, not to mention the 183 public comments. So we know it's definitely not from Black leadership in South Phoenix. The City Council cannot approve of a project that lacks community support and reinforces anti-Blackness in their development policies and practices. I yield my time.
Thank you. Petra will be next. And I believe I will check with our staff. I believe she is our final speaker.
Yes, Mayor.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
We can.
Wonderful, wonderful. I was unmuted. Honorable Mayor and Honorable Council members, I'm Petra Falcon, Executive Director of Promise Arizona, member of both South Soho Convening and South Central Collaborative. 3 generations of my family have lived, worked, and have been educated in South Phoenix. The Promise Arizona offices are situated on South Central. And since 2018, I've been co-leading with Gould Evans and 6 other community groups to work with the City of Phoenix on ETOD efforts for South Phoenix to engage community members and support small businesses along the light rail extension. The CPLC project, although with good intentions, does not respond to the massive need of affordable housing and home ownership in South Phoenix. Promise Arizona, as with many here speaking on the phone, have been working together with TOD projects efforts to design a community plan guided by many voices in the community, residents, families, youth, businesses that we talk to about their needs and their goals and their vision. This community engagement has been extensive, going door-to-door community workshops, group meetings in homes, trailer parks, the American Legion, senior centers, because we made a pledge that progress coming to South Phoenix due to the construction of the light rail extension would benefit the people currently living in South Phoenix. And recently, an 8th grader from Cesar Chavez Community School near the proposed project told us that her family goals for living in the community is for her to study hard and work hard to finish school, and for her family of 8 to buy a home, a new home. They live in the trailer parks nearby. Their total household income is under $49,000. This project is located in the heart of South Phoenix. The vision for the area is a vibrant, connected environment that strengthens and prioritizes families, youth, and protects the most vulnerable population while inspiring all future generations to live and work and play and pray and thrive in place. With rich traditions to share, the community is a place to celebrate and share history, heritage, cultural diversity with all who visit. This vision has been constructed from thousands of voices in the corridor over the past 2 years during the City of Phoenix and during the City of Phoenix TOG community planning process. What's important to know about this area is that the median renter family has an annual income of less than $20,000, and 2/3 of the families living in this area are also renting their household. 67% of their income goes to housing, and the rest is left for $6,000 is left for their other expenses. The housing cost.
Thank you. Now we will return to council member questions for the representative for CPLC. Or I'm sorry, Councilman Nowakowski. Yes.
You know, I have some questions for CPLC. So I've been taking notes of all the individuals talking. So I just wanted some questions answered.
Perfect. Thank you, Councilman.
Is somebody from CPLC on the phone?
Should we go to Ashley March?
That'd be good if she's on.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor and members of council. We're available for council members Nowakowski's questions. Thank you very much.
All right. So Ashley, one of the things that I'm hearing is it sounds like a market rate development. Is this a market rate development?
Mayor, Councilmember Nowakowski, thank you for this question. This is not a market rate development. We've heard a lot of misinformation and maybe some misunderstanding about how this project is financed. CPLC is pursuing LIHTC funding for the entire multifamily project. So that means all 161 units of the multifamily will serve up to a max of the 60% area median income. That means that these families could benefit from the new apartment homes are capped at 60% of that area income level. But that doesn't mean that the property can't serve families as low as 0% area median income with subsidized housing vouchers, et cetera. One thing to keep in mind is that
Actually, another question really quick. I just don't want to, so it's not, right? So it's not a market rate development. So the next question I would have is that there's some confusion on affordable or not affordable. So how many of the units are affordable?
100%, Mayor, Councilmember Nowakowski, 100%. All 225 units proposed. That's including the 161 apartment units.
And then another question I have is that there's a lot of concern that people that are less than 60% of the area median income, could they still participate or be a part of this project?
Mayor, Councilmember Nowakowski, absolutely.
Okay, and then the other thing too is CPLC available to set aside any units for low income levels?
Mayor, Councilmember Nowakowski, CPLC has already dedicated 100% of its units to affordable housing and will be chasing aggressively other subsidies to provide housing opportunities for people as low as 0% AMI. So yes, this project is available to serve a variety of mixed incomes.
So basically Section 8, and if we come up with some vouchers, housing vouchers and stuff, you'll be accepting those, right?
Mayor, Councilmember Nowakowski, absolutely.
So there's some confusion also about the median income set. Is it set by zip codes? Who sets that? Is it at the state level, county level, HUD level? Can you kind of explain that?
Mayor, Councilmember Nowakowski, absolutely. So since we are chasing the LIHTC funding, we have to use the HUD level for area median income, and those are set annually by HUD. That's the level that we use. So HUD set the area median income based on the MSA, which is the metropolitan area for that area, and then we are given directive as to what that 60% level looks like based on HUD's guidelines.
So one of the concerns I believe that the residents have is that how can we make sure that this is going to be a long-term affordable project, that you're not just going to have it for the first 5 years or 10 years and then flip it into some type of a market rate development? Can you answer that question?
Yes, Mayor, Councilmember Nowakowski, there's two ways to ensure that the program will be affordable long-term, and that's because we are chasing this LIHTC funding. One is that there is an IRS program that we need to recertify every year that we are compliant. And the second is that LIHTC financing requires what's called a Declaration of Affirmative Land Use Restrictive Covenant, an ALURA, and that's recorded on the property. So it requires that some or all of the units are available to household incomes below a certain percentage, here 60%. This is a deed restriction that's binding on the property, for the term of affordability. So if for whatever reason CPLC sold the property, this LURA is recorded on the property such that for the period of affordability, it would run with the land.
So the other thing that we heard over and over was that CPLC declined to the invitations of meeting with people from the community. We heard it over and over from an organization called the Community Development Corporation. Have you guys met with those individuals? Have you declined meeting with them? What's going on with that?
Mayor, Councilmember Nowakowski, thank you for that question and for giving us an opportunity to address that. We don't recall a specific invitation with this Community Development Corporation group, but we've been very open to meeting with as many folks as possible. We've committed to meeting with several stakeholders. Some of the feedback that we received was you're not meeting with folks. But really, we've been out in the community since before we even filed this application, knocking on doors, leaving door flyers, sending notification letters to the residents, addresses, as well as the property owners, and meeting with over 20 organizations and stakeholders. Some of those have submitted letters of support, which I know have been available to the public, and those groups include the Greater Phoenix Urban League, Native American Connections, List Phoenix. You heard from Ambest Post 66 and the Sportsman Family Tree today, the William H. Patterson Elk Squad, Mary's Ministries, UMOM, OIC, and we've met with a number of the organizations that have been active in this community since filing this case. So we've done a fair amount of outreach and spoken to as many folks as we are aware of were interested in speaking with us. And again, CPLC would be committed to continuing to speak with folks. So we've done a fair amount of dialogue with community leaders in this area.
So the other thing I heard was somebody threw out there that you have to make at least 80,000 plus to actually qualify to live here, or what is that 60%? Is it that 80,000, or is it more? I mean, what's the calculation for, let's say, a family of 4 and a single individual?
Mayor, members of council, thank you for that question. So there was a lot of talk about this $70,000 to $80,000 figure that you would need to make that. That is not the case. The area median income is what 50% of the people in the Phoenix area make more and 50% make less, and that number is set. And then what happens at a project like this is it's 60% of that. So if you're looking at the area median income and say this project was built today, and that number is just over 77,000, you then multiply that by 60%. So for a 4-person home, again, if this project was built today, that area, 60% of the area median income for the Phoenix metro area is $46,680, and that goes down to $32,700 for a 1-person single-family home. And you couldn't make more than that. That would be capped.
So it's not $80,000. And then the last speaker, Petra, talked about a family that made $49,000, so they would qualify not only to live there, right? With all the amenities and everything that you guys provide, right?
Mayor, Councilmember Nowakowski, I believe that's correct. The area median income, it depends. She might make too much money if it's $49,000, depending on the size of the family. So the area median income is set, and then there is a percentage based on number of persons in the home.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. And then I have a question for our Alan Stevens. I know, Alan, does this project go against the South Phoenix TOD policy planning and vision for the community? I know we've done a lot of outreach, with the light rail going in, and we've met with many people along Central Avenue, and especially right there on Broadway and Central. I'm just wondering, it sounds like this project is something that is totally against the TOD. Is it, or isn't it?
Mayor, members of council, this particular item is supported by the TOD strategic policy framework that was adopted by the mayor and council, and that sets the place type around this intersection at 2 to 5 stories with a potential incentive up to 7 stories. It also supports the implementation of the Housing Phoenix plan that the council just adopted a couple weeks back, and several elements of the general plan as well.
So, Alan, we're looking for over 100,000 affordable units. So that would help us get to that goal of 100,000 affordable units, right? By that plan we just passed just a week ago.
Mayor, Councilman Nowakowski, correct. That plan listed 163,067 housing unit shortfall, and so this would provide the additional 161 multifamily units that are the LIHTC funded portion of the project, and then they're proposing 64 townhouse portions of the project as well. That'd be another 64 units.
Thank you. And Mayor, thank you. I just wrote down the questions that I heard from some of the callers and just wanted to make sure that all those questions were answered. If any of my colleagues have questions, feel free to ask at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilmember Garcia.
Mayor?
I think I called on Councilmember Garcia. Sorry if I had not unmuted myself.
Oh, yeah, no, that's fine. No, that's okay. No, that's fine. That's fine. Thank you.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So, we heard a lot of comments. I think that was an impressive coalition of people. I happen to sit through both VPCs, the informational and the vote. So I got to see a little bit of firsthand and hear about this project. I wanted to ask a couple questions to CPLC. The first one being, the VPC voted it down 9-2, and I think someone mentioned every person of color voted it down. Did you make adjustments after the VPC, and how, or did you all address any of the concerns that were brought forth in the VPC?
Mayor, Councilmember Garcia, we continue to talk with community leaders from the VPC. We spoke with more than 20 stakeholders from that. We sat down and talked about how we could link arms to chase further subsidies, and that was the main focus of the conversation from the feedback from the VPC and from the VPC and from our follow-up conversations. So those conversations are in works, and commitment has been made for CPLC to work and identify additional deep levels of subsidy so that we could chase these and provide as many housing opportunities as possible. So yes, we've continued to do that work.
But did you make any changes to the project because of the 2 VPC meetings?
Mayor, Councilmember Garcia, we have addressed the concerns we made between the neighborhood feedback and making sure that we incorporated the paseos, making sure that we relocated those to areas where it made sense, making sure that we incorporated the leasing office off Broadway. So we've made changes to the site plan based on feedback we got from the community outreach that we've done.
Okay, and then with the AMI, what's the reason of not using the zip code or the local AMI, rather the larger one? I know it's for a grant, you're able to get away with using the Maricopa County or the larger one, but what's the reason that you all chose not to use the zip code or the immediate area?
Mayor, Councilmember Garcia, I'm going to ask Tom Wilson of CPLC to walk you through that, and I'll invite him to speak on that topic.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council people. The use of the Metropolitan Statistical Area is mandated by the Office of Management and Budget. So HUD and other federal agencies don't have any leeway to go by zip code or to use just a census tract. So the MSA, which incorporates all of Maricopa County, is what HUD gives us, and it's what we have to live with.
Yes, I understand that, but when we're talking about South Phoenix, particularly the South Central area, and with the light rail coming, the conversation that's been happening is how do we avoid gentrification? And one of the best ways to do that is to make sure that the people that live in the area can afford the new developments that are coming. If you're not building for the people that already live there, are you expecting the people that come to this property to come from other places?
Mayor, Councilmember Garcia, we've evaluated in the due diligence, and I'll let CPLC speak on this as well. But we've evaluated the census tract for this area. The census tract is 1154. That shows an income of $50,935 for the area. The census tract, in our research and review, and again, I will let the CPLC folks correct me, but that is a much more pointed indication than zip code alone. So that is a metric that CPLC uses in its due diligence. If you look at 60% of the area median income of Phoenix, roughly for a family of four, that's $46,680. So yes, we have evaluated the needs of this specific community using the census tract data that's available and that CPLC is using its due diligence.
Okay, and it's also my understanding that the TOD is not completely finished yet, but some of the conversations we've had there, or I've heard as I've been sitting through that process, is that we actually need to think of an anti-racist strategy for the transit-oriented development in South Central. Have you given that any thought, both on what types of folks are going to be in the property? And then my last question to you all is, the couple folks mentioned formerly incarcerated folks. What's going to be the accessibility for formerly incarcerated people into the property?
Mayor, Councilmember Garcia, I'd like to invite CPLC's David Adame to address that question.
Mayor and Councilman Garcia, nice to be with you. I wanted to answer your question, Councilman Garcia. Our history is working with everybody in this community. That's what we're built on. That's our mission. That's what we live and breathe every day. And for this, we also do housing counseling services. And we're going to make that available to any resident who's interested in this project to start working with them as soon as possible, where they can review their personal situation, income, etc., to make sure they can prepare if they have a strong interest. And if not this project, any other project, that's what we do. We do that all the time. So we're going to serve everybody in this community. The second thing, what was your second question?
About formerly incarcerated people having access to the project.
Yeah, well, we have to abide by certain federal regulations, and some federal regulations, just like public housing that I've worked on with the city before, restrict anybody that has a certain type of felony. But CPLC has other properties that we manage throughout the greater city of Phoenix. And we also have programs that work with formerly incarcerated, whether it's folks that get referred to us by the justice system for drug rehab. We work with them to find jobs. We work with them to find housing that they can qualify for. We do those programs all the time. We will not turn away anybody who's interested, but we do have to abide by certain rules ourselves. So yes, we're committed to working as much as possible to help folks, but we have to follow certain rules as well.
Thank you. And I mean, I think we're all in an awkward position, and it seems that these comments of CPLC not doing community outreach doesn't seem to match the history of CPLC. I actually, through college, worked at CPLC, and so I know firsthand the programming that happens. Some of my elders, whether it's Gustavo Gutierrez, Alfredo Gutierrez, or other folks who have shaped my life and mentored me, were founders of this organization. But what I don't want is for that foundation or that history or legacy to allow you all to cut corners. Again, this is up to District 7, Michael Nowakowski, if it's possible, I think it would be great to continue this and be able to have those conversations, because some of the folks on the phone, I think, have great intentions, so does CPLC, and it's a matter of us being able to get on the same page. And then, you know, that's obviously it's going to be up to the council member, and I'm going to follow his lead of what he wants to do on this project. But I do know, and this is to you, David, a lot of the property that you all own and have been able to bank to be able to help us reach this affordable housing is also in District 8. And just to let you know, hopefully moving forward, at least our district is going to have the expectations that more of this be done, and I hope we could do it together to assure that we don't have another situation like this where the community feels like they weren't heard. So thank you for all the work, and thank you. And I really, because of COVID, because of the housing study, I think we are going to expect more of you and every other developer that's coming forward so that we can both reach that affordable housing, but we're also anti-racist and inclusive as we're reaching that number. Thank you.
Any additional council member comments?
Oh, Mayor?
Oh, I'm sorry. It was
Councilman DeCiccio was before me.
Yep. Sorry. And then we'll go to Councilwoman Pepper.
Either way. Oh.
No, you were absolutely next.
Councilman. Oh, that's okay. Thanks. I found out that Councilman Garcia and I actually have another thing in common with Alfredo Gutierrez. I got to know him very well. An incredible man, incredible. And so I guess we have something in common there, that's for sure. The other part of it deals with the fact, and I just want to reiterate, I think Councilmember Nowakowski did an amazing job today laying the case, because each question, each concern that was brought up by members of the public, he was able to address through questioning. He does it in a much more eloquent way than I do, that's for sure. He's a lot better at it than I am. From my end of it, I believe he's addressed every question that was brought to him and brought to him in his district. And I really believe this project needs to go through. We've already heard we're short 100,000 units. If we cannot support and get behind a good project like this, then heaven help us as a city, because we're not going to get anything done. So we have got to literally come together on some of these types of projects and figure out if they're in the best interest of the city, which they are, do they fulfill the need, because that 100,000 is going to grow. And if it doesn't, if we don't start putting plans in place, not plans, but literally start supporting individuals that want to come and help us solve this problem, and no, it's never going to be exactly the way we want it, it's just not going to happen. You cannot do that in this world. Otherwise, we ought to just go out there and do it ourselves. And the reason we don't do it as individuals ourselves is because it's so difficult. It's so complicated. And to have, I see these types of things fail because everyone wants to micromanage every aspect of these projects. It cannot happen. It'll never happen. We'll never get it done. We should put up our own money. We should put up our own ideas and our own designs done. And we should go do it ourselves as individuals. The reason we don't is because they are complicated. They're difficult. They're not easy to get done. So credit to the CPLC members that are here today. Thank you for doing business in the city of Phoenix. I'm going to completely support this. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilwoman Pastor.
Yes, I have some questions. I didn't hear the part about Section 8. Will people be able to use, will this be part of a Section 8 piece?
Mayor, Councilwoman Pastor, yes, Section 8 vouchers would be accepted.
Okay. And then my other question is the AMI. Will it stay the same or does it increase? And what? And the other one is, and what area medium income? will you be basing it off of? Is it the 77,800 or the 47, or a combo of in between?
Mayor, Councilwoman Pastor, thank you for the question. I hope to address it. So the LURA is a deed restriction on the property through YTEC funding that creates the period of affordability. It mandates that the property is deed restricted for the period of affordability for 30 years. The area median income that's used is the MSA through HUD. So HUD adjusts those annually, and CPLC has to recertify. So the project is a percentage of the area median income. So if it's the $77,000, it's the area 60% of that area median income is used. So you multiply that, and then you adjust it based on family size. But these are HUD numbers and figures. The LURA protects for the long term of the project, and HUD adjusts these numbers annually, which we need to recertify we meet.
And so my understanding with the AMI, in particular the 77,800, that is a average of the Phoenix metropolitan area. And then you have the area, you can pull a radius. I pulled a mile radius around that area, and the median income was 47,000. And so my understanding is that this could go all the way up to 60% and go as low as to 40%. And the 30% that was being talked about, that is more of like city housing projects that we had passed last week. And so my recommendation would be there is a mixture of housing all the way across the board for different populations. What we do have is we have workforce housing, we have market rate, and it's kind of truly a challenge for those up to the 60%, where you're a working family, but you're not, you're in the lower bracket of working families, and this will help those families to get some housing of a family of 4. That's my understanding of this project, that this is an affordability project.
Mayor, Councilwoman Pastor, yes, this is an affordability project. You're correct.
So it can range from 40 to 60, right?
Mayor, Councilwoman Pastor, it could actually range from 0 to 60, depending on the subsidy. Thank you.
That's even better. Thank you.
Any final council member comments or questions?
Mayor, I have quick final comments. I just really want to thank CPLC for everything they do within our community, especially within the minority community, from all the services from substance abuse to domestic violence to homeless and to our refugees. I mean, we even use their homeless program for the city of Phoenix, and even our domestic violence their domestic violence program also. And you know, the programs that they use, from first-time home ownership training and education of financial support for small mom and pop businesses, and the list just goes on and on and on. And I just really want to apologize to not just the leadership of CPLC, but all the individuals. I think they're up to close to 1,000 individuals that work for CPLC. And when we talk to a lot of these individuals, they say it's not really a job, it's more of a mission, giving back to the community. And I just want to thank you all for what you're doing, how you're empowering our community, how you're changing people's lives, one person at a time, one family at a time. And I just want to let everybody know that I know this organization was born out of the civil rights movement to empower our community, and you kept your name, Chicanos. And I just want to thank you all for what you do in the community. This is a unique project. One of the things that we talked about that was so important is that people's dream is to own a home. So in this project, there's not just 161 units of apartments, but they're going to have 64 townhomes. townhomes that people can actually own, townhomes that people can call their homes and live there and take advantage of all the different amenities within the apartment complex that's there. So, I want to thank CPLC for reaching out, for including the home ownership in this project. And we need more partnerships like yourself, Native American Connections, and all those good nonprofits that really struggle to find the monies to build affordable housing within the city of Phoenix. I know we as the city of Phoenix, we're struggling right now to find those funds. And hopefully in the future, we'll find that pot of gold so we can build all that 168, I think, 1,000 units that we need to catch up to all the need in the city of Phoenix. And with that, Mayor, thank you so much, and thanks my colleagues. I'm ready for a vote.
All right, thank you, Councilman. I will be supporting your motion.
Oh, Mayor, I forgot one other thing. That corner, myself and you and I know that corner very well. We actually found out that there was a need to change the name, and we pushed for it in your first year as a council member, and we were able to get the name changed to the Martin Luther King Boulevard. So I want to thank you for that leadership also, and for all those community leaders that helped us to actually get that passed and changed also. Sorry about that, Mayor. I wanted to comment that earlier. I forgot.
Wonderful, thank you. It's certainly an area that's been leading in our community. Roll call.
DeCiccio,
Yes.
Garcia,
Mayor, may I explain my vote?
Yes.
I'm going to be supporting the council member in this project. One more message to CPLC is that there's new generations out here. There's new work being done. A lot of us who know your history understand the contributions that you've given. Like I said, I've worked there before and understand the work that happens across the state. My grandfather lived his last 15 years in one of your properties, so I know some of the good work that you do. But I do know that we're also going into a new era, and there's new expectations and new bars, and I hope you can start meeting them, and I hope today serves as I don't want to say a lesson, but it serves as a step forward so that we could bring more folks in together and make sure that developments do not gentrify, and they also are brought to bringing community together, not dividing us. So I hope that we can do that work together, specifically in District 8. I extend my hand, and we can come together with these organizations and make that happen. Respecting the council member from the area, and I vote yes.
Nowakowski,
Yes.
Pastor,
Yes.
Stark,
Mayor, I just want to thank Councilman Nowakowski for all his hard work on this project, and I am a yes.
Waring,
Yes. Did you hear me? Yes.
thank you, Councilman, yes. Williams,
Yes.
Guardado,
Mayor, I'm going to explain my vote.
Please do.
So I'm going to be supporting this project. I'm going to be supporting Councilmember Nowakowski on this project. But I'm hoping that CPLC, David, you and your team could definitely continue dialogue with the community to figure out a way how to meet some of these needs, and how do we make people feel inclusive, and looking forward to seeing what other projects will be coming up. So I will be voting yes.
Gallego.
Yes.
Passes unanimous.
We move to our, yes. We move to our final item of this meeting, which is item 77, a contract to increase payment authority for chiller replacement to UMOM. This item was pulled from the consent agenda because a member of the UMOM team wished to testify. That individual is no longer with us. I will turn to the Vice Mayor or member of the council for a motion.
I move the item.
Second.
Any comments?
They need air.
Yeah, we're all for air conditioning. Beautiful comment. Roll call.
DeCiccio,
Yes.
Garcia,
Yes.
Nowakowski,
Yes.
Pastor,
Yes.
Stark,
Yes.
Waring,
Yes.
Come on, Waring. Woo!
Williams,
Yes.
Guardado,
Yes.
Gallego.
Yes.
Passes unanimously.
We have no members of the public online for citizen comment, so 6.5 hours after we began, we are adjourned. Congratulations. I hope everyone has a good holiday.
And you too. Thank you.
You too.